to the noise, F you to the hype, F you to the train, we're living life.
We ready or what? It's time to get on with another Unplugged Season 2, Episode 1. Gonna have to start coming up with the dirtball dozen of the week. One isn't enough. Buckle your seatbelts, guys. Let's get going. Let's do it dirty. Unplugged, Season 2, Episode 1. Let's get it on. Yikes! Time out. We're gonna have to do that again. Welcome everybody to another episode of Jeranism. Friday Unplugged. That means it's Friday. Happy weekend to you. It is episode number 1 of the season number 2. It is a top 50 list for being better men, which plays right well into the opening conversation we're going to have here, because I guess this is going on some other channels. I just found out about it, and now I'm kind of clearing up the air, figuring out exactly what's going on. So I'm having to put some stuff here in order. Hope everybody's doing well in the chat. Real quick, I want to check the, what is this thing called? The poll. And how's the sound? Can I get a 5x? Are we good on sound? Lars says, I'll be happy to point out his lie directly to him if he's still live, but if not, I'll comment. Glad you guys figured it out. Yeah, well, we'll talk about it here in a second. The poll question was, which of the following describes you best in regards to how you live your life? We get 17% of people think that they're struggling and need help. Okay. 35%, the vast majority, says I do, or I'm doing all right, but I could be better. It's an honest statement. Then we've got 29% say they're doing great, need some improvement. And 19% of you are just banging on all cylinders. So congratulations. They are excelling. They need little to no help. You're a little quiet. Okay. I felt like that for some reason. Let me see if this is going to be fixed. Let me fix this real quick. I think I need to go into the ear. I think this is a little low. Usually this is up about 12. Maybe there. Okay, is that any better? Give me a 5x now. 4x? Okay. A little bit extra here. A little bit extra there. How about that? Is that any better? I think it should be. Pretty good? Pretty good? All right. So that is the poll. Thank you very much. See who's in the chat. I am the Craig in here. Thank you very much for being here, my friend. I appreciate it. WWF, number 33 in the house. How the heck could I be better? I'm perfect. Way to go. I am Rick. Rick is the one you want to talk to. Still quiet. Wow. Let me figure out why that is. Let's see here. Wonder why it's so quiet. Let me get this one open a little bit. Okay, how about that? Is that any better? Now we got a 5x? Okay. You're not perfect. You're Rick. Great. Thank you very much. All right. So let's just start with the nonsense that has been going on. If people don't know, back in, and I can show the video here. Let me bring it up. Back in, I don't know when it was, January 31st. I was showing people a video, and the way that I move things from, computer to computer or whatever, sometimes I'll load it to my iCloud. Right, so if I'm in the garage and I see somewhere I'm on my phone, I can upload it to my iCloud. I come to my computer, pull up my iCloud, and the images are there. So I was showing an image, and I'm trying to find this here real quick. I got to go to YouTube Studio. So anyway, I showed me walking around the camp there in Antarctica. We were talking about that, and it accidentally ended and went to the next video or next image, which was a image of my wife. Now, she was dressed, or at least not naked. Covered. Okay. So after the show, and it was up for literally a half a second. Okay. After the show, you can go in and blur things out of your live stream. So after the show, I went in, blurred it out. Great. That's it. There was a couple comments from people. There were some people said something in the chat like, oh, you proved curve at such and such time or whatever. I got it. So no big deal. So then what happened was Flatzoid, when he was doing his little moment the other day when he decided to throw Lisbeth under the bus by saying, oh, and we know that she sends nude pictures to Jaren, which no such thing has ever taken place. No such thing is anywhere near the realm of reality. So when he says that, it's like, okay, what a dirtbag is this guy? First of all, if he's referring to that image of my wife, why would you then assume that that's Lisbeth? Doesn't make any sense. And if you didn't know who it was, you could ask me or something. But no ask, just straight to it was Lisbeth, which makes no sense. So anyway, then today I hear that he's on his stream trying to cover his tracks or backtrack what he was saying. Now he's saying he didn't accuse her of being a bicycle and he didn't accuse her of being these things, even though I showed it last night. He did. So then he goes as far as to say, well, he'll show the image. He'll go ahead and show the image of Lisbeth. And when I got here before I was ready to start the show, I saw people in the chat talking about it, and they said that he had showed it. So I went into his video and found the spot where somebody sent it to me, actually, the time slot of where he shows it. I looked at the image and said, I've never seen that image before. And that wasn't the one that was on my stream. So that's hilarious. But anyway, so then I messaged Lisbeth and just said, hey, this image here that Flatzoid just showed on his stream. And I feel bad for her. I mean, this is why, if I had any advice for her, it's like run from this community. They are not truth seekers. Think about this. You got a bunch of guys over there claiming to be truthers, claiming to be truth seekers. And they see an image on my stream and they have to jump to the most wild conclusion ever. And then insinuate that everybody on TFE needed to bring somebody with us, and that's because we're all such losers that we have to bring a girl with us, and that's why they picked her. I mean, this is insanity. It shouldn't even be allowed. But this is the era that we're in. The era is, if you're a flat earther, you should be allowed to say whatever you want about whoever. That's what these guys think. That's Mark Sargent's position if you watched his show on Tuesday. His position was, I don't care if I got a cease and desist order. I'm not going to do it because that's what we always do. We always make accusations with no evidence whatsoever. So you make accusations with no evidence whatsoever, which kind of matches the belief in the flat earth, because the evidence is gone. The South being a lie is no more. The South is as billed, as described. Therefore, if the North is the opposite of the South, you know the answer to that. All right, let me find my video here. So I got to go content. And then it was January 31st. Just to show, because we can actually show now that the image that he showed on his stream is not the image from my stream. Therefore, he went and found that image, and he's just a liar. And people like that, you should, as flat earthers, why aren't you in his chat? Why aren't you deciding not to watch him anymore? You keep allowing liars. And it's just baffling to me, because you got into this because you didn't like being lied to about the shape of the earth. But now you're being lied to about many things, including the shape of the earth. But you have no problem with it now. All of a sudden, it's okay. Indoctrination is okay. The fact that you all repeat, we can't tell the shape of the ground by looking at the light in the sky. We can't tell the shape of the ground, light in the sky. Which is completely and totally just indoctrination. Nobody's ever said that in the history of the world. Because it's evidence, and evidence can be used. So you're just jumping to the conclusion that, I mean, it's just, I can't believe that people like this are still on YouTube. This is the most surprising thing to me about YouTube, is that when you catch somebody in a lie, when they're just outright lying, you would think that that would diminish their views. And when somebody continues to be honest, that you think their views would grow. It's not what happens here. That's why I say this is not a place for me. It's just not. You do not get rewarded on YouTube for being honest, for being true to yourself, showing who you really are. You are not rewarded. You are punished, extremely punished. If you put up fake videos, if you put up fake nonsense and you make fake stories and cause drama, that's how you get the views. Some people know that and they just take advantage of it. Some of us wouldn't do it no matter what. Let me go to January 31st. And the good thing is about this too, if you go to Telegram, if you're a VIP, if you go to Telegram, you'll notice that I upload videos, or not I, but my Caprice does. But when the videos get uploaded to Telegram, they get uploaded usually the same day or the next day, and it's the original video. So what I'm saying is the video in the VIP room is not the video that's currently on YouTube. Okay, so the current video on YouTube has the blurred out section. But if you want to see the original image, which I don't need to show pictures of my wife on here, but in the VIP, it is there. Let me pull this up here. Okay, and we're going to 111 or hour 11. But we'll be able to see that it's clearly in line. Again, what do you think? What do you expect? Okay, so we're bringing this up. Let me bring this over. It's just disgusting, these people. And then to double down, now he's on his stream just pretending like he's still right. He's not. Back it a little bit. And look where see the shadow? It looks like it's pointed there. And then just by moving your perspective, and look, now it's past you. So it looks like the shadows are moving. But that sound you hear is the wind. It was windy. Okay. All right, let's go this way. Okay, now watch this one. Watch these shadows. Okay, watch this shadow from this tent. It's going this way. But if you were to fly up in a drone and look down, both these shadows would be parallel. Didn't it? Let's go back. Just going to try and pause it on there so we can actually see that it's not the same image. But that sound you hear is the wind. It was windy. Okay. So you can kind of see the image there. Can you see any better than that? Yeah. Okay, well, you can kind of see there. See the top. You can see the top of the image is still there. All right. So let's look at Flatzoid's picture that he showed today, which I think he had. Yes. Let me grab this one. We're going to move this over here and see if we can get them both to kind of be on the screen at the same time. Okay. So, well, let me show it first. So this is the image that he showed on his stream today. Now, first of all, as Lisbeth has pointed out, you can see over here in the corner her name and the emojis. That's because this has been taken from Facebook. Okay? So she didn't send me this image of her on Facebook. And I believe he said Lisbeth has sent nude images to Jaren, is what he said. Okay, the guy is a filthy liar. He's disgusting. And rather than just admit that he's wrong, admit that he made a mistake, apologize, and move on, he doubles down, he triples down. It just gives him content. It gives him people reasons to watch him. Okay? This picture of her, which she sent me the original picture, I'm not going to show it. It's just her in a bathing suit. Completely fine. Does this guy never seen a girl in a bathing suit in his life? Can girls not post images of themselves in bathing suits? Is that not okay? You stole that image from Facebook and now you're claiming that you saw it on my stream. Look at the top of this image. You can see like a crossbar there. I mean, is that the same as here? It's not the same image. Not even close. So it's just disgusting. And by the way, in this image of my wife, she's wearing bottoms and a bra and a top. Not a bra, it's like a halter top. But it's not at all nude, number one. And number two, it's not at all Lisbeth in any way. What a filthy guy. I mean, I'm just sick of these people. And I really do think we need to go, it needs to become Dirtball Dozen of the week because there's that many. Like I could have named 10 for this week. Jesus. Now we got Contemplate Everything on here saying, Jaren said a few podcasts ago that this was his last time talking Flat Earth. If he needs to move on, don't you think? Yeah, but I need to talk about this, obviously. Didn't mean to see this. Thank you, Addicted to Gaming says, doesn't need to see pictures of my wife. Right, nobody does. So I just covered it up. And again, it's not even anything. The reason you have to cover it up is because of this reason, right? It's because of the community I'm in. Any normal group of people that would see the image that's on the screen right now wouldn't care. But I know what group of people are watching me and what group of people are currently doing whatever they can to try and ruin me. Okay? So they would take a picture of my wife and they would post it everywhere and they would make it into a meme and they would, I mean, you name it. They're disgusting. So that's what they would do. So I did the smart thing. I went back in, blurred it out. It's okay there. At least people, they would have to be watching live or be a VIP, I guess. But anyway, now even saying that, you watch, somebody will go do that. That's how dirtball these guys are. Somebody will become a VIP just so they can go find that image so that they can then make a meme about it. It's sickening. Shouldn't he be talking about globe earth proof if he believes that to be true? I've done 12 and a half episodes on my channel. They're called Friday Unplugged. The reason we moved on to season 2 is because season 1 is all the reasons that I am no longer a flat earther. And there are many. in that video, there's a top 8. There's 8 reasons why the globe has been proven or the flat earth has been falsified. There is also the top 20 reasons. Okay, so there's plenty of stuff in there. There's the lied to, the lies, whatever the whole thing is called. But if we go to my channel here, let's go here. Let's bring up the, you can go to playlists if you want. Okay, and under playlist, you're going to find, here's the season 2 one, but we got over here, season 1, Jeranism Friday Unplugged. Go there.
And not spinning on a flat earth or a globe earth.
So if you want your evidence, then go here. And you'll see that we have episodes running from 1. Oh, you can't see that. My bad. Browser. There we go. It's better. We have episode 1, which was called Flatline. Episode 2, Why the Path of the Sun Proves the Shape of the Earth. Number 3, the falsification of the the falsification of the only flat Earth map. We have responding to those who say TFU was fake. And look where that, see, we've got number 5. I'm a former flat earther.
Circling their celestial pole.
Much of it is redundant. 8 easy facts that falsify flat Earth. Episode number 6, latitude logic.
Get over it.
Okay, latitude logic is on here. Then we've got episode number 7, Friday Unplugged. Who is to blame for flat Earth? Or
So let's make him do it again.
Who's to blame for flat Earthers? Number 8, the lies, the liars, and lied to. Number 9, predicting the future. By the way, do we need to go over that?
No.
Let me show you. You might start to feel, you might start to understand. Oh, I do get it why Jaren's saying that. This is what's going to happen to people. Here's your conceived prediction on the screen of the future of the flat Earth movement. You'll notice that 2025 through 2050 kind of look the same. They consist of providing nothing to humanity other than disgusting nonsense from Flatzoid. Continue losing friends and family. You will make less money. You will believe more lies. Flat Earthers believe more lies today than when I made that video. You will trust liars, as you continue to do, and you will reject more evidence. Okay? And you'll believe evidence that is fabricated, that is fake, like in Flatzoid's condition here. So if these guys are willing to lie to you about just everyday things, everyday stuff, why do you think that they're telling you the truth about the shape of the Earth? They aren't. Flatzoid lives in the south. He films the sun rising south of east and setting south of west anytime he wants. So he should know that that does not work on any flat map, nor will it ever work. Okay? We got contemplate everything back again. It says, Jaren said he's not a flat earth believer. Correct. And now believes we live on a globe. Correct. Something is definitely off that he just talks flat earth, not globe. What are you talking about? First of all, let me explain to you what YouTube means, my friend. It means that it's my channel. I'll do what I want. How about that? That's number 1. Number 2 is I'm talking about the falsification of the flat earth because there's many people that are still inside that cult. Okay, and I feel bad for them. My heart hurts for them because they are trapped. What's happened here is what happens in gangs. Okay, when you leave a gang, the gang kicks the shit out of you so that none of the other members of the gang feel comfortable leaving. They know that if they leave also, they will be destroyed, they will be beat up, they will be jumped. So the flat earth is working the same way. Some people left the flat earth, and the flat earthers have gathered together and decided that we will do whatever we can to demonize and destroy the people that left so that nobody else leaves the cult. Nobody else feels comfortable doing it. By the way, let me tell you a new show that's coming up. What a great time to be able to do that. I want to show you a new show that I'm going to be starting. It is going to start, and it won't be on a specific day. It'll be whenever I can. Let me find what I do with it here. Thought it was right here. There it is. It'll be kind of a mixed day. You don't know what day it'll happen, but you'll get a notification or find out about it. So that show coming is called the WWF Show, or the We Were Flat Show. It'll be interviews with former flat earthers by a former flat earther. And I wouldn't think that this is going to be needed, but you know what? I'm seeing so many people reach out to me now and saying, hey, thank you. Some people, if you watched Speaker's Corner last night, we had 4 or 5 people come on saying they are former flat earthers and they're willing to talk. And it will be a short show, maybe an hour each one, where it'll just be like, tell us about how you got into flat Earth. Tell us what you were like when you were in the middle of flat Earth. Tell us how you got out. And now do you feel different? And when they every single time tell you that they look back and they regret it, they look back and they're disappointed in themselves, they're embarrassed. Looking at the community, they're embarrassed. We had a guy last night come on who says that the community's response to TFE is why he's no longer a flat earther. Okay, so these guys are going around telling people that flat Earth is growing, that it's thriving, that they have all this evidence that the globe is dead. And the truth is the complete and total opposite. That flat Earth is crumbling because it has no evidence. How do I know that? How about the guys going around saying, we have no map, we have no model, we make no claims, we know no sun, we know no South Pole, we don't know South Celestial Pole, we don't know what the stars are, we don't know how the circumpolar stars work. All we have is Shane rambling some Rain Man type autistic stuff, and people believe it. It's garbage. It's garbage, and I feel bad for the people that are still stuck there. They're in chats, and you see them like saying, "Oh, these guys, they all turn. They're just disappointed," you know. But going on and on about as if we didn't have a reason to turn. All you need to know is the 24-hour sun in the south. That's it. From there, everything else becomes simple. But let me continue on with what else was there. So, yeah, when I say I'm going off, the topic of the show is a different subject. It wasn't even supposed to talk about this, but this came up right before I went live. And, if Lisbeth deserves anything, she deserves the truth, and she deserves to be treated with respect. Okay, that's something I was able to do. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me that we have other people, like, it's just embarrassing. It's embarrassing. And I hope she sees that what kind of community that she is a part of. And again, it's up to her. I'm not saying I'm making decisions for her. She can stay there if she wants. But I have told her privately that I just, I'd be careful. Just be careful, because these people are not normal people. This is not like, oh, I went to college with a bunch of guys and they were cool. Yeah, they're not the same as the flat earthers here. Not at all. These people are borderline psychos. I've never seen anybody lie more than Platzoid. Ever. Okay? I've never seen liars as much as I can. And then they go in there and they're like, oh, Jaren's a liar and he's lying about other people. It's like, I feel like I'm the only one who's just telling you the truth here. I admit when I've made a mistake. I admit when I'm wrong. It's the very least that a person could do. But when you have somebody that's lying to you, I thought that's why we were here. I thought that's why we were truthers. I thought that's why we did what we did. I'm finding out I was wrong. I found out when I became a truther and started to notice that, wait, the more I follow this line of thinking, the less I know. The more everybody's just calling everything fake. So if you want to believe that everything's fake, go ahead. But don't call yourself a truther, because you don't know any truth. How could you know the shape of the earth if you go around saying we don't have a map, we don't have a model, we make no claims, we have no sun, we have no direction, we have no design, we have no anything? Are you a truther? No, you're not. You're not. Okay, let me see here. Contemplate Everything says, as a flat earther, I am embarrassed by many channels, but not all are dirtbags. Okay, I will say that I wish I could tell you a flat earth channel that's being honest right now, but I really can't. So if that's your opinion, that's fine. But if your opinion is that I'm doing something wrong here by being honest, could I have come back and said, well, sure, we did see a 24-hour sun and we don't have a map for it, but you know what? The earth is still flat because the ground's flat. And no, I came back and said that we measure the ground flat because that's what the globe says. Water lies level because that's what the globe says. The 24-hour sun happened and was circling my head for 4 days because that's what the globe predicts and calls for. That's the difference. Is I'm just being real with you, and because flat earthers can't take it, they're taking their time to demonize me as much as possible. And I'm sorry, what am I supposed to do? If you think I'm just going to go away because you keep lying about me, it's not going to happen. You've already done enough. Trust me. All right, so we're going to go, whoops, that's the wrong one too. We'll go back to this one. Okay, so we have here the predicting the future. We had WWF. We were flat. Sorry. We've got the top 20 reasons, which I think is a great video because really it lays it out there for you. Makes it very simple. The top 20 reasons that you should flip from flat to globe. And then number 12 was the Fenice, but because that one went really long, you'll notice it was almost 8 hours. Then I said I would do a couple hours the next day, and because I can't get my shit together, I did a 7-hour stream the next day. So there's your 1 through 12 and a half. 12, and then we got 12 and a half. And then starting today is season 2, episode 1. The point would be you send somebody to this unplugged list if they want to realize why I isn't Jaren a flat earther anymore. And then I go to season 2 for other things. Contemplate everything says, Jaren, I could, but from what I have seen, people get blocked for mentioning them. Hey, I don't know. If my mods are blocking something that you don't think should be blocked, then you can message me on Telegram. I can't run a show by myself completely. If you didn't know, Enrique is fake, by the way. I don't have a sound engineer. Enrique, can you tell these guys, please, that you are not real and you're fake, if you don't mind?
Ay, cabron! You don't say when you want sound. I thought you like surprises.
I don't know. That's all you got to say? I thought that we had something better than that, but I guess that's it. See, if you don't understand, the whole thing is that it's just random things that he says. So he doesn't say anything.
Kefe, the mic is broken, or maybe just shy.
Okay, see? He doesn't actually work here. It's just me with a button. But people are not smart enough to get that. Anyway, if it's just me, I cannot mod the chat and do a presentation and do the soundboard and switch everything. I can't do that. So I have mods. They do a great job. And if you're in here saying rude shit, then they get rid of you. But I'm sure if you dropped a link to a Flat Earth channel, they're not going to ban you for that. Okay? Anyway, Enrique is CGI, yes. He's very real to Shifty. See, that's the thing. So maybe I shouldn't have said that, because if people know, they'll know how much money Enrique has made since working here, which has been $5, because somebody one time sent a super chat that said this is for Enrique because he asked to borrow $5 from me. So that was nice. Anyway, he needs a container. L. Ron Hubbard in the house. Wow, Dianetics. That's cool. Wow, that's nice. Let him out of the basement. I don't have a basement. I don't think anybody thought he was real, but you have to be careful with these people, because next thing you know, it'll be that he went on the trip with us and he was actually the cameraman. I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen? All right, so we're done pretty much with this. Clearly, that image is not the same. And anybody who's a VIP, you got, I'm the Craig's a VIP, so is Shifty Eyes. Either one of them can go and verify that. The time slot was 1:11, and they can come back and tell you, nope, that picture, and they probably saw it live. A lot of people saw it live. It's not the same picture that Flatzoid went and stole from her Facebook, which is clear here. I mean, why would that be on my stream, first of all? And why would it be covered up or blurred if it's something on her Facebook? I wouldn't even need to do that. So just dirtbags. Just dirtbags. And I want to hear what he's got to say before this, because I was sent the time slot, so I'm just going to rewind it just a hair, just so I can hear what they're on about.
Movement Rider, there is no such thing as a hate crime. What they promote.
What?
Don't buy into their agenda.
What was that
There is
about?
no hate, there is no, what they call it, criminal thought and so on. It's just ridiculous. And they're trying to weaponize language against us.
Hold on, I'm confused with what we're talking about here. Let me go back.
I don't remember all.
And there's no
And I don't even know what they're showing on the screen. Is this somebody's video? Oh, so we don't have morals. You're accusing somebody of sending me nudes and me of hiding it on my stream. But we don't have morals. What's going on? Is this a real stream? Captivating. Should probably have 1,000 people watching live. What's going on? What am I watching? Now I'm just watching because it's hilarious. Are they literally doing nothing?
Movement Rider, there is no such thing as a hate crime. What they promote. Don't buy into their agenda.
There's no such thing as a hate crime?
There is no hate, there is no, what they call it, criminal thought.
Brain
and
in
so
your
on.
head? Oh, sorry.
It's just ridiculous. And they're trying to weaponize language against us.
I don't remember all Flash. Remember Jeremy Legit Taylor Race.
What?
A lot of people were sus of him from the start.
Nobody can
Don't
understand
drop my
anything being
jacket.
said.
No problem, Derek. No problem, man.
I can't remember how she looks like, to be honest. All right, get you, Norman. Okay, I didn't pick it up.
I mean,
My
is he
bad.
doing it right now?
He's coming in, Derek, whinging.
It's like part of me thinks he's looking up right now to find that image.
That people are getting banned because they're called trolls. But he comes in with a troll, implying he's not a troll. And he comes in with a troll name, Dr.
Literally a troll.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dr. B. Nelson, saying he's not a troll. It's bloody Derek's name. You just proved your own, but you just disproved your own point.
Okay, I've got it on screen. I'm gonna.
All right.
I'm gonna. What's the name it though? Try and just.
Oh, so
I know you
he,
do
What I
agree.
so he's putting the box there. I was wondering where that box came from.
Need to take because like I said, I don't want to show stuff like this, and that's exactly.
You don't want to show stuff like this. You actually literally went and grabbed it. Literally, the internet has never seen this. It's on her Facebook. It's private, or I don't know if it's private, but I mean, it's tucked in her Facebook in her pictures, I guess. I don't know. She told me that. But you're like, I don't want to show things like this, but you're literally about to show it when it didn't need to be because you made it up.
Which is why
You've made this up completely.
I haven't shown anything.
Oh, you're such a good
So
guy.
Elizabeth-
Guys, Facatoid is actually a good guy. Okay, he doesn't want to do this. This is just, it's being forced on him because of all the liars out there in the globe earth community that lie to you about the shape of the earth. I mean, this is why he's got to show it.
I'm sorry.
He's sorry. He's so sorry that he said that she was a village bicycle. He's so sorry.
This was on Jaren's live stream on his photo.
False.
It's just
Fake.
You have to defend your integrity. You were saying that it was there. They are saying it's not.
Right. Notice this, because watch this. When it gets shown, this guy that's on his panel that just said, you're showing your integrity, they're saying it wasn't there, you're saying it was, and he's the liar. Will these guys leave his stream? Will they stop showing up? No, it's the best thing they've got going for them.
We see who was right.
Yeah, we'll see who's right. Notice that this is being said. Who is the guy talking? I don't know who he is. Doesn't speak very good English.
I'm going to cover my screen.
Oh, sure, you're going to cover your screen. Give me a break. These guys are the biggest
and yes,
jokes.
She has got clothes on. Okay, so don't think she doesn't have clothes on. But I just
Wait a second. I thought that you said that she sent me nudes. Flatsoid, you said, oh, Lisbeth has been sending Jaren nudes. And he literally showed it on his stream. So you take that back or what?
I don't want to.
But I thought she was nude. That's what you said. You told everybody that she was nude.
Just gonna close a bit because I mean, you get sick.
Let's cover the things, you know.
We're grown people here. We've all seen people naked,
Yeah,
partially
but
naked.
if you
at
show
one
it,
point.
they can come back and showing
So
that.
there's the photo. Okay, from the email.
Wait, from the email? Timeout. What do you mean from the email? I thought you said that this was on my stream. Now it's from an email? I don't get it.
Everything you can see. I've opened the email.
You've opened the email. This is not an email, dirtbag. What do you mean you've opened the email? And why do you have an email? So do you not realize, Flatsoid, that people might be joking with you? Sending you things that they say were on my stream when they weren't? Did you do any verification at all? Anything? God, I wish I could take back the dirtball of the week. Because it is definitely deserved here. I mean, you're just a liar. You are a dirtball. Okay, the fact that you went to get this off her Facebook and are pretending it's on some email is just ridiculous. So somebody, where did they get this image if it's from my stream? If it's from my stream, but that's an image that's in front of you. Doesn't even look like a screenshot. If it was from my stream, it would be a screenshot. You're just a liar.
Everything.
Oh, yeah.
This was on Jaren's live stream, guys.
Wrong. False. Fake. Fake news. Where's Trump? Trump, can we get some, when that happens, can we say some fake news?
You are fake news.
Thank you. You're fake news. What a joke. Contemplate everything. He says I prefer to stay on the topic of flat earth versus globe. No, but here's the important part here. What should be noted is this is not a conversation between upstanding people versus upstanding people. Both of them bring evidence to the table. We're reviewing the evidence and we're deciding which one better matches reality. That has gone away. It is now decrepit people, devoid of morals, devoid of truth, going up against people that have been trying to tell us for 10 fucking years that we were wrong. Now, I get it. I understand that as a flat earther, I had a mental block. And I get it that maybe all the flat earthers still do. So I need to figure out a way to get through to them. And one of the ways I think that you could show people that they're in the wrong group is when you show them that the group that they're with are disgusting. Okay, one of the things we were going to do today is just to look at some of the Facebook comments on my posts so that I could show you how disgusting these people are, because maybe that's what it takes to wake them up. Because if people are looking, because that's the most thing I've heard. Most of the people who have defected since Robbie and those three and myself and Melodome, who was even before me, but most of the people that have defected have said it's because of the community that they're in. Conflator said, that isn't true. Not all flat earth channels are dirtballs. Okay, so tell me one that is not. Where's the flat earth channel saying that we definitely went to the final experiment? We definitely went to Antarctica, and that the flat earth, the sun is not predicted by any flat earth map, and it's the only flat earth map that there'll ever be, and therefore the flat earth has been falsified. Tell me what flat earth channel is saying that. If they're not saying that, they are being dirtball. Okay? The Catzoid is a joke. All right. Gonna have to move this episode to season 1. Maybe just a little bit more. Just
Before
terrible.
he took it off.
No, no.
Before he took it off. You can't take things off your live stream. You mean that I blurred it?
No, don't.
Okay.
And why are you? I mean, it's
All
so
right.
ridiculous. It's like I've seen this image now, and she's just in a bathing suit. It wouldn't even be bad if it was on my stream.
Which he took, which this is August 25th, 2021, or whatever. The point is,
Wait. What happened?
All right.
You say I took it?
which he took, which this is August 25th, 2021, or
Oh, that's good. I took it 4 years before I knew her. That makes sense.
whatever. The point is, we see this kind of stuff. We made statements about it. They say I'm lying.
You are.
You clearly
not.
didn't lie.
You what?
So,
What that guy
we
say?
made statements about it.
The guy that
they
just
said
said,
I'm
"Oh, it's all
lying.
about your integrity." Let's hear what he said now.
You clearly
not.
didn't lie.
Oh, he clearly didn't lie. I mean, these guys are the arbiters of truth. I'd follow them for the shape of the earth. I really would. I think this is where you get your truth from. I'm getting it from the wrong places. That's my bad. Anyway, I mean, what is going on in the world? I don't know anymore. I don't know. One more time, stay tuned for episodes of We Were Flat, the WWF show. It should be fun. Like I said, an hour episode that just, what got you into it? How did you feel when you were into it? What made you leave? And how do you feel now? And I think when you have a consistent story by every single person that leaves, it says, I got in for this reason. I saw some evidence. When I was inside of it, I felt very empowered that we were uncovering this truth and we were helping the world. Then I got out because of TFE or because of the way people were acting or because there's no evidence anymore. And then how do you feel now? I feel so much better. I can actually get a job if I need one. I actually can go back to my family and apologize and rekindle friendships that broke up because of my belief in something ridiculous. Okay? The people before us have already figured out the shape of the earth. You cannot lie to the entire world about where they live unless they are all blind. If they're not blind, then they can make observations. If the observations match in every case, in every instance, then you live there. So when you find a flat earth map that matches observations in every way, then I will start to believe that we live there again. But at this point, we have a flat earth map that has been falsified, debunked, destroyed. It's garbage. Basically, it falls apart below the equator. So that's half of it is completely wrong. And even above the equator, it doesn't make observations. It doesn't make predictions. So it sucks. I admit that it sucks that I've had to admit this, and I will have to admit it my whole life. But it's the truth. And that's what you should put first. Not what these guys do. So anyway, let's move on with the show now. See if there's anybody in the chat I'm missing anything being said. Reality is all that of the facts necessary to ascertain the shape of the earth has been readily available for over a century at least. Showing first more facts will never work. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting to that point where I realize that. I mean, there's nothing you're going to show these people It's just maybe something will kind of creep in. Who knows? Hey, we have another one. KAUS Chaos says, I am WWF. I don't attack people for what they think or believe. Not all people in Flat Earth were bad. I'm not saying all people in Flat Earth were bad. I used to think very highly of some people. Very highly. Extremely highly. But they've fallen apart. And while they're going to use me as to blame, or that here's what I really think. I think that they saw me as very honest people in the Flat Earth community. Okay? So when somebody that you consider very honest does a complete flip on what they believe, you have to look at that and either say, wow, this honest person is now saying that we were wrong and that here's the evidence for that fact, or he must have been paid off. If you're a flat earther, and I've already told you about that mental block, that brick that gets put there that protects your current belief, which decision do you think they're going to make? Which one allows you to continue being a flat earther? It's the one that says Jaron was paid off. It's the one that says Patricia got a car. It's the one that says Paul on the plane was paid off. It's the one that says Robbie was paid off. That's the only narrative that will allow you to remain as a flat earther. So that's the narrative that you talk about. That's the narrative you believe. So that has caused Dave Weiss to become a dirtball and to not talk to me since I got back and to never ask questions and to claim I'm getting a house and that I've been compromised. That's his only option. Conspiracy music guru. Figured I must have been lying. Declined doing my jingle. Then posted that video about Santos. Or that Santos made. Okay, these things are because they think that I'm lying. Or that I'm being paid off. So I get it, but they're wrong, and one day they're going to see it. Will they ever apologize? No, I don't think that they're that kind of people. But we will see, because when I got back with the information that I had and the video footage I had, that's when it's time to review it and say, oh shit, if that stuff's true, the Earth is not flat. But these guys have doubled down and said the Earth is so flat that they've lied about it, they put it in a studio, and that they did it into the Sphere in Vegas. Okay? Andy Kidmar says, I have lost respect for Dave Weiss, Marty Leeds, and Mark Sargent. Myself as well. And if you would have asked me that 4 months ago, I would say Mark is a big dork, but he's fine, harmless. I would say that Marty Leeds was a good guy. No issues with him. And I would say Dave Weiss is a champion for Flat Earth. He's pushing Flat Earth very hard. And my opinion of all of them have drastically changed, amongst others. So when you say there's good Flat Earth channels out there, I'm not really sure that those things jive in my brain. They really can't be, it's like a paradox. Because if they are being honest, then they wouldn't be flat earthers at this point. Or they would at least reach out to me, ask questions, come and refute my evidence. But they just have attacks, personal attacks. That's all they have. Okay? That's all they have. And they have revenge porn. That's the other thing they have. That's all they got. That's all they got. It's pretty sad, pretty embarrassing. And so I can't say that there's any honest Flat Earth channels. I'm trying to think. No, even the people I talk to, they will even admit things, but then they're like, nah, I'm going to stay flat. It's like, okay, you might want to talk to me about why, because I can tell you why you're wrong. And to the people that want to keep doubling down about this, I've already said, I will do a challenge with you. If you don't think there's a 24-hour sun, Sov or anybody else, then let's each buy a trip to the South Pole and let's go down there this coming year, this coming December. And then whoever's right, the other person will pay for their trip. I would love another free trip to Antarctica. I really would. Okay? I would. How is Whitsitt still a flat earther after seeing direct proof of his model doesn't work? I'm giving him time. I understand that it would be a blow. It would be a blow. So I'm hoping that he comes along. The rest of the year you can't see it. Sorry, I'm just reading some of these. Okay. Explain to me your model, why I can only see the Southern Cross in Hawaii between December and January. I live here and we see it every year. Yeah, I mean, there's so many things, but I mean, here's the big thing, and I'll just keep saying this one thing because it's so simple. Everybody in the South, the sun, okay, I have to always predicate this because people don't get it. we're talking about facing to the west. If you didn't know this, everybody who faces west will see the sunset at some point, unless you're in one of the poles. Okay, so if you live where most people do, in a country somewhere, you look west and you're about to watch the sunset. If you're in the north, where most of the people watching this are, when we see the sunset, it sets from our left hand to our right. It does not go straight down if you're in the north. It goes at a cross, like a left to right diagonal. And depending on how close you are to the equator versus the north, it will adjust that arc or adjust that angle. But it always moves left to right. In the south, which just means go on the other side of the equator, in the south, the sun sets right to left. That's all you need. Every flat earther should hear that and go, wait a second. So you're saying that I believe in something that isn't matching the observation at all. Because if you believe in a flat map, then you believe in a sun that does a 24-hour circle and it goes clockwise. So what in the world would cause you to go to the South Pole, or the south of the equator, and say, oh, now it's setting right to left? Is there a model that predicts that? There is. Is there a model that says this is required? There is. It is the globe model. So just in that one thing, just imagine this. The globe would admit that if the sun set left to right for everybody on the globe, there would be a problem. It means that the globe is possibly falsified, because the globe demands the sun go left to right for people in the north and left to left for people in the south. We're talking about one thing here that would cause the globe so much problems if it didn't match observations. But guess what? It does. It predicts it. And no matter what we talk about right now, whether it's the stars, whether it's the South Celestial Pole, whether it's the South Pole, whether it's the way the equinox works, whether it's the way the solstices work, all those things are predicted and explained by the globe. So I apologize for my direct, or maybe I'm being a little too forward, too blunt, but that's all that's needed. So in a real world of people that were real about evidence, and we would all move forward at this point. There's other things to talk about. There's other conspiracies. There's other things that matter. Leave the flat earth behind. And if you want to still believe in it in your head, or you're like, maybe I'll still hold out hope, good, do that. But stop going into Facebook and telling Globers that they're wrong. Stop treating me the way that you're treating me. Stop treating Leaguesbeth the way that you're treating her. Nobody deserves it. We didn't do anything wrong but go down, make an observation, and come back and tell you. And for that, we've been demonized. And Austin too, everybody. It's not deserved, and it's disgusting. And I can't understand why it's got to go this way, but okay, sorry. All right, so we got that. We did that. We're going to move this one back and get on with the show. And maybe we can, I don't know if we want to drop that part of it or not. I was going to show those comments. I mean, I guess it's probably good to do, but we'll start with something else. Let's start with something else. Let's go with, as if we haven't already talked about the dirtball of the week, we're going to get a new one in here. Let's do it. Let's find out. It's just going to be the show of dirtballs. Just all dirtballs all day, every day. Guess it's the only thing we can really do. It's the only thing we can really do. All right, we got the dirtball of the week. Are you ready? Who's it going to be? It's not Flatzoid. You already know that, which he's definitely on the top of the list for next week. Let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the dirtball of the week. Who will it be?
Try to be best, well this week you're the man. Yeah, there's no way that you can escape it. Hard to believe you went and did that stuff. Such a dirtball, that's a mistake. History repeats itself. Try hard and you'll succeed. Every Friday when we name another dirtball of the week. You're the best around. Double of the week, enjoy your crown. You're the best around. With dirtball levels that just astound. You're the best around. Ain't nobody that can keep this dirtball down.
Yeah, the winner is, watch out for the shovel. It is Karen B. Good old Witchy Poo. If you guessed her, you guessed right. I guess she guessed already. She has already preeminently accepted this award. Karen B, for many reasons that we'll go over in a second, you are, by far, and the first ever female dirtball of the week. Congratulations.
You're the best around. The very best double pound for pound. You're the best around. Not just in your town, you're world renowned. You're the best around. It wasn't even close, you won't have
Karen B has been talking to me for a couple months, privately, talking about Dave's app, how it's tracking people. It's still leaking data as of today. That's sad. But now they're like best friends. Why? Because they're taking the road, they're taking the flat earth, they're going to go further with it, even though it's got no evidence. Sad.
around. Double of the week, enjoy your crown. You're the best around. With that full levels of just a sound. You're the best around. Ain't nobody that can keep the step down.
Let's pretend that I'm the umpire here. I'm telling him, no, Karen B, for sure. Yep, I'm going to pick her. First female ever. Karen B, dirtball. And here comes Karen B. Her hair's frizzing everywhere. I'm no dirtball. I'm just a witch. Not dirtball at all. Completely normal. Nothing wrong with me. Let me explain one thing that Karen B has done that's definitely put her up to the top of the list for this week. I have a VIP group, and we get together every first and third Saturday of the month, and it is $15 a month. It's $150 a year if you want to do that, and we get together twice a month for those hangouts, and we also do a crypto class at the beginning of the month. And you also get all my videos. Bring this back over here. I don't know where my thing is. There we go. So congratulations to Karen B for being the first female. And the things came yesterday. The physical devices, the physical awards came yesterday. So I'll put those together. And then Karen B, you can reach out if you want. And I can send that to your house. Same thing with Dave Weiss, the first and second members of the Dirtball of the Week Club. And what she did was, she was a member of my VIP. I got a chargeback this week. Even though she purchased the VIP 4 months ago, she wrote in the note that she wanted a refund for the $150. And because I changed, that was her explanation. Because the person was formerly this and now he's this, and I don't want to be in the club anymore. So let me just say something about my personal way of living life. Is if I was ever to purchase a VIP with somebody for 4 months who said they are a truther, and then they came back from a trip and told me the truth about the trip, then I would not say, you know what, I don't like this new truth. I like the old truth that he used to talk about. So I'm going to demand a $150 refund for my, I don't know what reason. That's dirtball alone. Okay, that definitely pushed you right up into the dirtball of the week crowd. It's just embarrassing. I can't imagine doing that. I just can't imagine doing that. Now, if you were doing a monthly payment and you stopped, that's fine. Okay, but to just pull yourself, and I just want to mention. Well, we'll talk about it here in a second, but it's not quite. Let me show you this. I'm going to listen to something that Karen B said here today and talk about it a little bit more, but let's just go to this one real quick. Just because I want people to hear what she says here about people who believe in the mud floods and Tartaria and that kind of thing. This is from her show this Monday.
Sacred put his medias on pause. Proud deleted hers. Something strange going on.
Oops, I'm a little too far back.
I haven't seen that pop up. I like to hang out with Ted because Ted works all week, so I want to hang out with Ted on the weekends. I don't,
It was out here, I think. Nice music.
It is okay. We heard from him recently. All is okay. He's just taking care of a lot of things right now. Yeah.
Make sure I have the right time here. I thought I had.
Yeah, people love bullshit.
Here we go.
Hey, fake Planet Buster, why don't you just go over there then and quit Dude, I just don't want to see that stupid bullshit on my channel. I'm sorry, I just don't. Do you think I care? Do you think that I have the ability to go look up a bunch of old pictures and make up a bunch of bullshit stories about all these old pictures and feed you guys a bunch of bullshit?
That's what Dave Weiss does. Pay attention. You've known that, but you've refriended him simply because of the belief that you both have in the flat earth. Karen B may have a problem. I heard she say, oh, Jaron, you'll hear it later. She says, oh, Jaron's, I hate how he's acting, this and that. And the only thing that I've said about her is the truth. Again, I operate in truth while these people just go into la la land. I said that she has claimed that she used to watch the sky with a camera or telescope. I'm not sure which one. She was testing the sky and she said, quote and unquote, every observation that I made of the sky matched the globe Earth, so I stopped looking. That's what she said. Again, every observation that I made of the sky matched the globe Earth, so I stopped looking. Okay, so people who follow her, who are flat earthers, just so you know, she's saying the thing that should tell you the shape of the Earth. Can you imagine that everything you see in the sky matches the globe Earth? Nothing that you see in the sky matches the flat Earth, and you've chosen to be flat earthers. That's a little bit weird.
Same as all these other channels do, who get a bunch of fucking nobodies to go in there and like push play and like.
Karen, you know what we found the other day? Or not we found, I saw it from Austin Thompson. That, you know, that video that everybody shows that there's an astronaut in the ISS and he goes over to the back panel and he's like doing something and then there's a little ding, ding, ding sound. And then people are like, oh, the screw fell, right? And he's trying to get the screw, it fell. And how does it fall on gravity? Did you know that we found the original video of that and it's not what happens? That is another fake video by flat earthers. If you were a flat earther right now, I would be alarmed and I would say to myself, you know what? I should step back from the flat earth because I'm seeing people like this who say every observation they made matches the sky. I'm seeing people like Jaron who have flipped, who've been a flat earther for 10 years and now they are trying to save face and admitting that they're wrong. I should step back. Dave Weiss has gone to the lengths of throwing a 10-year friend under the bus. Conspiracy Music Guru is posting videos of Santos Bonacci wishing Jaron's death and calling his dead mother and his wife a bimbo. Talking about him sitting on rockets. He's posted that. Why would he do that? Jaron and him were friends, I thought. It's gone further. Now we have Conspiracy Music Guru freely offering up revenge porn to people in this chat. We're about to see that. I wouldn't do that to my enemy. If somebody sent me an email and inside that email was my enemy's personal videos that were sent between two other people, can you imagine me going into a chat and saying, hey, everybody, guess what I have? Guess what I got emailed today? I got emailed these videos that clearly aren't for me, clearly weren't for me to start with, but I'm going to hand them out. Who wants a link? You want a link? You want a link? All right, here we go. Flat earthers, you should step back. You got people out there accusing your former flat earthers, Paul on the Plane, Robbie Davidson, Patricia Steer, of taking money or of getting paid to pull back their flat earth beliefs, which is ludicrous. They pulled back their flat earth beliefs because the evidence is now clear. The evidence is now in front of us. The South is as described. If the South is the opposite of the North, what shape has those features? What shape says the South is the opposite of the North and it varies 6 months at a time? Crazy. Keep
like, well, how'd they do that? It must have been giants. Nobody knows. Where do we all come? Mud flood, Tartaria. Like, I could do that too. But you know what? I don't.
Right, but there's, hopefully you see, Karen, that there's now this side of the story that sees flat earthers are all doing that. That's what flat earth is. Your best evidence is water lies flat and level. That's the globe claim. You also say that there's that the ground beneath our feet is measured flat. Yep, for every 660 feet, there's an 1/8 inch of curvature. You'll never see it. We don't need it to build. We don't need it to build bridges. We don't need it to build canals. We don't need we don't even need to know it. Isn't that a beautiful invention or a creation or whatever you want to call it? Accident, if that's what you believe? That the Earth is so large that it's a sphere, but we can treat it no matter where we're at as flat. That's how we fly planes. That's how we, all these things. I believe that you would have a hard time flying a plane on a small sphere. I think you'd have a hard time doing that. Luckily, the sphere is 24,901 in circumference, and we can actually treat it as flat, which is why all those documents, one of the reasons that I think flat earthers always say is, but they have all kinds of, we have all these documents, 65 NASA documents claiming that to treat the Earth as flat and level. Yes, because you can. So if you don't want to overcomplicate things, you can treat the Earth as flat and level, and from there you can do a bunch of things. And it doesn't make a difference if you are talking about that specific instance. But if you're doing surveying or you're doing leveling through surveying or whatever you call it, auto level, then you do need to take it into account. And it is taken into account. Okay? You have to take it into account when you're talking longitude, latitude. Because the Earth comes back together at the bottom just like it comes together at the top. That's how everybody sees the South Celestial Pole in the sky, and they're all facing basically each other. What's below that? The South Pole. Everybody walks towards the southernmost part of the sun. You're going to bump heads at the South Pole. Okay, let's continue. What's going on here?
Because I don't find that to be a respectable way to behave, okay? I'm not into spinning a bunch of garbage all over YouTube so that everybody can just believe and start going on.
But that's what's going on. That's what's going on. And I think you know that. I think you know that half of Dave's videos are garbage. Here's what you don't know, though. You went and backed Steve Falconer. Okay? You didn't do any research in that video because anybody that does knows that it's completely and totally wrong. I don't want to keep bringing that up, but Steve Falconer this is the problem with Flat Earth. Why are you guys as Flat Earthers allowing a video to remain up that is totally wrong? It's been shared by Mark Sargent. It's been shared by Dave Weiss, and it's wrong. If these were truthers, if these guys were telling the truth, and then they found out that the video was wrong, they would pull it. But they're not. They leave it up. Why? Because they don't care about the truth. The truth is not what's important to Flat Earthers. It's that the Earth is flat. That's the only thing that's important to them. Okay, they don't care how you get there. They only care that you are a Flat Earther. That's all they care about. What is going on here? Sorry, hold on. I'm trying to fix something. Great. It doesn't work. Okay. Anyway, let's see. What is this? I'm just noticing here, I don't know if you guys can see this, but let me show you what's going on here because I'm just confused now. It's almost as if somebody is watching this and just turned off the chat, which doesn't matter. I have all the screenshots, but the chat's gone. I don't know why.
And repeating garbage. Oh, did you hear this fantasy story?
Oh, you inspire me. That's kind of funny. The chat is gone. And you know what I saw earlier today, what I was going to point out to you, is that somebody went in to this chat and took... Conspiracy Music Guru's posts have been removed from this chat. Why? Because he's offering up revenge porn in there. Freely, like it's no big deal. To a former friend for the purpose of demonizing his name. It's disgusting. What I did is legal. Me and a consenting adult, legal. Nothing illegal. Now, if that consenting adult decided, because I changed my mind about the shape of the Earth, to send people an email with revenge porn in it, then guess what? As human beings, if I ever got an email like that, I would just delete it. What am I going to do? Go into somebody's chat and announce myself? Hey, I'm here. I've got, who wants this? Who wants these links? Oh, it's really disgusting. Oh, it's really bad. Wait till you see it. It's really bad. These are the people that you're involved with. These are the people that you're following and you're championing. And guess what? Because I know now who the Flat Earthers are, nobody will speak out about it. Do you see anybody saying he shouldn't have done that? No. Karen B allows it. Just allows them to be in the chat, offering up the link to whoever wants it. And then we've got clearly straight men like Gregory May, and I can name some other names. I'll have to look at the chat again. who just said, I want to see it. Me. Send me the link. Well, let me tell you guys, whoever has that link and whoever's looking at it, the IC3 has been contacted. I've been contacted by them. They got the links pulled down, but they can follow up now with all the way the people who had the links. So I would recommend that you in the future, because, and then I was shocked that Dave Weiss responded to an email from me. So I emailed him yesterday and said, hey, just so you know, I saw you in Karen's chat say that you had 12 people send you that link. So just don't be surprised when the IC3 contacts you, because they're going to find out who those 12 people are. They gave you the link. And he responded, oh, I didn't care about it anyway, or something. And then he says, but I didn't know that those were taken privately. So he thinks that revenge porn is only when somebody takes pictures of you and you didn't know. Like it's, peeping Tom through the window or something. No. If two consenting adults exchange images or share images or whatever, it's between them. They're adults. They're consenting. They're in private. Doesn't concern you. And if it's what you concern yourself with, and then you go as far as to say, oh, I got these, which clearly were not meant for publication, but I'm going to publicize them anyway. Okay. Let's continue this part.
All right. Thanks, Kyle.
Thank you.
Okay, let me check this time slots again. I got a couple times to show you. We've got
hey, there's
2:05.
Dr. Zach.
Oh, Dr. Zach, speaking of winners.
Dr. Zach, what's up?
So that's the way that Karen's gone. Karen's gone towards the, I really like Dr. Zach. I really like these people in the flat earth community. So I'm just going to continue being a flat earther, even though all the sky matches the globe, even though they saw the 24-hour sun, even though she doesn't deny we saw the 24-hour sun. She's just going to remain, because it's easier. And this is somebody who's already seen me get jumped. This is somebody who's already seen Robbie Davidson and Patricia Steer get jumped. And when we do, they dig into our past and say, oh, they have Axion, and oh, Jaren's got this. And right, so that she's afraid now. You've frightened Karen B from leaving the flat earth. Okay, that's what's happened.
I saw this video where this flat earther guy said that you lost a bunch of money on Axion, so that you had to denounce your belief in the flat earth. So I don't think I want you cleaning my...
So what they're talking about here is she's actually saying that they're making fun of the cease and desist order that Patricia and Robbie and Paul sent to Mark and Dave Weiss. Okay? Here's the thing, flat earthers, please listen. You cannot just lie about people. It's not okay. It wouldn't happen in real life. I understand that the internet's different and they seem to let people get away with that. But you will be held accountable, and you should be held accountable. Mark cannot just go on his show and make claims like, oh, they've been paid off by the SEC for their accident. They're not in trouble by the SEC. They have nothing to do with that. You just are lying. And so if you keep lying and then people start sharing it, now this person lies, now this person lies, then they have every right to bring a case because you are defaming them. And then this is her making fun of them by saying that it affects their professional standing. She's like, oh, they're not really professionals. Well, maybe they want to be. What if Patricia wants to get a job? What if Robbie has a job in mind that he's going for? You don't understand that you are hurting these people's credibility by lying about them? Now you're making fun of them about it?
dryer duct anymore. I don't think so. I'm ethically opposed to you cleaning my dryer duct.
And Robbie, what does Robbie do?
What difference does it make?
Like, it's just funny.
It's not funny. It's dirtball to lie about people. That's what it is.
Can't keep track of who you're supposed to hate. You're not supposed to hate anybody. You don't have to hate anybody. Like, I don't hate anybody. I think Jaren's being a complete jerk off with the crap that he's saying. He's being a dickhead.
So I'm being a jerk off and a dickhead by telling the truth. By being honest. I think these people are hearing from other people or something. Because if they're watching my show, I don't know what I'm saying unless you're like, oh, he's being mean to flat earthers. Or he's saying things mean about flat earthers. But I'm being honest.
But I don't hate anybody. You're not supposed to you shouldn't have to hate anybody. It's just, people are just being ridiculous. Their behavior is ridiculous. It's petty. It's just silly, man. The shit that's going on.
So I'm trying to look closer.
So happy I know nothing about any of the drama. Dude, it's ridiculous. Solar eclipse 2 days ago. It's a legal quagmire. No way they're moving. It's just dumb.
I mean, you got Mark Sargent here saying nobody, no lawyer would go through with this. The case is not real.
Talking of jerk off, I was sent some rather disturbing videos over the weekend. Oh my god. Not more Jaren videos.
So then it proceeds, and you can see that chat is here. Conspiracy music, dick images disseminator, I think is what his name is. But to just say that, speaking of jerk off, I was sent, okay, so why are you saying anything? So he was sent these videos. Now, what does he say after that? And by the way, I wonder to see if I reload this. I wonder why the chat disappeared. Ah, it's back. Good. Where were we? Hold on one second. 205.
Isn't that hilarious?
I'm going to show you that they've already gone through. Talk about admission of guilt. The chat has been removed, but he doesn't realize it's on the screen. So it's there still. These guys, I tell you. And you'd think that if they removed it, that then somebody apologized to me, right? There's an apology from him saying, hey, sorry, I removed my name because I realized I did something wrong. No, they just go in and remove it to stay out of legal trouble.
But I don't hate anybody. You're not supposed to I mean, you shouldn't, man. Ridiculous. It's a legal quagmire. No way there. Videos over the weekend. Oh my god.
Okay, so notice here. Up here you've got Dr. Bass Ackwards saying, I hate something. Okay, and you notice down here, hate had to unsub Jaren. Oh, that's not what it says? Let me see. I can't look. Look closer. No, oh, it's this one. I hate, and love. Okay, there he is. I hate, and love. Followed by Conspiracy Music Guru saying, speaking of jerking off, I have images, whatever. Notice that it's gone. Now, it's on the screen, and I have screenshots of it when it was over here. So after the fact, somebody's gone in and removed his chats from the chat because it's an admission of guilt. Because it's against the law, in case you didn't know, everybody out there, you cannot pass out images or videos. It's called revenge porn or non-consensual whatever something. Okay? So what you fail to realize is no matter what you think of me, what I did is legal and consensual. What's going on here is illegal because I do not give consent. Do you understand? You do not have my consent. I did not send those images to you. They weren't meant for you. What the hell?
This is Star Talk.
Thanks, Neil, but that's not what we're trying to get at. Okay? So he's gone in and removed his
rather disturbing videos over the weekend. Oh.
Now what comes up next, and we don't need to watch this, but you can go there if you want. What comes up next is that people start saying, I want to see very straight men who want to see another man. There is no man that you could say in a chat, oh, I have video of Tom Cruise, of, it doesn't matter, Vin Diesel, whoever you want. There is no way that I'm going to be like, I want to see me. I'm a straight male. Can you show me, please? Can I have the link? Then Conspiracy Music Guru says, I'll send it to your Facebook. I'll send it to your Messenger account. And the guy says, yeah, please, right now, I'm waiting. And then it goes over to the Messenger account. And then the guy says, confirmed, I received it. And then they both talk about how many times it's been downloaded. All publicly right here in front of everybody. But again, not all of Conspiracy Music Guru, just the stuff that's illegal has been removed from the chat. Why does that keep doing that? Come back, chat. There we go. Just got another minute here. But
solar eclipse 2 days ago. People sending you those videos.
And so I'm trying to see here in the chat if there's anything else that we need to see. Conspiracy Music Guru is in green. Or purple, I mean. Okay, there's another one. Yeah, so here he says, yup. Right? Because she said it. Some people say, and then you see here, that one's still here. Yup. But the other one, strangely, is not there. The one that says, hey, look what I have. Hey, who wants a link? My good buddy, you know my ex-friend Jaron? Yeah, you know him. The guy that I posted the Santos Bonacci video about? Him. Yeah, I got images, and so I'm passing them out to whoever wants them. But I'm not disgusting. I'm a normal human being. I'm Conspiracy Music Guru. I'm normal. Normal people. If you have such a problem with the images getting out, you are the one doing it. I didn't put them out for the world to see. I put them out for one person. Okay? You've just disgusted me. And for Karen just to allow it, she knows what's going on here in a second. That these people, oh, and I want to show one other thing. Where is it at? Where it says, you go a little further. And here's another thing that I just have. I don't want to get mad at anybody that's here, but not one person in all this chat stands up and says, hey, what you're doing is illegal. Hey, stop what you're doing. It's not legal. It's a crime. Nobody's saying that. Okay. I want to keep going a little bit further here. Then we got Mark Sargent here. This is my opinion that the reason Jay is not on the letter. By the way, how childish is this? How school grade is this? They've all decided between themselves to no longer say my name. What grade are we in? 3rd grade? They're not going to say my name anymore. They call me Jay. Okay? Disgusting. Let's keep going. Just trying to get to that part where I'll show you what people have to lie about me. Okay. Oh, Jaron has credibility. So funny. Okay. Oh, it's right in line with the kind of people that they prove to us they are. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Consensual actions by adults, and you are... Okay. Here's... Oh, I guess Dirt didn't want to remove his. There's his saying, a dozen people have sent it to me, and unfortunately I did look once. Please stop sending to me, as I will just block you if you do. So he says a dozen people have sent it to him, and the IC3 knows about that, so they will find out who those dozen were, because they all committed a crime. Let's keep going. Who's this guy? Learning Time is also a very straight man, I'm sure, who wants to see really bad, I guess. Okay. Where is... what's wrong with people, says Dr. Bass Ackwards. We're going to find out what's wrong with him in a second. Okay. Then somebody says Jake was right. Ridiculous. Excuse me. I want to show you this one thing. Where is it? And then Dearth. Karen, you should look at them live and do a reaction video. Kyle Adams. Maybe Jaron did flip over marital issues. Okay. Look at these guys laughing at Gregor May. Ooh, 17 downloaded. LOL. 17 traumatized people. LOL. So funny. I wonder why they're traumatized. Could it be because you sent them out? Just an idea. It could be, huh? I don't want to keep looking for it. In here, Dr. Bass Ackwards says, I thought I'd be able to find it. Here, no, that's not it either. Wonder if he removed his. Well, it's not illegal, at least what he did. But I don't see it now. So Dr. Bass Ackwards, who used to be one of my audience, right? Wait, maybe that was it. I just saw it. Oh, it's not truth or behavior at all. But what is getting an email with explicit images and videos and then giving out the link to everybody. These guys have lost their morality. They've lost the plot. They don't care how dirtball they are. It's just about being a flat earther. If you're a flat earther, you can do whatever you want. If you're not, then they will bury you for whatever. Okay? I don't see it now. But Dr. Bass Ackwards says in there that Jaron openly promotes his OnlyFans. Now, I thought at first when he said that it was a joke, that he was just joking, because he said that in the chat. Jaron, it's kind of a funny joke, I guess, considering what's going on the screen. Then Karen B says, reads it out loud and says, oh, are you serious? Are you sure? And then he says, yep, for sure. That's a lie. I don't have an OnlyFans. I don't openly promote an OnlyFans. I might after this. Who knows? Let's see. But there is not one as of now. Okay. Oh, there it is right there. I just saw it. Oh, no. I thought it's not. I thought that was it. No. Okay. I want to show you something else that was said by somebody else. This is what happens when you leave the flat earth. Okay. You'll get this kind of response from people. I'm hoping oh wait, let me look up here. It's at 2:23. 2:23. What do we have here? And these people here saying, no one's upset at Judas Jeranism going back on the globe. It's his outright lying and defamation. No, there's no defamation by when you are telling the truth, okay, of others that people have a problem with. But you can't point out any lies, right? Okay. Keep going here. But I mean, isn't it shocking? Not one of these people has the morals to say, hey, what you guys are doing by sharing those is against the law. Hello, does anybody care? No, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Trying to see if I can find where it's said. So I'll just say it, and you can find it in here. The chat's in here. This is Cammie right here, Aceling77717. She is Bob's wife, Bob Nodell. Okay. In this, she just says out of nowhere that, oh, and I'm loving Globebusters so much more with Shane and Alan. And Bob would have loved it so much more now because it's more in line with his beliefs. Cammie, that's disgusting. It's disgusting that you said that over a business venture that Bob and I did together, that we ran that show together for almost 10 years. Okay? And for you to say now that, oh, you like the show better because autistic Shane is there rattling off lies. And just, I mean, if you saw the video that I did about him, he's making shit up that it's keeping people locked in a cult. What he's saying has no justice or no ramifications ever. He just describes what we see and tells people that the flat earth, it has some sort of prediction of that. It does not. Do you understand the problem? You cannot just say what we see and then say, well, it's a flat earth because of that, when the flat earth model doesn't account for it. For instance, he talks about the sun rising at 90, setting at 270. How does that work on a flat earth if north of that the sun turns and south of that the sun turns? So why would the equator be the only place that it does not? Well, the globe explains that. The flat earth will never.
Oh,
you see the difference?
Because
it's pretty sad that you would say that about my friend. I know he's your husband, but it's literally the equivalent of me having some good-looking girl on the screen and saying, oh, that good-looking girl, you know, she looks great. I bet you Bob would like her more than his wife. That's the equivalent. Would I ever say that? No. But that's what you just did. In front of all these people, my former friends, you've said that Bob, somebody who's no longer with us, would prefer the current hosts of Globebusters as to me. Why? I was honest. Those guys are lying to the audience. Pretty sad. Pretty sad that I have to deal with all this. But I was just looking if I could find that anywhere, but I don't see it. Let's see, what other time I had here? 2:07. I think we heard that one already. 2:07. 2:07, 2:08. So anyway, if it's not an admission of guilt that you've removed your message here, Conspiracy Music Guru, and I've got screenshots showing that it was here. Well, and it obviously tells you what's here this as well. So why don't you unblock me from Telegram and send me an apology? Why don't you try that rather than just removing your thing off this like it never happened when it did? Because obviously if you removed it, you realize there's a mistake that you made. So can you apologize for the mistake, or you are so stuck in the flat earth that you can't even do that? You have no humanity left. That's my guess. That's my guess. All right. Pretty crazy. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. And that's, if you listen to this conversation where Karen says that she lost it with me when I've done too much, is she said, oh, when Jaren started speaking for the dead, somebody asked me in the chat, hey, what do you think Bob would think about all this? What would Bob have done? And I said, I don't want to speak for Bob, but Bob was somebody about science. He was about observations. He was about the truth. And so I don't know what I said from that point, but if I said something like, in my opinion, Bob wouldn't have just made up some bullshit and gone along with, we don't have a map, we don't have a model, we don't have a way, we don't have a design, we don't have claims, we don't do anything. Bob was very scientific. Okay? He also wouldn't allow us just to point out what we see and then say that that fits on the flat Earth map. That's, if you call that speaking for the dead, hey, go ahead. But when somebody says Bob would rather this or Bob would like this, that's different. I didn't throw anybody under the bus and say, oh, Bob would have hated Globebusters now and Bob would have loved Globebusters. I didn't do anything like that. So again, you're just being a hypocrite. You're just being a hypocrite because you even read what she says on the screen. You even read it out loud to everybody and then say you agree.
You want to see? No, I don't want to stay.
What is she laughing about there? Sorry, I was trying to read this. I was just seeing if there's anything else there. Pretty sad that this goes on. I mean, it's just, this is how bad it's gotten. So, just so you know, they will dig. People will send emails to other people. They will expose whatever they can. And that's just pathetic. And yes, the people asking, I do know who did it. And it's for that reason. That person is a flat earther who's now upset at me. And so that's their way of getting back. But it doesn't have to go anywhere if it's not for people sharing it publicly in chats for no other reason than to demean me. That's the only reason you would do it. Okay? And I don't know if I'll be able to find, skip through as fast. Just want to see if I can see Cammy's chat in there. Aisling, where's she at? I just saw it. Okay, it's a white logo. This Musicians for Truth, I don't know who this guy is. He says, Jake was always right. He was right about Jaren. What do you mean? What is he right about? Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Gregory May, did I point him out? Very straight man. And you see what I'm doing now is I'm doing something that he put out in public. Do you understand? When he makes a chat like that, that's consent. He's putting consent for that to be seen by the public. Me talking about it is consensual. Nothing wrong with that. He's a straight man who wanted to see another man's privates. Very normal. Every man wants that. We'll learn about that a little bit. Okay. Just checking if we can find it real quick. If we can't, we'll move on. But it's just to have, I mean, like, none of this stuff would need to be said. None of this stuff needs to be said publicly. But yet, that's what these guys do. And he's like telling people, in case they didn't know, not pics, graphic vids. Thanks, Alex. Good guy. Good guy. Obviously cares a lot. Trying to see if I can find Aisling here. Agreed, Karen. Don't know what was said there. It's Karen who agrees. I just wanted to hear that part where basically. Yeah, just talking about it like it's completely cool. It's against the law. It is a crime. Look up revenge porn. Okay. Oh, it's Jaren, stop watching this chat right now. I had to hear about it from other people, of course. Okay. Everybody making fun of my name, whatever they can do. Here we go. This is Dr. Bass Ackwards. Jaren openly advertises his OnlyFans account. This is the same guy that earlier was saying that I have no credibility. Jaren has credibility? Oh, so funny. This guy was one of my fans, one of my audiences, one of my subscribers. At no time have I openly advertised for my OnlyFans account. Ridiculous. Okay, let's keep going. Whoops. Sorry, I did something wrong there.
Jaren openly advertises his OnlyFans account. Shut up.
So she says, shut up, right? So if whatever he says next, he's talking about that. Let's watch.
Hilarious. I'm enjoying Glowbusters so much more with Shane and Alan. Bob would have loved working with them so much more in line with his thoughts. I agree, Cammy.
Wow. You deserve Dirtball of the Week. Other people deserve it as well. Cammy, that's something I never thought I would see you do. I'm enjoying Glowbusters so much more with Shane and Alan. Bob would have loved working with them so much more in line with his thoughts. The ramblings of an autistic guy that's what you mean? Bob would have preferred that. Lies, and we don't have a model, we don't have a map. Okay. Talk about dirtball. And look at this guy down here. Says, really, Dr. Bass Ackwards? Really? Is that true? Because you just said Jaren openly advertises for his OnlyFans account. Let's see if that's true. Yup. He does. No joke. What a loser. What a loser. It's getting disgusting, man. It's just, the guy freaking lost it. Oh, man. I mean, they don't care about what's going on in their own backyard. They don't care that right now on the screen is people illegally sharing links to things that were not consensual to them to share. Nobody cares. Not one person has even said, hey, we should... Anybody think that... You know why? Because they're all afraid. They're afraid of, if this is happening to Jaren, if I leave the flat earth, what will happen to me? What will they look into and expose of me? That's the problem with this. I don't know what this means. I own the rights to Jeranism. I don't know what that means. It's like, oh man, I can't even. Jeranism was my nickname for Judas. Now you see why. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Trademark that shit immediately. Thunder Chicken, not somebody else that goes into the garbage pile. Just disgusting. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. I don't need to say much more. I think it's good enough. We've got our dirtball of the week. She is the first female ever to get the award, and she deserved it. Granted, was there somebody who should have moved ahead of her? I think so. I think Flatzoid probably should have moved ahead of her in the rankings. But, I mean, these people. As soon as he started that crypto BS channel was when I got the mega creep vibes. I mean, some of this isn't funny. The creep vibes, because when I started the crypto channel 3 years ago. Oh, okay. So 4 years ago, whenever that was. It's hilarious. Okay. Whatever you say. Whatever you guys say. Whatever makes you feel good. If you guys think you can sleep at night, it's so funny that these guys say they're Christian. How am I not Christian and a better person than all of you who are supposed to be acting like Jesus? What chapter of the gospel does Jesus go and share people's private stuff? Does that come? I don't know what chapter that was. Maybe you guys know. If you tell me, I'll look it up, okay? Because he must have. You know, it's definitely turning the other cheek, you know, all that stuff. All right, I'm done with that. I don't see anything else. Hopefully they stopped talking about it. And yeah, so the IC3 has been contacted because that is a crime, and I shouldn't have to do that. But when that's what you've resorted to, and I was easily able to show them and say, hey, I was a flat earther. I stepped back when I went to Antarctica in December. Now I want to show you what's being done to me because of that. It is internet crimes. It is internet harassment. That's what it is. I'm not harassing anybody. I'm on my channel talking about why I believe that the earth is now a sphere and why I no longer believe it's flat. That's what I'm doing. I'm not posting things about Dave Weiss and look at this, I got an email from some random nobody. And look at this, I got from... Not doing that. I'm not going out of my way to bring things up to show people that it's hurtful to them. Well, I mean, I'm having to show Conspiracy Music Guru. But that's because the guy committed a crime. Okay? Now, unfortunately, I have to depend on whatever that organization is out of Spain to do anything about it, because the IC3 isn't really going to do anything about that particular situation right now because he lives in Spain. So we will see if that. I forgot what I forgot what it is. Like the Oficina de Data Protection or something. But they've been contacted. They've seen that they've gotten the screenshots, and hopefully that'll teach people that that's not the way to go about it. If you've got a problem with the things I'm saying, bring evidence of the flat earth. Show evidence. And I don't mean the kind that Dave Weiss shows. I don't mean make up lies that would otherwise debunk your entire other stuff. He keeps saying that the rockets that I'm seeing are blocked by 20,000 foot clouds at the horizon line. But if that's true, then Canigou must only be the size of the horizon. And because it's only 9,000 feet high, well, we should never see it because there should be a 20,000 foot cloud blocking it, but the mountain can be seen. So why is that? Why is that? So once Dave Weiss knows that, shouldn't he pull his video down? And let me explain another problem that we have, Karen, so you get this. Dave Weiss does something that I'm pretty sure I'm starting to figure out many flat earthers do. They block everybody from the other side. Okay? So you know what that means? It means it's I was going to say contingent, but it's very important that flat earthers point out to Dave that he's lying and he's wrong. Dave has blocked me, so he doesn't see my videos. He doesn't see MC Toon's videos. He doesn't see Dave McKeegan's videos. He doesn't see the Drunk Debunk show. He doesn't see all these guys' shows. So he has no idea, at least, I don't know, that his bullshit is being refuted, that he's wrong. Noticeably, obviously wrong. So that's the problem here, is that you've got a bunch of flat earthers who believe what Dave Weiss says, who are watching his videos, and Dave Weiss lies and says things that aren't true. Like one of the things is, please stop saying that you think it's funny that the president called the moon from a landline. Nobody believes that. So stop saying it. Dave Weiss, please stop saying that the sun pulls the Earth and Jupiter, but it leaves the moon alone. That's incorrect. The moon orbits the sun. I think you know that. You said you went to astrophysics class for 4 years, or whatever you say. You graduated college and did that. Okay, so these guys who are saying incorrect things, like Steve Falconer, who is going to tell them that they're wrong if they block all globe earthers, they don't listen to what they say, they blocked them so we don't see any of the videos, and these guys put up lie after lie after lie, and even when it's been shown to be a lie, it remains up. I said something last night that I think probably pissed off a bunch of people, and I can't stop saying it. I can't stop thinking in my head, like, I kind of agree with that. If you don't know, and I'm going to show you an example of it because I think it's important to see this, because it should be a question, but at the same time, I kind of agree with it now. Let me show you something real quick. I'm going into, well, I'm going to show you this first. I want to show you this. Nope, not that one. All right, so I'm going to go watch a couple videos right now. Let's go to Dirt's channel, DITRH. Okay, here's his channel. Okay, well, let's go down and we're going to find a couple videos in his video section that at least say the words flat earth in them. Okay, this one, the Impossible Lunar Eclipse 2025 flat earth. Why is it impossible? Because it's going this way. Dave Weiss, let me explain something. Do you realize that the people on the other side of the ball earth would see it going the other way? Because it's flipped upside down. Wow. Wonder why. How does the flat earth explain that? How about the impossible flat earth lunar eclipse, where you can't explain why half of the earth sees the shadow go this way and the other half sees it go the other way? Because guess what? It is predicted, demanded, and executed from a ball earth. Okay, so we're going to bring this up. We're just going to kind of watch it a little bit. Okay, so we got that one in our watch history now, right? Should be in my watch history. Now we got this one. Flat Earth Truth Destroying the Globalist Enslavement System.
Why do I promote Dave's app?
Yeah, why do you do that? It's leaking data. People were sent today more of their information, where they are, where they're living.
I want you guys to think about something. I want you to think about this real good, okay?
Okay, Marty.
Flat Earth has been wiped from the web.
Okay, and there was a reason for that. It's because you guys are not being honest. Okay, so we're watching this. Skipping through it just to get some view time. Okay, we'll watch one more. We're just looking for things that say the word flat earth. Here's this one. How the sun sets on flat earth. She is loud. Oh, and I saw him say this, and by the way, people can do this and prove him wrong, but again, how will he know? He doesn't watch any videos. He says at the end here something like, you can go prove it for yourself. Over here. The sun will always get eclipsed by the cloud horizon if the land doesn't eclipse it first. What? Hold on a second. Let's think about what he's saying here. The sun will always get eclipsed by the cloud horizon if the land doesn't eclipse it. The land would eclipse it before the cloud horizon? Dave Weiss, get your head checked. maybe you just misspoke, but you could say if you wanted to, the sun always gets eclipsed by the land horizon first. And if not, then the cloud, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Wait, I mean, by the cloud horizon first. If the land, yeah, it doesn't make any sense. What you're saying doesn't make sense. So now the land is taller than the, how could the land block it first before the cloud horizon? Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. Okay.
Machine was made, it was invented by like a dozen people all across the world at the same time, because the idea, the need, the thoughts were out there. Flat Earth is out there. Like, you go up to anybody in 2014 or earlier and say, "You ever think the Earth is flat?" They're gonna go, "You're a friggin' idiot. Go to school. Get."
Okay. Anyway, we did that. So now I'm going to bring up let's see here. Where do we get to that screen? Where do you go to get to history? Up here, I think. Yes, history. Okay, so we just went to history. Let me bring it back. Now I want you to watch this because this is weird. Okay, I'm going to admit this is weird. And this is a reason why a lot of flat earthers might think that the earth is flat. And that's why I have a problem with it. While half of me says this is what should happen, half of me says, I think you're playing with fire here. Okay, I think you're playing with fire. Okay, so this is the watch history. You'll notice that we've got the 3 videos we just watched in the watch history. There they are, the 3 of them. Okay. Now what we're going to do is we're going to search watch history for the words flat earth. This one has the words flat earth. This one has the words flat earth. This one has the words flat earth. Watch what happens when we search flat earth. Remember, I've been a flat earther for 10 years. So you need to tell me why, if we start going through these videos, it's only, pay attention here, especially globe believers. Why would it be that only the videos that are debunking videos show up? Notice. Okay, if we go through my watch history, there is a ton, literally thousands of flat earth videos, but every single one in my watch history. Now, here's what I've said recently. I agree with this. I think they should do this. Because now that I see that flat earthers lie and leave their videos up, not me, but these guys do. If I ever did a video and it was a lie and I was wrong, I would pull it down. These guys are leaving the videos up, don't even care, and they are allowing people. So then imagine if you're a flat earther and like, oh, I know there's a proof that Antarctica is a lie. So they go look through their watch history and they find Steve Falconer's video and they go and they share it with friends. Well, YouTube said, nah, nope, you can watch those videos, but you're not going to find them if you go look for them again. I think that's pretty crazy. I think it's pretty crazy. But it is what's going on. And anybody can do this. Anybody can go do this themselves and they will see that YouTube has made a point to block flat earth. And what's crazy about it is that somebody goes through and must mark every video pro flat earth or anti flat earth. In fact, notice if you see something here. This video is, I'm surprised this is up here. If you haven't seen this, this is my interview with, oh boy, Jesus, I don't remember his name. What is his name? They might, but it's, you wouldn't need to. And it's from the Skeptical Inquirer. And he reached out. And one of the best parts about this video, though, is he's like asking me, he's like, so what, what's going on with Mark Sargent and Patricia Steer? I'm like, oh, she's no longer flat earther. And he's like so excited. He's like, really? You're kidding me. So, but it's just funny that that shows up in my watch history now. So somebody is going through, and I'm not joking about this, I'm being honest. Somebody from YouTube goes through every video that's posted and marks them pro flat earth, anti flat earth. And the ones that are anti flat earth are allowed to show up in your watch history. But the ones that are anti flat earth, but the ones that are pro flat earth don't show up. I mean, look at this. What this thing's basically saying is that that's all I watched in November that have the words flat earth in it. Give me a break. Okay. No way. But you'll notice every single one of these is a anti-flat earth video meant to turn you away from flat earth. Now, I understand where from a flat earther's perspective, this looks like the earth is flat. And hopefully you guys recognize that. Because that's why I think it might be the wrong thing. Okay, while I agree with this sentiment, I'm not sure if it's actually doing more harm than good. I think it would be better if you left the watch history up there so that flat earthers didn't think that you were actively hiding the truth. because you're actively hiding videos, clearly. Okay? And if people don't believe me, we could go to any other video and we could find a topic like waterfalls, and we could watch 3 or 4 of them, come back here, search waterfalls, and all those 3 or 4 videos will show up. It just has to be in the title. Okay? It's probably AI determining the category of the videos. Maybe, but it has to be about which one. So the AI is then able to determine which one is pro and which one's anti. It could be true. But what do you think about let me ask the audience. I'm actually going to make a poll. My poll question is going to be, do you think this is a good idea or a bad idea? Is it a good idea to actively hide flat earth content from flat earthers in their search history? Or, oops, I got to end this one. One more time, the final results on this poll. 14%, I'm struggling, need help. 38%, I'm doing all right, could be better. Doing great, need some improvement, 31%. So everybody's kind of grouped in the middle with 14% on the top and bottom. 16% of people are operating perfectly. All right, now let me do this one. What did that person say up there? Oh shit, I just saw something. Oops. Jaren, it's probably AI. Oh, sorry, I thought you were something else. All right, let me see. We are going to add this poll question, start a poll. Do you agree with YouTube and FE content, pro FE content should be hidden from watch histories? Yes. Hide the lies. No. Leave watch history alone. All right, I want to see what people say about that. There's the poll. Go ahead and whoops. No. Oh, it's having me add other options. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Go. What's this thing doing? Well, I'm sorry. It keeps. I'm not hitting that. I'm hitting start poll. There it goes. All right. So there's your poll question. Do you agree with YouTube and pro FE content should be hidden from watch histories, or do you think that they should leave watch history alone? Be interested to know what you guys think. As long as they aren't so hidden that you can still find what you're looking for, means they are not censoring anything. Just choosing. No. You're missing the point, Thor. They are hiding it from your watch history. So this is the history of what you've watched. So you can find them if you go, but you'd have to go look for them under that name. You'd have to go search for it. So, but I guess what I'm trying to point out is that I have a feeling that flat earthers, because I was one of them, felt that this is a reason to remain a flat earther. Because if YouTube doesn't do this to anything else, you can go look up Sasquatch, you can go look up 9/11, anything that you look up, you would still, I'm not sure about 9/11. Actually, you know what? That might be one that worth trying. Might be worth trying. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay. The only alternative would be to not use an algorithm to promote false information, which they obviously aren't going to do. No. So okay. I see what you're saying, but I'm saying, do you understand that this is your watch history? So every video that you watch should be here. So does it make sense to you that flat earthers who go to their watch history and cannot find videos that they know they've watched, what would they think is the reason for that? Now that I know the Earth's a sphere, now I recognize the reason for it. But as a flat earther, I thought this was reason to be a flat earther. Because why would YouTube be blocking me from seeing flat earth videos? Hopefully that makes sense. JSauce says, my watch history shows me everything I watch. Okay, but not if you watch pro flat earth videos, I'm assuming. Just because something is hidden doesn't mean it's true. I get that. You're missing the point. The point is, do you think flat earthers feel that way? No. They don't. Okay? There you go. I appreciate what Evil Duck said. Evil Ducks, I would agree with you. He says, I think that they should bury the lies in the normal algorithm. However, the watch history should be your watch history. I agree with that. Because then if you haven't watched it and you go looking for it and you can't find it, you might assume, maybe it's gone. Maybe it's no longer. But to just go here and see that there's not one pro flat earth video in all my watch history, it's like, yeah, right. I've watched a ton. So why would, look at every single one. Professor Dave humiliates. Flat earther tries to convert Philip and fails. Shutting down flat earthers. What if the earth was flat? Response to globebusters. 10 challenges for flat earthers. Man launches himself into a rocket and dies. Inside flat. These are all hit pieces, right? So, it's kind of weird that they would go in here and actually remove. And now it's like you might be right about the AI, because somehow I showed up now in the anti-flat earth section. Which this one's a little bit strange too. I don't know if this is really bad for flat earth. I didn't think it was that bad, but anyway. Yeah, Evil Ducks I agree. He says it feels like gaslighting if they selectively erase your history. And that's what I said in my presentation, right? My presentation was that, hey, science, don't get in this habit of like, oh, let's just fake the experiment because we know the earth is round. These flat earthers are very highly skeptical to the point where if you fake it, they'll figure it out. So how do we know that? Because they take even real videos and they find things about that. There's no footprints in the snow, and there's, so they are going to be hyper focused on anything. And so stop faking experiments. Don't do it. I don't care if you're a TV show, if you're a cartoon, whatever it is, just don't do it. Okay. I don't watch pro flat earth stuff. Yeah, I wish I had the same thing, but I don't. It shows in my history in a list, the list of history. Huh? All right, anyway, let's move on. That is weird. I want to test it out now. Jaren isn't hidden in my history, but I haven't directly watched any flat earth. So do what I did. Go to a channel, find something in the title. This way it's not ambiguous. Find the word flat earth in the title. Doesn't matter who you do, level Earth Observer or whoever. A lot of people put flat earth in the title. How about Nathan Oakley stuff? Just watch that for a certain amount of time. Then go back to your watch history and search the words flat earth, and you'll notice that everything that's in there is anti-flat earth. So I think that that's a little step too far. A step too far by YouTube, because I do think, while I agree with the sentiment, because I now see people lie about videos. Let's go see if Steve Faulkner, no, that's Space Busters. Just want to see if he still has his video up. Then we're going to move on to our top 50 list. Oh shoot, let me text somebody real quick. I have to see if somebody will cover my my thing real quick. Shoot, I'm not going to finish in time. Do you want to run it, or we can skip till next week? Sorry, I forgot we're supposed to have a crypto meeting at 6. Let me see if Caprice wants to run it, or we'll do it next week. All right, one way or the other. All right, so Space Busters were here. Let's go videos. All right, so it's still up. This one here, Scam Antarctica 2, still up. And
Vernadsky to wrong.
It's just wrong. It's been proven wrong, without a doubt. And I'm just wondering if anybody's come in here and told them so. Let me go newest first comments. See what these say. Amazing stuff. Thanks. See the problem here? So something that's debunked is now believed to be amazing by this guy here 1 day ago. It's been debunked a week ago. All right, there we go. So here's somebody, thank you very much. None of your business said, saw your content featured on Jeranism's channel. Great work showing that your flat earth prediction does not match reality, which actually just confirms the globe once again. I don't understand this video. Can someone show me the headway? Hi there. I watch for yourself as the sun performs a complete 360 around you, but of course you won't go. Oh, so thank you guys for actually going here and actually starting to, here's nailed it. Thank you. So the problem becomes all these people now believe a lie about Antarctica, right? Oh, where's Wally? Thank you. Where's Wally? He's in here doing his due diligence, doing his good work. The Real Joking says, I have to go with Occam's razor and find the simplest explanation is you are full shit. Yes. It says, just noticed Jaren came up with a debunk. It's not coming up with a debunk. It's just showing you how the globe works. That's all. Thanks for your great work. So this is a problem, and I don't know how to handle it. And if I seem overly concerned with this stuff, let me just explain to you my position so that you guys understand it. I do feel bad for moving a lot of people into the flat earth belief. Okay. I feel bad. And so it does bother me now because a lot of people have said, why don't you just walk away from it? Even Karen said it in her live stream. She said, why doesn't Jaren just walk away and not go after flat earth? The reason why is because I see now why people are stuck there. I didn't see that when I was in Flat Earth. I had no idea that people were keeping up live videos and that more, I didn't look at that. I didn't pay attention to that. So now that I can see it happening, it frightens me because I don't like the idea of people that are in the Flat Earth because of me being lied to actively and not being helped. Again, when I was a Flat Earther, I thought I was helping people. I thought that we were exposing a lie. I thought that we were trying to change the world. Okay, so now obviously I don't believe that anymore. So regardless, if you guys are still doing that, if you were acting like we're trying to save the world, we're trying to expose a lie, great. But that's not what I see. What I see is you're actively lying, leaving up false videos. Everybody's on the same team over there. Doesn't matter what illegal actions are going on. Doesn't matter what crimes are being committed. It doesn't matter how much Flatzoid lies and pushes people under the bus and says that Lisbeth was on my stream and shit that it wasn't true. And nobody from the Flat Earth even cares. And that bothers me because I got into the Flat Earth, so did I thought everybody, because they're like, hey, the school system's lying to us and the government's lying to us and we hate lies and we hate indoctrination. And so we're doing this to save them. Okay, now I want to tell you, you are the ones lying to children. You didn't like the idea of the school system indoctrinating children with a false belief. And now you are the ones indoctrinating children with the false belief. What am I doing here? Why don't I just walk away? Because I need to keep saying it just so I can be sure in my heart that every single person that I've ever spoken to, or anybody who's convinced of the Flat Earth because of me, at least hears me say these things. If they choose after that to still follow, knowing what I just said about being lied to, being debunked and not taking down your video, committing crimes, nobody cares, they all celebrate it and laugh hee-haw in the chat. If those people hear me say that and they still choose to remain in that camp, that's on them. That's on them. Okay? I mean, so, look at the impossible west to east sun. It's not impossible, happens all the time. In fact, if you just would have gone up to the north at the same latitude, imagine that. 6 months later, imagine that. You would see the same thing in the north. Imagine that. Why is that? Because the earth is symmetrical. The north and the south are flipped 6 months later. So if something happens in the south, it happens in the north. The Rothera time zone scam and bases plotted on the Gleason AE map and their perfect fit, challenging those who claim the TFE debunks the Gleason's map. You showed that all 45 bases have a 24-hour sun. That alone debunks the Gleason's map, let alone this sun going this way and everything. But Jesus. One Flat Earth at a time. I agree, JD. That's what we can do, right? All right. I just do feel bad about that. Yes, we're getting to the actual show. Wisco Matt. Guys, just relax. You have to understand that it does weigh on me. So sometimes I just feel for those. I don't even really feel for the content creators anymore. Don't care for them. Don't care about them. If Karen wants to forever hang out in Flat Earth land and tell people how the sun matches the globe Earth, go ahead. How everything in the sky matches the globe Earth, go right ahead. My problem is with the people that are watchers who don't research this stuff. Because their only voice is the creators. That's who, and again, like I said, if nobody's going in and telling Dave Weiss, Dave, your stuff is wrong, that can't be true for this reason, that reason, and Dave's not pulling it, then it is an echo chamber of the worst kind. And so imagine, think about the people you've seen in Facebook. They are horrendous people, right? But if they all believe it, now we know why. It's because they're not seeing the debunk stuff. And granted, they don't see me anymore. I get that. But my hope is that somebody sends something. That's why I'm doing all those clips. Hopefully you guys have seen the clips start coming out that do a pretty good job of exposing this stuff. Okay? Now, we were going to do this real quick. I'm just going to show you a couple of these just because it's worth doing. Nope. Let me just show this. Perfect timing, man. Right before the men's section, too. Let's get in there. Let's look at this. Okay. This is my Facebook. Okay. And I'm just noticing here. This is my video right now that we're playing. Okay. And look at the comments. Jaron, no one cares about you, bro. You stay crying. How's the comments already? Thanks for leaving the darkness, Jaron. The earth is flat and motionless, never been proven otherwise. I mean, it's just false. It's just false. It has been proven otherwise. It's been shown numerous ways. Research flat earth, bro. Okay. Let's go down here a little bit further to some of these ones down here. These posts. Okay. I mean, this is me trying to point out to them, hey, this week is an eclipse, but the globe model says totality will happen above the North Pole, so no person will see it. But on flat Earth, no such thing exists, since the North Pole is the center. So I'm sure someone can tell me where one can see totality on flat Earth. If no one can, welcome back to the globe. Okay. And 475 comments will be some gross ones, I'm sure. Let's see. Clown face, right? What a joke, obvious shill. Right. Obvious shill that I just said the truth about what's going on. The AE model isn't the only concept of a flat plane, bro, and it actually is. And there will never be another one. So you notice how they'll say this, but do they say what the actual real one is? No. They won't tell us another one. Why? There's no such thing. Hopefully somebody in here said that. The same problem exists here, bro. What do you mean? If the globe says nobody saw totality at the eclipse because the totality happens above the North Pole, meaning in space, so nobody can see it. So when the eclipse happened, if the Earth were flat, somebody on the Earth would see the eclipse because it wouldn't miss the North Pole above it because the North Pole has things behind it. It's not a ball. So if you just draw the map like this now, do you realize there's still a North Pole? So when the eclipse happens, then these people should see totality. But nobody saw it. Why? Because it happened in space. Okay? This person says, he knows. No, I don't. There isn't another one. Yet no flurf can explain why distances get smaller, right? So water now curves and the Earth is now spinning since Jaren says so? Yeah, basically that's it. Yeah, the water definitely curves and the Earth is spinning very, very, very slow. If you want to see how fast the Earth spins, go outside and watch the moon. And tell me how fast are you going to fly off the Earth? I don't think so. Okay. I personally prove the Earth is spinning 4 different ways. Yeah, JD, I'll do that. The Fram 2 I think is awesome. I mean, looks legit to me. Enjoy the ride. No human can travel those speeds. Wait, no. Do you believe in the heliocentric globe model or geocentric globe model? I have not looked into that fully, but I don't think it matters one way or the other. Luminaries in the sky don't determine the shape of the ground. Here we go. So this is what's called indoctrination. Where do you think this person learned to say that statement? Do you think they got it out of a book? Do you think they got it out of a history book, out of a geology book? Or do you think they got it from flat earthers because it's the only place it's ever been said and it's retarded? Which one do you think? Bro, again, air fluid dynamics beats sky shit every time. Can you demonstrate uncontained high pressure just existing inside a lower pressure surrounding pressure? Can you debunk the government Operation Fishbowl? No, but that doesn't mean the Earth's flat. Hello? Can you show water floating in the air? That's what clouds are, dipshit. Come on, bud. Welcome back to the biblical truth of creation. No. Again, I've always understood that the Bible was a flat earth book. Why? Because when it was written, people thought the earth was flat. So that makes a lot of sense to me. Also, again, I welcome you to discuss with me, but you'll need more than words because any claim you make will absolutely need to be examinable, tangible evidence. Go watch my 12 series, my 12 episode series, 12 and a half. Doubt everything except for the globe. Right. Once you've proven things, we move forward with things that are shown to be true. Once we see things that are shown to be fact, we move forward with those facts. That's how we build a society. If flat earthers were in charge of the world, we wouldn't have automobiles. We wouldn't have boats. We wouldn't, because to get those things, you go through a trial and error where people have to admit they were wrong. Oh, how did you build that boat? I built it like this and it's better. Oh, wow, great. Let's move on with that new training. And everybody moves forward and things get better and society increases in its knowledge. If you have flat earthers inject in there, then all of a sudden they don't care when they're debunked. They don't care when they're told they're wrong. They don't care when their model's been falsified. They don't care when their boats sink. They just keep saying the same things and it confuses everybody and holds back humanity. Okay? Does that mean there are upside down people in planes and boats on a supersonic wobbling water pair with no up and down and curved oceans? LOL. I mean, these people are just going to be gone. I just think they're gone. You know, and nobody's upside down. Nobody's upside down. Everybody has their local down towards the center of the earth. So how could anybody be upside down versus anybody else? If you're talking about, oh, well, let's look from space view, is one person upside? Well, to you in space, sure, somebody's upside down, but nobody's actually upside down. Do you understand that? Probably not. You have a point, but you gotta be at least at the undecided part, never a globe. No, there's only... Oh, man, it's just funny. There's no other options. And the globe is predicted. It predicts every observation. Predicts every one. You can go to anywhere on the globe, and you can know exactly where the sun will rise, what time, and the angle if you place yourself on the globe at the right location. The flat earth cannot do that with one spot. Okay, never in hell can it be a globe. Well, that's not a good scientific position to take. Sov said the other day, if he ever says the earth is a globe, then you know he's been compromised. Sov, that's not smart. That's not smart, because now you can never see the truth. You just dug your feet in, and you will forever be a flat earther, and that's scary. Okay? The stars are fixed, but my guess is north is the sun, Antarctica, and moon is south, Arctic. What? But the projection of the moon is from all types of lands. Can we read this part again? I should read this again. Never in hell can be a globe. The stars are fixed, but my guess is north is the sun, Antarctica, and moon is south, Arctic, or somewhere south, and the projection of the moon is from all types of lands. Did you guys know that? I knew that. It's great, great truth there. Please enlighten us. What is your scientific method to prove spinning ball Earth? You love balls now, just like that? If none of these people are watching my show, do you understand? None of them will watch me. And the reason why they won't watch is because it's easier just to pop into this chat, pretend like you're cool, and say like, oh, you have never explained why you do these things or why you changed. But they won't watch the 12 episodes. You know? Dude, I only keep you around on Facebook because I need a good laugh every other day or so. This is great comedy. Well, sad that you aren't seeing the truth behind it. Okay? This may sound retarded, but I'm glad you went to Antarctica and saw reality for yourself. Not only is it brave to expose ourselves to ridicule and humiliation, which you must have dealt with in the flat earth cult. Oh, good. Somebody did a colder. I thought this person was with flat earth. No. There is no shame in being fooled by a psyop, and that is the whole point of them, but so many refuse to even acknowledge that they even exist. I do think there's parts of it that are a psyop. Yeah, I do. It makes the most sense when you ask me, why would Stephen Hawking and them lie about their experiment? Well, if they tuck that in there, and they're like, hey, if flat earthers see this, it'll just be more reason for them to keep at odds against globe earthers. They like strife. It is true. All I'm saying is behind the curve. Yeah. Well, all right. So anyway, if you want to have a good time, go look at all this stuff. Okay. Go look at all my posts. Let me go back to one other one. Okay. Not the video ones. I mean, you probably won't see very many comments. Whoa, 531. Okay. But definitely the ones where I'm speaking, like the ones against Steve Falconer. Don't see it on here. This one was one that, I mean, I couldn't believe the people on this one. So I just said, watch this animation. That is real data. Okay, what that means is that this is really the angle that each of these people will see the sun at this time of day. So it's real data. It is a cartoon. Nobody said it wasn't a cartoon. So I says animation. People in the South looking at the sun, and it's total mess. And it's a total mess. Then it goes into a 48-hour time lapse, and the lines try to stay with the sun. On a flat Earth, it makes no sense. Everyone is looking in a different direction. Then it flips to a globe, and what do you know? Now it makes sense. God didn't make the world a deception. There is a south celestial pole because there is a south pole. All observations match and are predicted by the globe. Flat Earth can do nothing. It can't predict, and it can't explain. So hate me all you want, but I'm the one being honest. Your top flat earthers are lying to you because they tell you what you want to hear. I tell you the truth. Hate me for the truth. It's fine by me. I'm not going to try much longer. I'm trying to help those who can't see, and I'm not going to try much longer. Some don't want to see. I get that. But if you were a real truther, then you follow evidence and not your own hopes and wishes. I wanted the earth to be flat. I really did. But evidence shows the earth cannot and will not ever be flat. You don't have to believe me, but one day you'll realize, damn, Jaron was right. And then I'm sure you've seen this. Jesus, almost broke my eardrums. This guy, Joe Slays, he does great animations. He has a channel on YouTube if you want to watch him. He does a whole bunch of stuff from Punta Arenas, from everything that happened with TFE. He shows all these great animations. But we're watching this now just so you can see. Now watch, they're following the sun. Look at the GMT. Does this look like reality too? That's where everybody looks to see the sun. Okay, that's a problem. How could the sun be in all those places? But now he's going to flip it to a globe. Let's see if that fixes any of these issues. When you flip it to a globe, everyone's still looking in the same direction that they were, but now you realize, oh shit, it's everyone's looking at the sun far away in the same direction. Which one do you think is reality? Which one do you think is real? The one that everybody looks in a different direction to see the sun, or the one that says we all look in the same direction? Okay, let's see these comments and let's see what people have to say real quick. First, I don't know what that is. Fire. This person puts that. Oh, is that? Oh, that means that. Okay, now I get it. Now we are all looking in a different. It doesn't make any sense. Mr. Nodal is rolling over in his grave. What that says about Bob to me, I don't like. What next, Jaren? You gonna tell people their vote counts too? You lost, son, and this is the truth. Take all the time you need. Don't even know what that is. Don't want to look at it. If you only understood Lindsay Harris's teachings, oh my God, this Lindsay Harris is a whack job. He makes videos about that he figured something out in the South, and then anybody who ever shares them with me, I say, hey, can you give me a rundown of what that means? Exactly what is he saying? And they're like, oh, I don't know. Like, stop sharing videos that you don't know what the person's saying. What are you doing? Actually, it depends on which model you're talking about. I've always been a flat Earth proponent, and I told you months ago on Telegram, the Earth was not an ice ring. The only thing you have to do is look at the sun in the sky from California where you live. You don't need to go to Antarctica. Okay, so what? So you're still a flat earther though? That doesn't make no sense. The flat earth is wrong. Why don't you debate me on the globe? I will wipe the floor. Go ahead, wipe the floor. That makes a lot of sense. So since you're so sure the earth is a globe, tell me your best globe evidence and I will show you where you're wrong. I have an entire 12 video series. I've already told you that. Okay. These guys all want me to answer them in individual messages on Facebook. And I'm like, I don't have time to do that. I've already done videos about it. Okay. Sorry, but this makes no sense at all. How do you explain the local sun rays? They're not local. How do you explain railroad tracks diverging from the horizon? Aren't they parallel? Okay, so the sun rays are probably parallel too, right? How do you explain the clouds above the sun? Never happened, never been shown, never been seen at all. This is Laura Nina? Holy shit. Laura, you're about to embarrass yourself if I'm going to read the rest of this, but a lot of people look up to you, and if you're this out there, how do you explain the fact that there has never been proven curvature? There has. All I have to do to explain that is that you refuse to accept reciprocal zenith angles, refuse to accept leveling and surveying. So there has been curvature. I'm looking at a rocket take off from 200 miles away, and it doesn't show up till 1 minute and 5 seconds, which is what the globe model predicts because it's behind the curve. Okay, there has been proven curvature. How do you explain that lasers, sonar waves, beams cannot work on a curve, but they can? You just claiming they cannot work doesn't make any sense. Light bends with refraction. It can get around corners and bends of Earth. We've shown it. How do you explain flights on autopilot? Because the plane knows how to fly and it goes to the location it's flying to. So you can put it on autopilot. I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, you mean because it's not dipping its nose? I've already shown that. The plane needs to drop automatically on its own 1/8 inch every 660 feet. We figured it out the other night. I forgot what it turned out to be. It has to drop 1/8 inch every second. Okay, that's what a plane needs to do. 1/8 inch, that's 2 nickels stacked on top of each other. Do you think a plane can drop 2 nickels? It doesn't nose down. It's dropping because it's staying the same height above the Earth. So the Earth is curving ever so slightly. It doesn't curve like Dave Weiss tells you. You don't need to multiply. Well, it's flying 500 miles away and the dip is for 500 miles. No, the plane is constantly doing it. Constantly. Okay? You are basing one thing that you say you saw, which makes no sense to you, and completely wiping out so many other facts that disprove the globe. Nope, that's not what I'm doing. And I've already said that it's not one thing. It's a collection of things that prove that the South is not a lie. This globe image you have here has much information, has none information. That's all real data. Real data. Oh, by the way, I am a real truther. Obviously not. I'm not fixed on flat Earth. Obviously you are. I'm very open to any other theory. Obviously not. But this, makes absolutely no sense at all. Well, Nina, I thought you're, more intelligent than that. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. Ironically, you'd use the term deception after your new alliance. Makes no sense. Are you joking? We all don't see the sun in parallel lines. What do you mean we all don't see the sun in parallel lines? I don't know what that means. Wow, so much curve proof. I'm a glober now. Thanks, Sharon. Well, you got to watch more than that, I guess. I don't speak Spanish. You wanted it to be flat? Yeah. What's wrong with that? That's what I pushed for 10 years. Oh, one day you'll wake up from your delusion and stop believing in cartoons. Nobody believes in the cartoon. It's real data. I don't think people understand how models work and that you can do a cartoon like that. But doesn't list the 30 places. Go find out from Joe Slay. Okay? It shows them. You can actually just go find those places and see where they're at, where the sun is at those angles at that time. Okay? Let's say Huffington Lake, 3.4 miles red, 6.1 miles, and 7.75 miles. Your deceptive final experiment is nonsensical and ridiculous. No, you need to learn what refraction is. Okay? You're showing that these lights appear. What's the red one? 3.4 miles red. Well, hold on. But are you showing that the red one is lower than the back ones? Do you not know what that would tell you? Remember that we've got melodome. Oops. Show you this, then we're getting to the real. We'll get to the real video. I just want to go melodome. Nice new logo. Going videos. So he's got a video in here that this one here. Watch carefully here.
This is one that any idiot can do. Let me just finish this, okay? Yep. So I rounded down because they always, refraction, things refract up.
Yeah, but where are you choosing the location? I want to write down this research.
This is just a frozen lake. We've done it over Lake Balaton.
Where?
This one, I don't know exactly where this one is. I forget. But we have a whole bunch of ones we did. We did a laser 20.
Not we, Dave. That's a lie. We. No,
6-mile laser test over Lake Balaton. And it showed no curvature, and the curvature of 26 miles is far more than this, right? But these are rounded down, giving the globe every benefit of the doubt. So what does this mean? So if we look, if the earth is flat, it means the camera's here and it could see all of these lights and they all line up. If the earth is a globe
if the earth is a globe with refraction, then it means that light bends towards the normal. Okay, denser atmosphere is going to bend down the light. Well, yes, it bends down and then you're going to see it as higher. So this is bent this way. So these are actually just lifted up, and it doesn't, I know this curve looks like a lot. Remember, we're talking about such a small distance, okay, that it just comes up a little bit and we see everything further than we should. That's a globe claim. They say with refraction that we can see a little further. This is why you don't see 1,000 miles when you're only supposed to see 100. This is why you see 8 miles when you should only see 6, okay? Think about the Black Swan. Everybody knows about the Black Swan. Did you know that BML's Bo is on record of saying that he went there many times over 6 months and that was only seen that one time? Okay, clearly it's an optical effect. Clearly it's not an everyday observation. So when you think about it, all that's happening when you're watching that Black Swan is it's a high refraction day, so you're seeing much further behind the curve. It's being lifted up and shown to you. And then Dave always says, why isn't it shown up here in the sky? Why is it showed right at the horizon? Well, now you should recognize that you're seeing the ground. You're looking off in the distance and you see the ground. And because of refraction, the ground is lifted up. So you're seeing much further on the ground. Why would this ground go into the sky? You're looking at the ground. You're just seeing further.
6 inches, the horizon should be about a mile away. So then you have the tangent of the earth. And all of these are refracting up the perfect amount to appear to be at this tangent.
Correct.
That's what you have to believe if you believe the earth is curved.
Right. And if you believe it's flat, you just have to believe that there's a flat earth that can't explain anything, can't make any prediction.
That they're refracting up and they're tricking you. They don't refract higher. They refract up to the exact level of the tangent of this viewer.
Yeah, you're seeing further on the ground. That's what you're seeing. You're seeing further on the ground.
That's what you have to believe. That's crazy. The reason you can't figure it out is not because you're stupid. It's because it's stupid.
I want to know who would buy this shirt. I'm going to get a shirt that says, it's not because you're stupid, Dave's stupid. Would you guys buy that shirt? It's going to say, it's not because you're stupid, it's because the Earth is stupid. I don't want to sell them.
Right? The globe is the dumbest thing ever. Once you understand what you've been believing your whole life and have never questioned.
Let's find out if he's lying.
So now what I asked Melodome to do, and now what you have to realize about this experiment or with this test is that this is a vastly different a size, right? So think about this, that this would be about half of 6250, maybe a little bit more than that. This is about 3,500 miles from the horizon, about 3,500 miles behind the ball, right? So that's not real. We don't see 3,500 miles when we look. We see a couple extra miles. So when we see this, just remember that. It's not an exact replica. It's a proof of concept, if you will. Okay, so now you see the reason why you're seeing those lights is because we have an atmosphere that works like a lens. See that? So you can only see physically red and yellow. Put the atmosphere there, you've got green and blue show up. Okay? Look at how the yellow grows. So does that tell you anything? When we see things that are looming, when we see things that are too high, when we see things at the horizon. Okay? Oh, you do? Damn it. DP Debunks has the copyright on that probably. Damn it. All right, I guess I got to buy one from you if I want to wear one then. Feed your head. All right, anyway. How is it that the light sun travels all the way to the dome, reflects and comes back to your eyes, and traveling a much further distance than just the distance between you and the flat of the sun? Don't know what that means. All right, anyway, let's move on to the real show here. We are going to take a little break, and I think that's it. Are we good with this? Let me see. We did dirtball. We did that. We covered the people in comments. Enough of them. I mean, things like this. I mean, so like they combat evidence with lies, right? You are a government propaganda agent. Give it up already. You have been exposed. Oh, sorry, you can't see the whole thing. Move that this way. I've been exposed, guys, by the way. You are no different than a news reporter on Fox CNN. Quite different. And this one says, we are working on something massive to put the flat earth idea to bed for good. We are hiring Jaron Campanella. So I'm a disinfo agent, but you telling lies, nope, no problem with that, man. Did I miss where you posted your own 24-hour sun? Talked about it many times. I've shown it many times. Okay. When you understand that there is a firmament and the firmament moves, then you realize the earth is stationary and flat. Okay, so Shelly, who says I've been a plant the whole time. Now you want me to believe that there is a firmament dome, glass dome, moving at an outer speed of 3,500 miles per hour around the earth. A dome spinning. What is it like? What is it on? Like axles or something, or some sort of ball bearings? I don't know how that works. Flat Earth is not in space or universe. Laughing, what a mess. You will be remembered as shit. Top flat earthers are quoting scripture. With all due respect, you should turn back to the word and go from there again yourself. Scripture is the focal point, not flat earth. Okay. So no to first-hand repeatable proof of a spherical earth. Got it. Yeah, every day. Every day. Go outside. Watch my videos. Okay. I've been watching all this from the sidelines. Good on you for standing up for evidence and observation. All these haters are just angry. Thank you, guys. I do appreciate it. I want to say to anybody who's popped in here, and so it's not completely one-sided, I appreciate that. I really do. Everyone can download the app Skyview. Great idea. And can visualize all celestial objects. They match. Right. That's another thing I tell people is that there's apps that tell you the stars, and if you look around, it shows the world, and you're on a sphere. And there's no way that can be true if you weren't on the sphere, because the observations match. Okay. I appreciate the low levels of bias. At this point, I care less about the shape, though more about the blind God who made it. I don't know if I understand that. Great reversed cry. Don't know what that means. You're not going to try much longer. Finally, something positive. Bravo. Right. Okay. Well, that's. I'm not going to try people that don't want to listen. I'm not going to try and wake people up that want to stay asleep. Nope. Please don't give up trying to wake flat earthers up in reality or to reality. You can be such a great force for good. Thank you. Yes. I mean, other than the speculative. All right. Anyway, I'm done with that. Okay. Well, that's interesting here. This person says, it is what it is. Why people be freaked out? I didn't become a flat earther because of belief. I became flat because of the lack of evidence for a 24-hour sun in the south. So wait, is he saying that we now have that evidence? Wow, I didn't know this. David Conklin. Awesome. Good. This fills my heart with joy. Great, thank you. Okay. Again, this is just repeated. Hey, MC Tune in there. No one flat Earth can address the observations. No one. They all deflect. Right. Or maybe, just maybe, sun is something and working on level that we don't know and understand. We do know and understand the sun. We know exactly where it is right now. And then in 3 seconds, we know where it's at right now. And we know where it is right now. And now, and now. And in a month, and in a year, and in 10 years, we know where the sun will be. So it doesn't matter what it is. I've told you before, it could be God's piss bowl. If the God's piss bowl went around the sky and brought piss to every country as it went around, and it did that for thousands of years, we could then make predictions of where we live, or we could falsify a map by saying, hey, this says at this time I should be getting pissed on. I'm not. There's a problem here. We don't know the angle of the piss bowl. Right. It doesn't matter what it is. It brings heat and light to the entire world every single day. It goes in a prescribed order. Does it go South America, then Africa? No, it goes Africa, then South America, then New Zealand, then Australia, then Africa. It goes in order. Based on that, we can then take a map and say, does this jive with the known piss bowl in the sky? The answer is it does. Okay. So it doesn't matter what it is. But then this person says I sound like an idiot. What's that? You just throw to trash endless flat view and water level proof. Wow, didn't believe I would say about you that, but you sound like an idiot. All right. Don't have to tell you. I didn't, again, I'm not going to say evidence is evidence. There's still evidence of the earth being flat. However, just like if you showed up in a murder scene and there's 3 pairs of shoes there, maybe 2 of those pairs of shoes are going to lead you, they're evidence. They are evidence. They will lead you to the incorrect person. 1 of the pairs of shoes might lead you to the correct person. They're all still evidence. Okay? Now I've taken some of my evidence and we see too far here and we see too far there, and I realized that, oh, that's what the globe claims. And having evidence well, we shouldn't, I don't feel the spin. Now I realize we wouldn't. It's extremely slow. Okay? It's all it comes down to. All right. I bet you've actually voted for Kamala too. Always knew you were this is what they always do, right? I always knew you were a libtard sellout. Fucking pathetic. How pathetic is this person? And all these people are Christians, and I do pray to the Christian God that he is real. Because I'll tell you this about the Christian God. He's not sending me to hell for being honest. He's not sending me to hell for trying to make amends for my mistakes. He's not going to send me to hell for trying to be a better person and help people out and do things like that. I'm not going to hell for that. Just because I won't say, oh, your son died for my sins. No, I am responsible for my sins. I don't need anybody else to have died for me in the past. I don't need any sacrificial lambs. I don't need any of that old world stuff. Okay? You guys still are attached to that. I do not need that. But if the God of the Bible is real, then you are all in trouble. Because you do everything that it says not to do. You judge people, you incorrectly, you bear false witness, all those things. That's what you do. And then you're okay with it because you think you're protecting God. There's some God in the world that's going to give you a high five for being a liar, for calling people names, when they're not lying. They're telling you the truth. If you believe in God, let me tell you a little secret. God created a sphere for you to live on. So when you call me a globe cuck or a globetard, you're just shitting on the creation, whether it's created by God or not. By that God, at least. Okay? Sad. Sad. Wow, the globe matches the flat earth. Logical thinking proves the magnetic toroidal mirror effect. Whoa. Diluted much? Of all people, you should know that the sky doesn't determine the ground. Why should I know that? Because you guys made it up in the last 6 months? You do you. I can't wait for your globe proofs. They're already up there. They're already all over my channel. But you won't have any. There's many. Don't say your observations in Antarctica prove anything, because you know, and we all know, that what you observed was not the real sun. It has always been an apparent sun, and you saw the apparent sun. Now there's an apparent sun. It has always been an apparent sun, and you saw the apparent sun. So don't think you saw the real sun. It just happens to have the same sunspots on it, and that's the apparent sun. And then the people over at the other base, they saw the apparent sun, and then the other person at the other base saw the apparent. Give me a break. This is ridiculous. Jaren, Jesuit double agent from day one. Oh, so good. You guys got me. Do you know how many people went to a Jesuit high school? Do you think I'm the only one? Do you think that we are all Jesuits because we went to a Jesuit high school? Do you know what a Jesuit is? Okay. I don't think you do. We get it, man. There is no money in being a flat earther. There's no money in being a globe earther, you idiots. Maybe there is for people who have been a globe earther the whole time. There's not for guys that were flat and then went globe. That's not where you make money. Sorry to tell you. My channel is still blocked from any live streaming. After the stream's gone up, it says, not eligible for whatever it's called, monetization. They didn't take that away from me. So it's not like, it's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Are you still banging on, mate? You became irrelevant already. Well, you're here commenting on my page. So obviously not that irrelevant. Notice if you go to your page, Matt Smith, why don't you tell me how many times I've commented on your page and then tell me who's irrelevant? Thank you. The actions of the sun in the sky clearly fits the heliocentric model. Thank you. Okay. All right. This is the kind of stuff we need more of. Thank you. All right. Great. On July 8th, 99% of the world's population will see sunlight in the sky. This event occurs every year. Right. What's wrong with that? Most people live in the north. We've already shown this. I take it all the ISS videos are real now as well? Well, certainly the one that I filmed. I'll bring this up again because I find it embarrassing to flat earthers. I am the only flat earther in history to post videos of the sun and the moon having ISS transits. I didn't do that because I was lying to my audience. I did that because I'm telling the truth to my audience. I'm saying, hey, you can go to the site transitfinder.com. You can look up your location. You can pull up times, and it will tell you a time that you can go outside and film the moon or film the sun and watch the ISS cross it. And I did it, and within 2 or 3 seconds of the projected time, there it went. And then I posted for you guys to see. And also, I showed you how you can take that spot, since you saw it randomly at that location at that time, you can then project out where it will be, say, 5 minutes later, get that distance, do a little multiplication, and what do you know? It's traveling 17,000 to 18,000 miles per hour. Okay? What a sellout, Jaren Campbell. If I'm a sellout, then I suck because I've received $0. So I didn't do a good job. Whoever I was supposed to talk to, I didn't talk to them. They didn't inform me of what I had to do to get the sellout money. Okay. How many shekels did you get, Jaren? Is it good money to sell your soul to the devil? I wouldn't know. Wouldn't know about that. Look at Jeranism. Oh, Jeradum. Oh, this is Zach. Look at this guy. He's a joke. Look at Jeranism cracking up at his own nonsense again. This is the guy who spent 10 years lecturing globers about the flat earth. Correct. Only to suddenly go, oops, my bad. Correct. That's what people do. That's what men do when they are incorrect about something. Okay? Because he saw the 24-hour sun exist. Wrong. I've already told you that it was everything that proved the South was real. The South is exactly as we described. Get over it. If you actually understood what you were trying to debunk, you wouldn't be posting this circus act now. What am I trying to debunk? What's funny is that you're out here praising the exact pictures you used to prove they were fake. What? If I were you, I'd be punching myself nonstop in front of a mirror for being the dumbest person on earth. 10 years of research down the drain over something that's been known since day one. Yeah, and can't be explained. What do you mean? Yeah, this guy is a joke. He's been a joke, and he's been gone for like 6 years, and he comes back and thinks he has the right to be talking about anything. Go back. Nobody would even realized you were gone. Nobody cared. Nobody cared. With the density of flirts being as high as it is, it's just so many. I can't believe it. All right, let's take a break. We will be back. Do I have any? Let me see if I got a couple new ones, I think. Maybe they're still on here. And then when we get back, what we're going to do first, we'll just look at super chats. I want to start doing that halfway through just to make sure I cover anything there. And then we'll go into the list. So we'll do that when we get back. We are going to listen to this in the meantime. Man, why can't I find this now? All right, we're just going to have to listen to something that I already know because I can't find that right now. All right, we'll go with this one. Let's go MP3s. And do we have anything good? We'll start with this one. Why not? Oh, I like this one too. Let's listen to this. I just really like this song. It's an awesome song. It's meant for the intro, but it's going to be played here while I go to the restroom. See you guys in a minute. We'll be right back. You're listening to Jeranism. Friday Unplugged, Season 2, Episode 1. See you guys shortly. Shortly.
Get hype, get up, time to learn something new. Always honest, sometimes right. Ooh, you feel that energy rising. The truth is calling, but we'll need some analyzing. Open your mind, let's take a ride. Jaren's almost here, time to toss the lights to the side. Lights down low, crowd tuned in. Truth unlocked, let the show begin. Red pill taker, no faker, no shill. Jaren's in the house, he always keeping it real. Always honest, sometimes right, he claims. He's seen the lies, he broke the chains. Now he's here to level up the game. Crypto truth, let's talk growth. Mind unlocked, yo, he does both. He's been around, he's seen it all. 10 years of flat, now he back on that ball. No more fakes, no more scams, no apps to track. Jaren's here to save the day from these lying maniacs. Oh, open up your eyes. The world ain't what it seems, no disguise. Take a step, take a breath, it's time to rise. No regrets, no regrets. Was flat, but that was whack. It was fake, out the gate, globe's a fact. So I went back, now I gotta shake the hate. Bad research, bad humans, bad intentions, built with lies. You can tell the shape of the ground, just look up in the sky. He's a man who admits when he's wrong, when he makes a mistake. Them other little boys will never give up, since they said TFB was fake. We are waiting on the man, the myth, the legend, and host of the show. The show is about to start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go, 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 go. Late night, grab a snack, hit the fridge, what's next? Phone light blowing, got a text on deck. Crunch, sip, lean back, taking my time. Friday, unplug, let it ease your mind. Jaren be right back, don't stress, don't trip. F you to the drama, let your worries slip. I'll be right here, keeping it divine. Just chill, don't worry on your little mind. More Jaren on the way, just scratch that itch. Is he the best or the greatest? I can't choose which. Settle back in, kick your feet up and relax. Jaren is almost back, and you know he got those facts. Check the time, let the vibe just flow. No rush, no fuss, it'll take it slow. Friday night groove, let the bass lines hit. No drama, no stress, we just vibing a bit. Mic down, kick back, let the world fade. Next round coming, but the mood won't change. Grab a sack, sip something, let the moment ride. Jaren shall return, and you know we do it live. Jaren be right back, don't stress, don't trip. F you to the drama, let your worries slip. I'll be right here, keeping it divine. Just chill, don't worry on your little mind. Lights dim, beat low, let the groove unwind. 2 minutes gone, now it's back to the grind. Let me introduce who you already know. Here's Jaren Unplugged now and back to the show.
All right. Stop. All right, welcome back. We're here. We're ready to go. We're going to look at the super chats real quick. Oh, wait. What Feed Your Mind? Did you have a question? I don't know. You might want to answer that or ask it again. I didn't see it. But I'm going to be looking at super chats real quick. So that is where I will be. And I've got this screen here, which should work. I hope. Good enough, I think. Oh, man. I mean, people think that I mean, look at my numbers. My numbers now, the people watching this, are way lower than it's ever been. So just so you know, it's lower than any Flat Earth show I've ever done. So anybody who says that is just retarded. I've taken a hit to my numbers, to my subs, to the amount of money I'm making, everything. and I've got about a month and a half of money before it's over for me. So be it. I always said if I tell the truth, then whatever happens, happens. What are you going to do? What are you going to do about it? You can't do anything. All right, let me look up the super chats. And we're going with the fan funding. Thank you. All right, we've got first Dave's Waffle House. Thank you very much. Welcome to the club. Appreciate that. We've got also DCRC. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Jeranism Club. Appreciate it. We've got JD says, looking forward to your collaboration over the moon landings with Dave McKeegan. Thank you very much. We talked to Dave about it. We think we have at least the order that we're going to do things in, or how we're going to do it. So if you are interested in joining me tomorrow, Saturday, we have a VIP from noon till 2 or 3 about Pacific time. And then after that, we're going to be getting together with a few people to gather the best moon hoax evidence that we can. And then we'll present like the top 6 or 8 to Dave. He's going to take about, whatever it is, a couple days or a week to try and find the answers. And then we're going to do a show together where basically I present the hoax evidence and then he refutes it the best that he can with whatever he came up with. And we'll see if he can answer every question or not. So looking forward to that as well. Thank you very much. $10, by the way. We've got Kaus, K-A-U-S. I don't really know how it's said. $10 Canadian. Thank you. He says, Jaron, Robbie brought me to FE. He also brought me out. He led me to your Antarctica video and your SpaceX video. My earlier comment about people in Flat Earth attacking was directed to people in the chat. Okay. Well, welcome back to reality. Sorry we had such a long detour. Thank you very much for 99 cents from Dave's Waffle House. Much appreciated. We've got Addicted to Gaming. Says she accepted with grace and humility. He's talking about Karen B. Yes, she did. She actually posted on Facebook that she learned early that she would be Dirtball of the Week, and that's because I told her. After she requested a refund, I said, just so you know, you just became the first woman for Dirtball of the Week. And so thank you very much for that. We've got Scoundrel, who gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much for that. Upside Down Guy. I like Upside Down Guy better now, because before it didn't really make a lot of sense, but now that you're a Glober, it makes more sense. I would go with Upside Down Guy. I'd go back. Jacob Martin says, for question time, how is your life different today now that you are not a flat earther versus right before you went on the trip to Antarctica? I don't know. I feel like it's less stressful as far as, I don't know, maybe it's hard to explain, but you always seem like you're trying to dodge all these questions and trying to answer things and figure things out as a flat earther, whereas now it just kind of feels more relaxed. That I don't feel like I would ever have to prepare for any debate. I don't feel like I'd ever have to prepare for a presentation or anything like that, because it's just what is. And so I don't even think I would prepare really for a debate, besides maybe make an opening statement or prepare something like that with images. But I mean, it is done. It's just set and done. So I guess that's how I feel different. I feel more hurt now, or more like, realizing that people that you thought were friends for 10 years are not, is a rough pill to swallow, because that's who you were working with. That's who you were working for, right? The people in my audience, I was trying to bring them the truth. So then I found the truth, and now they hate me. So that means that the entire time I was working for nobody, right? So, I mean, that's the most upsetting part, is it's like, people should be happy. I just can't. I mean, if I was a truther and I'm watching a truth channel, and then because I don't have time to go do things myself, and then I find that truth channel finds the truth, then I would be happy for that person, because they also helped me find the truth. So that's not the way it goes. And that's what tells you that they're not truthers. If they were truthers, then they would be happy when the truth is found, and not just deny it and laugh at it and say that's goofy and you live on a spinny ball. Thank you very much for the $5 though. Appreciate it. We've got Scoundrel, $10. Very nice of you. And that is a super sticker with a KO hippo. The KO hippo. I like it. We've got, where are we at? Here we go. Globers can be just as bad, Jern. I made a joke on a video by Professor Dave years ago. Globers didn't get the joke and thought I was a flurf. They descended on me like vultures. So much hate. Yes, I agree with that, Addicted to Gaming. And here's what I've said, and I know it might piss people off, but just like I think a lot of Globers are guilty of confirmation bias, and they're guilty of some of the things, but the difference is they're right. And maybe that's one of the rewards for believing things that are true. One of the rewards is you can be a jerk. You can use confirmation bias because you're right. So it's still not the correct way to go about getting to the right answer. However, if you're right, there's really not a lot you can say besides you shouldn't act that way. But for flat earthers, they are they are using the confirmation bias and they're wrong. So there's nothing redeemable there. There's just nothing. You're actually hurting everything in the process. Your children, the people around you, the people who listen to you, everybody. So that's the difference, is that if you're going to be rude and you're going to be a terrible person and a dirtball, at least push something right. I mean, it's terrible to say, but it's the truth, right? I mean, if you're looking at which one's better, well, if you had somebody being an asshole to me about something, would I rather that person be right about what they're saying or be completely and totally wrong? I don't even want to listen to somebody who's wrong. That's just going to take you in the wrong direction. So, but I do see your point, and there are some that are really bad. And I've voiced my opinion about MC Toon and the way that he's treated some people. But now it's like I do look at it, and I'm I watched his video the other day when he covered Mark Sargent, and he was dead on. He was dead on right. So he wasn't being over the top rude or lying about him. He was just saying things about, Mark's ego is through the roof. Mark thinks that this court case is going to be a movie. You want to bring me, the nicest guy ever, onto the stand? Go ahead, see what the jury thinks. Well, they're going to think that you defamed somebody with lies. I'll tell you what they think. All right, we've got JSS Tiger, $10. Thank you very much. Says Dirth and Eric DeBay have me banned for no reason other than I'm a Glober. That's why their channels look like safe havens for flat earthers. Right. That's scary. That's scary because you should be able to block people because they did something block worthy, but not just because they believe in the globe. That's bad news. Why we have flat earthers, they watched it on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree with that. Although I was a flat earther before I ever saw a video on YouTube. So it's kind of weird because I always said it wasn't a psyop because of the way I came into flat earth, but I found it on Eric DeBay's site. So that kind of tells you that maybe it was. Lucas K, thoughts on the Luka Doncic trade? Terrible. Obviously throwing in the towel or something. I don't know why you would ever make that trade. Franchise player. I just came into this live stream, Jaron. I'm the one about Bruno. What? Sorry. I just came into this live stream, Jaron. I'm the one about Bruno. Oh yeah, I know you. Okay. I just learned about Lisbeth and Flatzoid. Is this real? My God, it's so bad. This is a teacher, by the way. It's great giving me some evidence. He's the one who explained to me about the orbit being the same as the curvature of the Earth. As far as when you zoom into the orbit of the Earth around the sun, it's just a straight line. There's nothing, and that's what's happening right now and right now and right now. So it's the same thing as the curvature of the Earth being constantly changing, and when you zoom into our size, it's nothing. We don't notice it. Same thing about the orbit. So Dave Weiss says, "Oh, it's it's constantly accelerating, so it must be going faster speeds all the time." It's like, well, even if it is calculated at a slightly faster speed here or there, the rate of getting there is you would never notice it. It's just tiny. It's not even really a change. It's because it's at that location, always straight. The path is straight. It just so happens zoom out. Oh, it's curved. It's a big circle. It's a big ellipse. But thank you. Yeah, it is real. I don't know what to tell you. These guys. I mean, I wonder what is next. What do you think his next step is going to be? Why did he get an email? So I'm guessing this is what will happen. He'll claim somebody sent him the email saying that's the picture that was on my stream, so that he can push it off on somebody else rather than just say I was wrong, I'm a liar, and I kept doubling down on Dum Dum. Your opinion on Fram 2. We could watch a couple of those videos later, but let's get to the subject at hand. But yeah, I thought that it was pretty crazy. There were some beautiful ones. And that he's talking about the orbit north-south. First time I think humans have ever gone north-south in an orbit. Oops, let me get over here. Thank you very much. Ken P gifted a membership. Very nice. Andy Kejmar says, why has Candace Owens not interviewed Austin? I don't know that, to be honest with you. They were supposed to get together with MC Toon. I forgot if it was right. Well, it was supposed to be right before the trip. And then she got sick and lost her voice. And then they were going to do it right after the trip. And it just hasn't come to fruition yet. So I can't tell you that. You'd have to ask one of them. Mars Science back again. It says, now that you know what is true and where you live, how full of shit Dave and Flatzoid are, and you for a bit of time, what's your opinion on humanity surviving the next 10 years? Bruno did not. I think that we'll be fine, but I don't know if we're moving at the speed that we could. I recognize that, if you move together with like beliefs, and it's okay if you hold on to something, like you're like, okay, the Earth's a globe. I still think maybe it's flat, so I'm going to hold it in my mind. That's great. Don't go around yelling at people on Facebook, saying the things we just saw them say in comments. That's a problem. because you're acting so cocky, like you have the answers, but you have nothing. You don't have a model, no map, no direction, no south celestial pole, no south pole, no reason why the sun would set right to left anywhere ever. There's just a lot of questions that are not answered, and they'll never be answered by Flat Earth. And again, when Flat Earth realizes that there's no other map, that'll be a big day. I don't think any of them realize that yet. No matter how many times I say it, I don't think anybody's ever told them that there is no other Flat Earth map. There's just the AE map. And that's not because like, oh, no one's invented it yet or no one's drawn it yet. It's because if you draw a map of the Earth and you say, I want to make it flat, well, it doesn't change the fact that the continents have to be in the order that they are. And it doesn't change the fact that we have a south end of the sun's orbit, which is called the Tropic of Capricorn, and a north end, which is the Tropic of Cancer, and a middle end, which is called the equinox. And those will be there no matter what. You can't change them. They're not debatable. So then, once you put all that down on a paper, guess what map you have? It's the AE map. That's the reason why it even got this far, is because it's the only one that even has a chance against the globe. But it requires a few things, like the south being a lie. When you go down there and you see, oh, the south is just the opposite of the north, it's not a lie, then there is no other options left. There is no more, well, it still could be flat and we could be magically, no. You can't do what Shane St. Pierre does, which is just keep saying what we observe and then pretending that it works on a flat map. Oh, see here on my flat map here, so we go down here and yeah, okay, we do see the south celestial pole and yeah, the stars do go around it and yeah, they go the opposite direction. And we have this, you're just explaining what we see. Explain from a flat earth perspective. The globe earth explains. Do you understand that? If somebody asks me, why does the sun set right to left, Aaron? I can take them to a globe and explain why it does that. So I'm not just pointing out what we see, it's explanatory. So why does the sun rise here and this, and why is there 6 months of this here, and why does the North Pole have dark when it's the globe? Bring out a globe and you can explain it. That's not the case with a flat earth. If you ask somebody with a flat earth, why is there a 24-hour sun in the south? Well, because it's an apparent sun that bounces off the dome and shows the exact same sun as over here, and it just happens to be south of there. Well, which one has the heat and the light? Well, they both do because they both have to. And what about somebody on this side of Antarctica? What do they see? Oh, they also see the apparent sun, apparently. So that's kind of scary. So yes, I think we will survive, but I think we'd be a lot better off if people learn to, you can have a different opinion. You can have a different alternative ideas. But then when they're brought to the, whatever you want to call it, to the showcase, when they're brought to the main, the main scene, the main event, and they are put to test and one of them reigns supreme, then we drop the one that lost and we move on. And that's how we get better and better and more accurate at things that we do. That's what science is. So what we have is flat earthers who are trying to say, hey, we have something scientific, but we don't have models, we don't have maps, we don't make claims. And then this side saying, well, that's what science is, it's making claims. So what's your claim? They say, we don't make claims, but the earth is flat. And we're like, that is a claim. So now bring evidence of that. Well, we don't have evidence of that. We don't make a model, we don't have a map. Okay, so what is the evidence that you have that's scientific? The earth's flat. Yeah, but we're saying if that's true, then you would have evidence that would allow us to look at it and we'll all be interested in that. But we don't make claims, we don't have models. What are we doing then? That's the problem here. Is that I would think, and I get it, I was just there 6 months ago, but I thought the South was a lie. And so I'm thinking other people thought the South was a lie. That's the only way you could be a flat earther. So I thought it was a known thing, but I guess not, maybe not. Thank you very much, Omar Science, for the $10 US, I believe. Yes, thank you. We've got Feed Your Mind. Oh, this is the one you want to ask me. Jaron, prove how the North Polaris star works on a globe Earth solar system. The North Polaris is the source sun. Sorry? You saw a mirror image of it in reverse in Antarctica due to toroidal firmament. Wait. So why is Polaris? So Polaris is the source sun. Do you know that Polaris actually moves in the sky? So he said, prove how the North Polaris star works on a globe. I can do that. But you're saying the North Polaris is the source sun. You saw a mirror image of it in reverse in Antarctica due to the toroid. But, okay, so, I guess what you're just saying can't really be disproven because what you're saying is that, so when I was in Punta Arenas and I saw the South Celestial Pole, wait, Polaris is the, okay, now I'm totally confused. So you're not saying the South Celestial Pole is the source sun. The North Celestial Pole is the source sun. Okay. And it's being projected somehow over Australia and over Antarctica at the same time? Because I saw it to my south, looking away from the Earth, looking away from where the sun is, looking away from and it circled my head. It's a very strange Polaris star, I'll tell you. Very strange. I'm sure it's not a mirror image of it in reverse due to the toroidal firmament. So the toroidal firmament causes a mirror image of the exact sun that doesn't change angular size appearing in the sky for people in the south for no reason at all. Do you not believe that God created the world? You must not. Because God, if he did create the world, would not make a deception like what you're saying. What you're saying is God created a world that can be answered in one word: sphere. But that's not the truth. The truth is it's a mirror image of a reverse sun from Polaris sun due to a toroidal firmament. And you think God wants us to know that? Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense that God would create a literal deception on purpose by saying, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make a world where people live, and I'm going to make every observation answerable by saying sphere. But the trick is, it's actually something totally different that will take leaps and bounds and fire hoop jumping in order to get there. Because I don't want them just to look and figure it out and then be like sphere, because that's easy. I want them to have to go to Joe Hamby in order to figure this out. I need them to go to Dave Weiss and his lies in order to. I need Dave Weiss, who says that a bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken is a better model of the Earth than the globe. Yet the globe predicts every time of sunrise and sunset and every angle and why we have a North Star and why we have a. So I don't know. Do you really need me to show you how the North Star works? I don't even understand what that means. So the North Pole axis of the Earth, which is angled at 23.5 degrees, is pointed at the North Star some 300, whatever it is, light years away. Okay? That's what the model says. So that completely works because as the Earth moves around the sun, its angle never changes. It doesn't wobble like this. It stays. So see how I can be pointed at the same place in the sky there as I'm moving through an orbit. Look how I'm pointing at the same angle in the sky. It's the same angle. And when it's so far away, it's a direct angle. And it's parallel for everybody, that 90 degrees. So hopefully that makes sense. I don't know if you want more than that. I don't know what you want to see. You could pull up Eyes on the Solar System or Solar System Simulator, and you could see that the North Star is above the axis. And I probably found this out, I don't know, what it was 3 years ago or something, that when I found out, because I always said that Polaris stood still. That's what I thought. But then you find out by people who are taking time-lapse videos, star trails, and you zoom in, oh, Polaris moves too. So that leads me to believe that, yes, then it's not just the central axis of the Earth stars going around. It's actually just a spot in the sky. And as years go by, probably more years than we will be here, but that star will slowly drift away from that center point. And then pretty soon there's going to be no star there. And then give it a couple years after that, then there'll be stars that start. And I don't mean a couple, I mean like hundreds or something. I think it's supposed to move 1 degree every 70 years. So it's very small. You're not going to, telescopes can see that. But for our level, you won't really see it move much in your life. So don't know what else you wanted me to answer about that. Okay, we've got Ken P. gifted another membership. Oh, we read that one. Sorry, we read that one. We read Feed Your Mind, and we're down to JD9. 20 to play Bad Moon on the Rise. Ah, shit, too late. Damn, what is that? Bad Moon on the Rise, what song is that? Should I know that one? All right, thank you very much for those. We'll look at the rest on the second half of the video. Let's get back to the regular screen. And by the way, if you have anything you need to follow up with, who was that again? Feed Your Mind. You can ask in regular chat right now. I'm going over there. I will see it. Just put @Jeranism so I can answer you there. Okay, we're back to the live chat. So, and then we'll get to the main crux. Okay. Witsit is taking a little break, I think. Trolling for Truth says Skyfree replicated this optical effect. What optical effect? Oh, you mean things rising up? I don't see them in here. That is true. That's a mistake of theirs, talking about the... Now, again, I'm freely able to admit that, yes, those two things by science have been questionable. Nat Geo using an optical illusion. I do believe Spencer, who says that he painted the board and didn't mean to do that. He just did it because it was contrasting colors. It ended up being an optical illusion that even fooled the guy on the shore, who said that he remembers 1.5 stripes being covered. He's supposed to get me that footage. My guess is he's going to come back and admit that he was wrong, that he was fooled by it on the shore, in which case what we've been saying the whole time is right. Bottom-up obstruction. Divorce court. Low first get totally decapitated in any debate. They always enjoy their victory, but it's like people started accusing me of being on the Globe side because of the flat earth debates on my channel. They were that bad. The Globers were just annihilating the flat earthers. Objects disappear from bottom up. It's called vanishing point. Do you think that the ship is falling off the ball? Can you zoom it back in? Not always. Thank you for being honest. Thank you, Trolling for Truth. Real Singus followed by the front page. What? Sorry. I don't see him anymore, so he must have left. King Real. All I know is Hebrew is the oldest language in history, and Hebrew definition to NASA, aka Nasha, is to lead someone astray. Don't be scared to search this up, people. The devil operates fear. I was going to say Princess Peach. I thought you were actually Grover. You are. Okay. I've seen many retard flurf videos that use selective editing and deceptive gamma adjustments to make it appear that your pathetic pizza model is real, but you only believe BS. It's not true. Not true. The flat earth, yes. Toroidal fields are done. All right. I think we are good to move on. Okay, so to start out, let me explain what this is about. And if you're somebody that's triggered by the idea of somebody saying, wait, this guy's going to give us a list of 50 things that men should do, who is he to give us a list? He's not perfect. Not saying that at all. I do think that I have some ideas and some truths that I think would be beneficial to people, but I'm certainly not saying, I'll point out here, things that I need to work on myself. Okay. And I'm getting my list here. Okay. And what I did is NASA is not ESHAR, right? Correct. And it's also an acronym, but who's counting? Okay. So if you're somebody who feels like you're banging on all cylinders, that's great. What you could do though is you could listen and not find a big deal out of being a man and thinking to yourself, yeah, men could be better. And so something like this might be helpful, right? It should be helpful to some men. That we saw the percentages, which was like 17% of people thought they weren't doing well at all. So maybe some of this will help them. And 14% said they're doing great. But even those 14% that said they don't need any help, they might hear one thing. They're like, I never thought about that. That will improve my life. And so they can add that to their list. Okay. And then the people in the middle, obviously, and the one at the bottom do need some help. And so possibly this will awaken them to something that they're not doing that they could be doing. Okay. And they're in no order other than I separated them into categories, but they're not in, like, number 1 is not more important than 100 or anything like that. Okay. We are just starting with the second half of the show. Yes. Oh, did you want to take a break? Is that what you're asking me? Dirtball is a old language. Don't know what that is. All right. I could get. I do have water there. Never mind. I was gonna say I could get a water in need one. All right. Number 1 rule on flat earth: don't make it weird. Okay. Lick before stick. Real Singus. That's a great one. May or may not be on the list, but probably. All right. So some of these things are more related to being a better man, because I think if you realize that things have gone south for men, and there's a lot of reasons for that. I think a lot of it has to do with the feminist movement, demonizing masculinity, and really shaming men for acting masculine. At the same time, you have introduced atrazine into the water supply. You've introduced fluoride into the water supply, and things that I think do make men more subdued, more docile, and that could hurt in the overall scheme of things. I do think that women are equal, but there are strengths that men have that women do not, and vice versa, right? So sometimes I think that gets forgotten, and I don't think people realize too, this is going to be weird for some of my audience, I'm sure my new audience at least, that I do believe that the traditional roles in a marriage work well. They work well for raising children. They work well for keeping the home happy. And some of the newer stuff that's kind of becoming popular are not. They're not helping the world. They're hurting. Now, you might say, well, they're more towards equality, and a woman should be able to go and work a job if she wants. And I 100% agree that if a woman wants to not be a homemaker, that she can go out and work whatever job she wants. Okay, probably not bricklaying, and probably not roofing houses. And there's a reason for that, right? There's a reason why men do those jobs. But I do think that women would be happier well, that's a blanket statement. Most women would be very happy being taken care of, being satisfied, being mothers, raising and nourishing children, taking care of the home, than out in some job. Because usually what I hear from women is they say something to the effect of, I'm not going to be a slave for some guy at home. I'm not going to be a slave for some guy. And then they go and they get a job and they don't realize, well, now you're a slave for some guy, but he doesn't love you and he doesn't care about you and he doesn't care about your children. So if you had a choice, I would take the being a slave for a man at home that cares about you and cares about your children and loves you. I don't mean slave, but the same thing goes for the women in a job, right? They may not be slaves because they can go home at night, but they are a slave and they're working for far less money than the CEO makes, and so on and so on. So that being said, we have also been attacked with things like terrible food, right? And I've been shocked to find out how many men drink energy drinks. Okay. I mean, you have to realize that anytime you take something like most men are, again, I'm talking about, truthers here in this context. They're recognizing that there's things out there that will make you feel gross, right? Bad food. Sorry, hold on. Okay, we've processed food, things like that. Now, I do believe that your body can work through pretty much anything. Okay, this is why alcoholics don't die from drinking a fifth of vodka, whereas if I drink that, I would die. I don't even know what a fifth is, so maybe I wouldn't die. Don't take my word for that. If I drank a bunch of vodka, as much as a alcoholic drank, I would die, surely. And they don't. Why is that? Well, the body has learned to process it. It's still killing you, still hurting you. Okay? But it is much better for you if you eliminate those things from your life. Now, as I tell you things that you should eliminate, I recognize that if you hear a list of 100 things, you're going to be like, that's impossible. I'll never do that. But I'm going to explain to you how you just need to implement one of these things at a time. And the more that you implement, the more that the rest become easy and attainable. And the more it doesn't look like a never-ending list. Just, what's another thing? I got to do this. Okay. Let me talk about manifesting, if you will, or daily affirmations. Okay. Do I believe that manifesting is real? Well, I've shown it to myself that it is. Now, does it mean that it's real in a way that you can just say things and they will happen in your life? No. Clearly, you must put forth effort. The book The Secret says, write a check to yourself for $10,000 and put it on the wall and you'll get a check for $10,000. That's not the way it works. Okay. But if you do write a check for $10,000 on your wall and every day you take steps to attain it, whether that's starting a business, whether that's starting a website, whether that's whatever you're doing, that's how you attain it. Okay. So really, more than anything, the check is like a mental push towards what you want. Oh, I see it's on the screen. Sorry. Tell me, somebody asking if I've ever seen what cyan cobalamin is made of. I don't know, but isn't there like in energy drinks? Isn't there some like bull semen or something? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this off the screen. Or do I need that on there? Go back to this one. Okay, good. Now Jaren has become Dr. Phil. I've always talked about these things. If you don't know, I do relationship counseling. I do men's personal growth counseling. And there's guys that would tell you right now that they've learned more from me than they've ever learned in their life. So are those guys just lying? Are they just making that up? Or is it possible that you just don't know when to listen and shut your mouth? Probably is the truth. Okay. I've had a unique life that has led me to different areas that I don't think other people ever got to explore. And because of that, I figured out some stuff along the way. And what have I realized about men? That they don't care. Okay. Even if I have secrets, if you want to call them that, men don't care because they don't want to improve what they're doing. They don't want to improve who they are. They don't want to get better at what they do. And so I don't do a crazy job of trying to scream it at them because they don't want to hear it. My own friends didn't want to hear it. So I don't mind, but I'm going to say it because I think that we are seeing elements of this in the world around us. Okay. So talking about the things, let me just mention one other thing. So we have men who have been attacked by all this bad food. Fast food is horrendous for you. If you're eating any fast food, you got to stop that. Okay. If you're drinking energy drinks or soda or alcohol, let me explain why alcohol is a huge danger to men and not as big to women, really. Is it's going to ruin you sexually, which you may not think is important. It is, okay? It's extremely important. And it's a trick. It's a trick. Let me explain the trick. So most men say that when they were young, whether it's 17, 18, 19, 20, whatever you were when you started to have sex, you did better. You were less inhibited when you were drunk or drinking, okay? So that becomes something that men do at a young age. They'll say, oh, I'm going to go with this girl tonight. We're going to go get drinks. Or I'm having this girl come over tonight. I'm going to give her drinks. So everything becomes this alcohol thing. And then they think they perform better. And you know what? The truth is probably that they do. Okay. The problem with that is it becomes a crutch. It becomes something that then those men need every time. And this has damaged more relationships than you'll ever know and caused more women to be beat than anything else because men become alcoholics. And it's because they now have a certain level that they want to live up to. It no longer works as well when they're not drunk. And so they have a hard time doing life without drinking. Okay. So the quicker that you can get that off of your plate, the better off you'll be. There is no benefit to remaining an alcoholic. There is no benefit. Now, I'm not taking anything away from people who say they want to drink on occasion. That's fine. I choose not to, but you can. You can drink whenever you want. But if you can reduce that number, you're only going to be helping yourself. Okay. Hopefully it's not too late. But you can just start now. Reduce your drinking. Get to the point where you don't need to drink anymore. Because what happens is you've got men who, oh, I'm better at sex now because I'm drinking. And then they get married to a girl. And then they need to drink to have sex. And when they're not drinking, they choose not to have sex. And then it even gets worse than that. Then anytime you're going to have sex, you have to be drinking. And then eventually you have whiskey dick. Now you've completely screwed yourself. Now you need to drink in order to have sex, but drinking gives your dick not, makes your dick not work. Is that a good plan of action for somebody? So a lot of the things I do think I say, I wish I could talk to 16, 17, 18-year-old guys because this would be very helpful to them and not so much for somebody who's 60, but it's still helpful. So I'll continue on anyway. So I think one of the biggest traps, definitely alcohol. Okay. Another big trap, absolutely shown in the world around us, we can actually see this manifesting, is what porn has done to men. Okay. If you still watch porn, just recognize what it's doing to you, to your brain, to everything about it. Okay. Now, people like to call me a pervert, and yet I don't watch porn at all. And there's a reason for that. Because when you do, what you're doing is you are actually self-training yourself. Okay. You're training your brain to enjoy or be attracted to or like other men having sex with women. Okay. Again, you are not training yourself to be good in bed. You're not training yourself to be a good lover, to be somebody who satisfies women. What you're training yourself to do is enjoy watching other men fuck women. Okay? The world that we see around us today is exactly what you would expect from a porn engulfed society. Because what you see is cheating going on. You see all these, people going here, they go there. So everything is about, and it usually is like a preemptive, what do you call it? A defense mechanism. So I've talked to guys who have said, who've cheated on their women. And when you ask them why, what was the reason for it? They usually would say something like, well, that they don't know what's going to happen in the future and they don't want to ever be surprised that their woman cheated on them. The reason for that is, again, because they've watched porn and they are into or they enjoy watching other men fuck women. They then look at the women that they're with and they say, oh, she's eventually going to want some other guy to fuck her because that's what you like. So that's what they must like. So then what that person does is says, I don't know how long I'll be able to be with this person. So if I get a chance to cheat, I will. It's a defense mechanism. Okay. When I was young, say 20s, there was no talk of men wanting to watch their women with other men. It just wasn't a thing. Now it's a thing. Why is it a thing? Well, it's because porn started to introduce that. And also, what I just said, people have been training their minds to enjoy watching other men have sex with women. Do you think that makes you good in bed? Do you think that makes you a good lover? It certainly does not. When I talk to women, they all have the same story, that what I'm saying is Absolutely 100% true. So while you may think that, oh, Jaren's out of his mind, doesn't know what he's talking about, why would it be that any woman I've ever talked to, and they've, oh, my, this sucks and this sucks, and I say, hey, have you ever thought about this? Could this be the, and they're like, that's it. You're exactly right. And I say, yeah, I know. And they say, that's what I've seen. That's what, either this guy gets in bed and then he makes it seem like he wants to do things, but then it doesn't work. And then they get self-conscious and then, okay, so this is all a result of this. And while people will be, I'm not even looking at the chat. I know when not to look at the chat. That's when I know that people disagree with what I'm saying, because I really don't care. It's the truth. It is the way it is. Yeah, you can listen to it and say, I disagree, and then go about your merry way. That's fine. Okay. But the people in the chat will be going off, you don't know shit. I drink every day and I'm great in bed. Great for you. Okay. Remember, there was one show I was doing where I was talking about drinking, and there was some guy in the chat and he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I do just fine. And I've been drinking for 20 years. I'm like, okay. So you think there's meth heads for 20 years too. What do you think? That's a good thing? Everybody go do meth, because this one guy has lasted 20 years on it. I'm sure it won't do anything bad to you. That was a joke, by the way, before somebody clips that out. So I think that those are two of the major things that are hurting men, because, and the other is not just standing up for yourself as a man. Because I do think most of the couples that have come to me are all the same reason. The woman eventually starts telling the man how to do things, right? So she doesn't like the way he did something here, doesn't like the way he did, and before you know it, he is now subservient to her. And I've never seen that go well, ever. Because what happens is that the woman is no longer attracted to him. And that's what I've seen. So the women become unattracted to the men that they boss around and want things to do it their way. And then you have a relationship that just doesn't have any dynamics anymore. So my top thing to do to stay happy in your relationship is to always be having fun, flirting, sending pictures. Okay. Those things will keep things spicy. They'll keep things interesting. That's my opinion. That's where I've seen couples do well. If you watch a couple that is at, let's say you're at a birthday party and there's some music starts playing and some people start dancing, and you see a 70-year-old couple get up there and they start dancing and they're laughing and they're having a great old time together. I can guarantee you that those two people are having sex. And when the music plays and you see a couple over in the corner and they don't get up to dance and they're not even looking at each other, no holding hands, no nothing, that couple is not having sex. So again, I've talked about this in my Raw podcast, that the taboo subject of sex is a problem because it's something that's fundamental to our society. It's fundamental to the growth of the species. It's very important to relationships, and yet it's taboo as if nobody has it. Nobody does it. We don't talk about it. Well, I have no problem talking about it. And I think it's important to talk about it. I think that it's a hugely important aspect to a relationship, maybe behind honesty, maybe behind respect, but it's huge. And people don't treat it that way. Okay, they don't treat it that way. Also, any couple I've ever worked with that has not been doing well, do you think any of them ever said that they're having sex weekly? Never. It is clear. In fact, if you told me, my husband and I aren't doing well, I could immediately know that you're not having sex very often. That's just a requirement of being in that kind of relationship, is that's what happens. And I think that a lot of this comes from when you get together. Think about when you met your significant other. Was it hot and heavy? Was there a lot going on? Was it very intimate? Was it very sensual? The answer is always yes. So then as time goes on, let's say that you get engaged. Usually things still hot and heavy. You get married. The beginning hot and heavy. And then slowly that pulls back. And usually people are okay with that. Like, yeah, we've married a long time, so we go to now once a week. Okay. But what you're doing there is you're actually reducing both people's libido. One sex has an easier time getting that back, and that's the female sex. Okay. Female can have no sex for months and then pick it up right again and be just fine doing it every day. Maybe she needs a little bit of time, but I'm saying, there's no performance needed. There's no necessity for her to be a certain way in order for the act to actually work. Whereas with a man, you are integral to that system. You need to be working. You need to be at your top. Okay. Granted, you may not always be at your top, but for the most part. So if you let that go, if you think it's part of being in a relationship, yeah, sometimes we lose it. Yeah, sometimes it gets We only have sex once a week. What that will become is twice a month. And what that'll become is once a month. And as long as if you find a spot that feels good for you, I'm not saying you need to have sex every day. But if it's a spot that works good for you, it's better that you schedule the day. What I mean by that is make it every other Friday night. That's better than letting it keep on slipping, because that's what happens every time. Because it's very difficult to pick back up and improve, because what a guy needs to do is actually put that into action, right? But if you are disappointed in yourself the first time you do, then you won't continue on with that. So you just fall back and you slowly let that die again. What happens there is you stop being intimate. You stop being flirtatious. Now, if you're young, that's a problem, okay? I'm not saying anything about 70-year-olds because I don't know how that exactly works, but my guess is it would be the same. However, I think it's more explainable and more understandable at that age. The problem with doing it when you're younger, pulling back, is that people still have that desire, that want to be flirted with, to be appreciated, to be complimented. And so what happens is somebody has that happen outside of the house, whether it's at work, whether it's at school, whether it's wherever. And then that person gets excited about it, and then sometimes they go too far, whatever. But there's a reason for that, and the reason is because you gave up on that end of it, okay? So this list of 50 things may include some of those, it will include some of those, but I'm just trying to lay out a baseline, if you will, a foundation for why I think it's important for men to be huge parts of society, very important parts of society. I think that they are at the helm of society. I think most of the things that are built because of men. I think that, is that necessarily the right thing? Well, I think people should play into their strengths, right? So in my household, for example, if you ask my wife when's the last time she took out the trash, I don't think she would be able to tell you ever. Okay, if you ask my wife when's the last time she fixed a leaky faucet, or changed the oil in the car, or washed the car, or anything like that, okay, the answer would be never. She hasn't done that in this house because we have very clear roles. Now, if you ask me, when's the last time that you wash clothes? I don't think I know how to use the wash machine. Okay. Now, could I figure it out? Have I washed clothes my whole life? Sure. But we have defined roles. She does cleans clothes. But when you do that, it creates a situation where everything is very above board. It's very easy. You don't look down at somebody. You don't regret, like, oh, I did it 6 times and this guy's only done it 4. No, that's it. I remember telling Austin, and he was like the most shocked I've ever seen anybody when he was telling me something about this. And how do you guys organize the changing diapers? Who does diapers? I'm like, oh, I've changed my son's diaper maybe 5 times in his life. He's like, what? How's that even? What do you mean? I'm like, that my wife changes the diapers. Like, that's what her job is. That's what she does. And she doesn't have a job that she works like at a job. She doesn't go to a place. But I don't say that she doesn't have a job, because she does have a job. Her job is to keep the house, to keep the home, to keep me happy, to keep the baby happy, to cook food. And my job is to keep her happy, keep the baby happy, keep money in the account so that she can buy things, keep everything clean and neat around the house. That is my responsibility, and then she does her responsibility. So I always tell people, before I go to bed at night, when I'm done with my shows usually, or I kind of wind down, is I go through the house just one time, lock the front door, check everything. I also make sure that things that she would need to do the next morning, because if people don't know, I go to bed a little bit later. I usually go to bed much later than her and get up later. So when I do that, I don't want her to get up in the morning and there be things that she needs to do. So if I didn't walk through the house and clean out the trash and make sure there's no trash in the kitchen trash can, then she's going to wake up, she's going to start doing things for the baby, and she's going to go to the trash can. It's going to be full. So you can take steps like that, and it really eliminates any fighting. I know it sounds crazy, but my wife and I don't fight because we don't need to. There's no reason to. She doesn't have to ask me to do things. I don't have to ask her to do things. We know our roles. We know what we're doing. We know what's going on. And by doing that, even things where somebody drops the ball or something, they do it all the time. So it's not a big deal. If I walked out there right now in the kitchen and my wife went to bed for whatever reason and the kitchen is a mess, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't be like, this damn woman, why did she? Because I know she cleans all the time. So it's just that she got busy and didn't clean. So there's no reason to be confrontational about it. If she walked out in the morning and did see the trash there, she wouldn't be confrontational about it because I always do it. So, and the other thing is, when we got together, we talked about whether you are doing things because you want to do them or you're doing things because you're told to do them. Okay. If you do things because you're told, you will eventually resent that person. Okay. So for instance, if every time I just didn't do the trash and she's like, babe, will you do the trash? Yes. Babe, will you do the trash? Yes. Babe, will you do right. So what's happening there is I'm going to slowly start resenting her and she's going to start resenting me. Fuck, I got to tell this guy to do the trash again. God damn it. Does she always have to tell me about the trash? Where you just need to recognize, oh, wait a second. So she's always asking me to do the damn trash. Let's do it preemptively. Let's do it without being asked. That's how you curb issues ahead of time. And if there's any, and we haven't had a specific one, but I'm saying if there's any kind of part of the roles that you don't know whose is who, talk about it. Talk about it. Say, who's going to do this so that it gets done. My wife doesn't do anything that takes manual labor like that, like fixing the oil in the car, changing the oil or changing a tire or anything like that. That would be my job. So I'm not saying that's the only way that you can live. You can certainly live other ways if you want, but I just know from we've been married for 14 years, right? That's 13 would be 11, so 25 would be 14. Yeah, so 13 years, 13 and a half. And you think it would be easy for me. I was married 11, and still can't figure out the math. But anyway, 11 p.m. and all kinds of fun. But we still have a great relationship because we've never had that breakdown where we go backwards. And we even did have a hiccup in our marriage, right? So people know about that. But we were able to get by it for numerous reasons. But one of those reasons was we talked about it. We talked it out. We figured out what had happened. And we said, okay, so we've got to change this, do this, and let's see how it goes. And from there, we picked right back up, and it's as if it didn't happen. And from that, we got Mabby, and so that's great, okay? So let's go through the top 50. And I just want you to think that why these things are important to not just your family, okay? Not just your wife, not your significant other, but to society. To not just society, but to people watching you. So you want to be a role model, because here's the sad thing about the world, and I don't know if people agree with this. This is what I've seen in my life. I used to say that no males were role models. Okay, I used to look around and say I don't want to be like any of these males. I don't want to be like my dad. Don't want to be like my grandpa. Don't want to be like my uncle. Don't want to be like my friends. Don't want to be like Dave Weiss. Don't want to be. Who's the man that I want to be like? Where's the role model? Okay, that's what I used to say. And then I realized, oh, I think I know why there's no role model. And it happened when I was at the best times in my life, when I was hammering on all cylinders. That's when I got the most hate. That's when people started lying about me. So what happens in my mind now is I say, oh, nobody will ever be a role model because males in this society won't allow it. I think that if there's 4,000 men and one of those men becomes great, they're starting to nail on all cylinders. They're doing things right. They're becoming popular. They are looking good, feeling good. The other 4,000 men would rather destroy him, would rather bring him down than to improve. That is pretty much a fact. So they will never allow somebody to be considered good. They will never allow a role model to exist because men don't want to do any better. They need to. They need to be a lot better. And we're going to get into some of that. And we're going to look at my list here and go through. Again, they're not in any order. Okay. I just have some category titles and then, list inside there, each one. Okay. So the first one is, again, not in any order. Okay. Is growth. Okay. Growth in every way. Oh, I didn't get to manifesting. Sorry. I almost missed one important part. Okay. So manifesting, whether it's real or not. I want you guys to try something. And I think if you try this first, then you'll at least respect me a little bit more and you'll say, hey, this worked. I think I'm going to continue doing that. Here's what you do. After this show, take a list and write down 10 things that you want to improve on. Should be easy. You're going to listen to a list of 50 things. You might hear 10 that you're like, oh, I'm not doing that. I would like to do that. Maybe sometime down the road. Okay, great. Write down that list of 10. Then I want you to go through that list of 10 and you're going to circle 3 of them. And the 3 are whatever the most pressing are. Okay. So what I'm explaining is a way to get better, be better. So if you're a guy out there, you're listening right now, like, I'm not doing any of this shit, then you're exactly what I'm talking about. You're somebody who doesn't care about getting better. You don't want to improve. If you did, then what I'm about to say, you'd be like, makes sense. Why not try it? If I want to get better, I'll try these things. But I don't think a lot of men are like that because in my opinion, most men don't want to get better. They want to be average. They want everybody to be average so that they don't have to do anything. That's what I think. Okay, so once you have those 3 things circled, I want you to write them back down on a new, let's get a 3x5 index card, if you will. And you're going to write down 3 things on that. And you're going to reword them in a positive affirmation. Okay. So if you're writing down that you need to get more sleep, okay, then you want to change that to, I get 7 hours of sleep every night. It has now become a positive statement. It is no longer a I need to, I will, nothing like that. You are saying it's done. Okay. So that's number 1. I will get more sleep. Or I get 6 hours, I get 7 hours of sleep every night. If you are not picking up your kids on time from school, you're always doing something else, you get busy. Ah, shit, I forgot to get to it. That becomes a positive statement. I pick up my kids every day on time. Okay. And the last thing is you're not working out right now. You're not exercising. So I work out 3 times a week. Okay. So that's your new, you now have a note card, 3x5 card. It's got 3 things written on them. They're all positive statements. Okay. Your next step is put it next to your sink wherever you brush your teeth. Okay. Every time you brush your teeth, that note card's sitting there. What I want you to do is start brushing your teeth, and then I want you to, in your head, read those 3 things verbatim. I do this, I do this, I do this. Brush your teeth. Keep reading them. 1, 2, 3. Read it again. 1, 2, 3. After about a week, you will be at a point where you no longer need to look at the card. Okay, because you've been saying this now for a week, and every time you brush your teeth, and you're probably saying it 15 times or 20 times each. So now you're doing it by memory. I guarantee you that those things will correct themselves in your life. Is that manifesting? Nope, but it is convincing yourself that it's been done. And what it does is it almost forces you to do those things. It seems simple, might seem dumb. Try it. Try to take the top 3, the things that will change your life tomorrow. Start doing them by reading them, and just the act of reading them means that you're doing more than what we said by the secret putting up the check on the wall. When you put up a $10,000 check and just leave it there, nothing's going to change in your life. You didn't do anything to change it. When you write down these 3 things on a note card and you say them to yourself over and over and over and over again at the beginning of every day, you are actually putting effort towards it, whether you realize it or not. That little bit of effort somehow manifests its way into reality. Okay, it just becomes true. And I want you to try it. And then when you get through a month, 2 months, if you're nailing on those things, go back to your list of 10. Pull the next 2 or 3 in, change your list up a little bit in the morning, and now read the new list. If you do that, I think you'll be quite surprised at the changes that will happen in your life. And I would like to hear from you if it doesn't. If you're like, Jaron, I've been doing this for a month. I said these 3 things every day, and they didn't change, not one of them. Because I've never heard that before. Not one time have I ever heard somebody come back and say, doesn't work. Everybody says, like, you'll never believe it. I said, I believe it. You'll never believe it. I did this. I fixed this. Well, that's because if we put our mind towards things, if we don't think about it and we do everything else and we never think about the things, and it's kind of the same thing as being a flat earther, right? Is you actually put up a block to learning anything that might ruin your current beliefs. What this is doing is it's getting over the fact that you may not be thinking about the things that you want to change. Why? Because it'll be a bad feeling. If you're not picking up, you just don't think about it throughout the day. You don't want to think about, I got to pick up my kids. So by doing this, you're actually forcing yourself to think about the things that you're not doing, but you're thinking about them in a positive way, and they will come to fruition. They will manifest. Okay. That is my prediction, and we'll see how that goes with you, but I think you should try it. It doesn't hurt to try. If you're somebody out there, naysayer, somebody who's stupid, man, I'm not doing, I'm already perfect, whatever. But if you tried this, what could it hurt? If you don't want to try it, then you are the source of the problem as far as not wanting to improve. Okay. So number 1 thing on the list is to learn to control your emotions instead of reacting. Okay. So too often men react irrationally, or in anger, or in haste. And if you take the time to actually think before you do things, you will greatly improve the outcomes of what happens. We all fall for this. And by the way, I will say it again. I'm not saying by any stretch of the imagination, I do all 50 of these things perfectly. No. In fact, most of these come from things, as I was making my list, that I knew I needed to improve on. Okay, so you'll hear things like be punctual. Okay, so it's obviously an issue I have. But I also recognize how to get there. And I've cleaned up a lot of things already through this method. And it's just keep adding as time goes on, keep changing your note card, keep improving in the areas that you need improvements on. And you'll be surprised at what you are a year from now. You'll be surprised at where you're at 2 years from now. Will you be better? The answer is overwhelmingly, without a doubt, yes. So that's what I mean by if we can all take steps to be better, and in 2 years, everybody would be better, why would we not do that? Why would we ignore that possibility? It really becomes men just don't care about improving, and they don't care about being better, which is a sad thing to think about, because if that's the case, I don't think society lasts much longer. We need to be men. I don't think there's any way the men of today are the same of the men of 1776. I don't think there's any chance that the men of today are the same as the men of 1950. And the men of today are nowhere near the men of 1980. So there is a decline. And if you don't see that, well, you need to open your eyes. There's definitely a decline. And there might be other factors. There are other factors. But one of them being, too much pharmaceutical drugs is one, for example. That's not the best method to keeping yourself healthy. Now, I understand that if you have heart issues and they issue some heart medicine, maybe you need it. I'm not saying that doesn't exist, but I am saying you shouldn't have got to that point in the first place. Anytime you're having some little ailment, you should get on it. In fact, Lisbeth knows that the only time that I've ever taken a Tylenol in 14 years was in Antarctica, which is funny, just because I was like, oh my God, I have a headache. Like I don't have headaches. What the hell's going on? Well, something about that trip, whether it wasn't enough sleep or enough to eat or whatever it was, gave me the first headache I've had in a long time. And I don't take pharmaceuticals. I don't even take Tylenols. Okay. I took one from her because I was like, I have headaches. Do you want Tylenol? I'm like, I don't know. And I was like, you know what? I haven't taken one in 14 years. I bet you it will knock this headache out. And it did. That was a 1 in 14 years. Okay. Do I think that hurt me? Probably not. But if you're somebody who has headaches every day and you're taking migraine medicine every day, there has to be a reason why that's happening, that you should be worried about that rather than the pills, right? Because what's happening is you're masking something. You're putting something behind. Now, if I came home and started having headaches, well, then I would know immediately, okay, something has changed in my life. I'm not doing enough of something. I'm doing too much of something. Because I do believe that you can do everything in moderation. Again, the thing about liquor is that hurts you in more ways than one. So I would never tell somebody you have to quit tomorrow. Okay, but I'm just saying that's... Okay, so we had number one was controlling your emotions, right? Sorry. So number one is just don't let emotions lead you. Okay, don't let your anger at somebody lead you. I've had that happen many times in my life, to where something has happened and I've lashed out in anger, and it feels good at the time. No matter what, you always look back and you say, I should have done it this way, or I should have done that way. Why is that? It's because you acted in the immediate emotion. Okay. So the one thing I think that men can do as far as growing is to get better at your emotions. Okay. The other thing, and I talked about this in my crypto class, is we need to start practicing with delayed gratification. Okay. Anytime that you can put money away today for the future, anytime that you can do something preemptively, right? That is a great thing. Is that rich people have the ability or the luxury of having their cake and eating it too. Or if you will, they can have gratification now and they don't need to delay it because there's no reason to. They have the money now, they can do it now, whatever. Whereas us, we don't have money. Okay, I'm speaking for myself, but I mean, maybe you guys do. I don't have very much. But we have been putting together a plan of trying to put money away for the future. If it wasn't for that attempt before, then I couldn't be doing what I'm doing right now. I'm obviously not making enough today to live, but I do have a couple months that we can, and that's because we delay gratification. We don't go on vacation. We haven't paid for we haven't gone on a honeymoon. Okay. And that's because we've never had the money. We just keep moving ahead. But delayed gratification also allows you to not need things today that you, like for instance, buying a new car. So many people, my friends, everybody would buy a brand new car and have a $350, $400, $500 monthly car payment. And that becomes very stressful. Same thing with ringing things up on credit cards. I don't have a car payment. I don't have a credit card. So we don't have to worry about things like that. It really does take away from the stress that you might have if you get rid of those payment items. Now, you can't get rid of your electric bill. You can't get rid of your water bill. I get that. But what you can do is eliminate payments which just stress you out. If you're constantly thinking, oh, tomorrow I got the car payment due, the next day I got this credit card, the one after I got this credit card, you're constantly stressed out and you're worried about those things at all times. So the less that you can worry about, the better. Okay. So there's a delayed gratification that you can get from, do you need a brand new car today? Couldn't you, instead of doing that, say, okay, well, I was going to put $300 towards a new car every day, but I could buy this used one with some money I've saved, and it's used and it doesn't have a car payment. So now I'm saving $500 a month, and I can put that forward for the future. And I can still do, but I'm not worried about it because it's just money going to the future, right? So same thing, that's what I teach in crypto, is I don't teach how to trade coins. I think that's a dumb thing to do. But if you can put away $100 a month, then you will be much better off doing that now and not spending that money on a vacation to Hawaii every year. Now, maybe you choose to do that. I choose not to, because I think that I want to set things up for the future and not for pleasure today, right? And I think that if we got 20 years from now and some of these coins are a lot higher or some of these investments are a lot better, you're going to be much happier than if you're like, we didn't put any money into that, but we went to that vacation 15 years ago for a week in Hawaii that I barely remember. So that's not delaying gratification. That's, I want everything now. I want a brand new phone now. I want a brand new this now. I want a brand new car now. I need payments constantly. Just be careful with that. That will send you into a stressful situation. Okay. So the other thing is that men can start doing today, learn a new skill, whatever it is. So you should always be growing at what you know how to do. And this kind of happened to me as an accident, because my wife remembers that when I first started to sit down at the computer, I didn't know how to copy or paste. I didn't know Control C. I didn't know Control V, nothing. Didn't know those things. And as I became a YouTuber and started through that, I started to learn computers. I started to figure things out, how to do them. And then I went and bought a $2, what was it called? I don't remember the name of it. Oh, shoot. I can't remember the name of the editor I used at the very beginning. Oh, it'll hit me in a second. Not Coral. Oh, man. There's a name of an editor that I found at a thrift shop, and I came home and started to learn video editing. And I remember this was what was so weird about people who said I was a shill early on. They said, look how much better his videos have gotten in 2 years. It's like, what? He said, look how he started and he had terrible videos, and now look at them, they're all polished. That's because I learned how to edit videos. So these men the ones saying that must have been in the world that they're like, oh, if he puts shitty videos out at the beginning, then 2 years later, they should still be shitty. Does that make any sense? No, I don't live like that. I live to improve what I'm doing. Anything that I'm doing, I can do better. Anything I can do faster. Anything I can do more efficiently. So you should become the same way. You should try to find a new skill, whether that's woodworking, whether it's something on the computer. AI right now would be great for you. I mean, there's so much to do with AI that maybe it's a new skill that you learn, where you sit down and you're like, I'm going to teach myself how to make music with AI. I'm going to teach myself how to, and it's just bettering yourself, and you never know what opportunities can come from that. People who say they can't figure out something to do, one thing that you could do is to learn a skill and learn it really well, and then offer classes to teach that skill. That's something that will always be needed for all times. Okay. AI is going to have a hard time teaching people skills, but you may not. You can teach somebody a skill, whatever it might be. Let's say Excel. Do you know how many people don't know how to use Excel, the spreadsheet? They just don't know the different categories. They don't know how to use the functions, nothing. How to sort, any of that. So by you taking the time to learn Excel and then putting out yourself and say, hey, if you need a template drawn, or what do they call it? A sheet drawn. If you need a comma separated value form, whatever, CSV form, I can help. And you'll be surprised, even if you go through Craigslist, the amount of people that will call because they want to do something, but they don't have the skill. So that's one way you can do, is just learning a new skill, no matter what it is. And I don't know if I said every day. I didn't mean that if I said every day. You don't need to learn a new skill every day. Just if somebody came up to you and said, what are you learning right now? What's new in your skill set? You shouldn't just say nothing. I'm just, I don't learn anything new. No, there should always be something new. And one thing that I've seen from flat earthers is they do have a desire to grow in knowledge, because I've seen it. That they're hungry for truth, they're hungry for knowledge. So hopefully the same thing happens in other areas, because it sucks for myself to know that I put in much of my time into something fruitless. And even looking back now, I'm like, man, think of all the skills I could have learned if I spent the time that I did on flat earth on a skill set. I'd be able to work right now on that skill set. I'd be able to offer my expertise in that skill. Whereas now I cannot offer people my expertise in flat earthism. That's not going to pay the bills. Okay. So clearly you can learn from my mistakes, and that's one thing that you can do. The other thing I think is important is to spend time alone, believe it or not. Okay. I think that if you, which number are we on? Sorry. Just want to make sure I'm getting on the right numbers here. And my iPad keeps closing. So we did delayed gratification, and we said learn new skills. We're on number 4. Okay. So spending time alone is important because I think that you can grow with it. You have to be able to envision where you want to be, to think about the mistakes that you've made, and to contemplate how you're going to improve them. And that maybe is difficult to do if you're always with the other person, right? So if you've got a wife and you're always together and you don't have a lot of alone time, it becomes very difficult to assess where you're at, where you could be better, where you want to go. And I don't mean as a couple, because that's good to do together too, but it's also good to spend time alone. And I don't mean a lot of time. If you drive in a car, if you commute to work, those are good times. But I also think and I don't want to say meditate, because I don't meditate. You could meditate, that's the same thing. But really just turn off distractions, right? So turn your phone on no distraction, focus mode, whatever you got to do. Turn off the radio in the car and give yourself 20 minutes of contemplating where you are now and where you want to be. What mistakes have you made in the last 5 years, and how do you avoid those mistakes in the next 5? And kind of let yourself grow that way, okay? So that is number 4, is time alone. Okay, great. We're still in the growth category topic, okay? We talked about that. Okay. I think it's important, and this is just basically on the same subject, but is to read 1 book a month, okay? It can be a short book. It can be any book. Maybe self-help books are good, maybe some sort of a new way of looking at things. You just want to make sure that your mind is active and not complacent. Okay, a lot of people get very complacent where they're settled or they're happy where they're at. I would rather always be thinking something differently. So whether that's I'm going to read a new, whatever it is, you name it. It could be a book about anything. And I even want to say I was like thinking like I've done a lot of that. It's been conspiracy stuff, but even that is learning. I wouldn't learn from a YouTuber that lies, but I'm saying if you're reading a book by anybody that's a great writer, MERCED or anybody like that, that they're conspiracy minded, but they're factual. They have references in the book, or what do you call it? Yeah. So at least the information that you're getting is legit, and you should never just believe it anyway. Make sure you think about it. Make sure you follow up on anything that's before you adopt it as a belief. But you don't need to read things and adopt them as beliefs. You need to be able to read things and learn to see what matches your worldview and what doesn't. And it's not a problem with pushing things aside. If you're reading a book and you're like, oh, this is, I don't think this is right. Well, if that's just one thing he said, then keep going. It doesn't mean, I got to put this book away. This person said one wrong thing. No, you can actually get good things from even people that are bad. Okay. But again, I would stick to books and things that have known authors, because those tend to be more factually sound than, say, some pamphlet or some website that you found, okay, where it could just be nonsense. And it's always good to follow up and see what people say about the book, and if there's a lot to learn there. Audible is great if you want to listen to a book when you're driving to work, something like that. Also, now there's tons of text to sound websites, so you can actually, if you don't like the act of reading, put on headphones and listen to it while you're out in the garden. Anything like that will help you be a better person, will help you be a better man. Okay. I talked about, so we did that one. And that's number 5. Okay, so the next one just is, I think was covered by the manifestations. It's okay to write goals down. It's okay to keep lists of things that you're working on. I think it helps. I think if you don't have lists, you don't remember some things, right? So if you think to yourself today, yeah, Jaren's right, I should control my emotions, and I should, plan for the future, and I should, sorry, I was just looking at this. Yeah, and I should control my emotions, whatever the 3 that you decide are. But if you don't write them down, you will forget them. 2 days from now, you won't even be thinking about them. You'll forget that you thought today that you should change that. So that's what the manifestation or the morning affirmations is about, is you're reminding yourself every day. And sometimes I think we do want to make those changes, right? But if we don't write them down and we forget to think about them all day, then you just forget and they become past thoughts. So then you did want to change them, but you weren't able to. If you remind yourself every day, much different. If you're at the toothbrush, you're brushing your teeth, and every day you're saying that you're not giving yourself a chance to forget. You're actually reminding yourself constantly to be thinking about those things and to be cognizant of the need to grow them. Okay. And that is my entire first list. Okay. Or my first category. So the second category is physical. Now I think this is hugely important because I think a lot of people maybe let this one go. Myself is included. In 2019-20, I weighed 238 pounds. I had trouble putting on my socks standing up. I had to sit down and put on my socks like a fat ass. Okay. Since then, I put a lot of effort into improvement and got down to like 190 pounds. And then since then, I've just been putting on muscle. And you feel 100 times better. You look 100 times better. You portray yourself better. Everything about your stature, the way you stand, the way you talk, everything is just improved because you've improved yourself physically and as far as your health goes. Okay. So the number one thing on that list as far as physical goes is you should be working out. Now, what that looks like is up to you. I don't think you have to do anything much if you don't want to. Anything that you're doing is an improvement to what you're doing now. Well, that's not what I mean. You could be, if you're lifting weights now, then obviously anything you do is an improvement to that. But if you're doing nothing, then anything you do is an improvement. I think if you don't walk 2 miles a day, you are hurting yourself. Especially those of us who sit at a computer a lot of the day. You have to get up, you have to move, you have to walk. Adam, who is one of my VIPs, or was, used to talk about how you should go, and he's a bodybuilder, by the way, and he would say you should go for a walk after every meal. And at first I was like, I really don't know about that. And then I started doing it, and I was like, holy smokes, this is fantastic. It's so much better. You digest better. You feel better. Okay. So you just need to do something more than what you're doing. Now, again, if you're lifting weights every day, I don't mean that you have to improve that. No, if you're lifting weights every day, then this one's not for you. Okay. But you should be able to do something every day. If it's just walk, that's great. Anytime that you don't do those things, you are headed towards death. Now, I don't mean that you're not headed towards death if you're working out, but you are at least, because I think our goal should be, you should always feel equal to what you feel today, tomorrow. If not, you're doing something wrong. Something's going wrong, right? If I felt worse tomorrow than I feel today, I would know I'm heading downhill. I don't let that happen. So if it takes exercise, if it takes doing something, if it takes lifting weights, if it takes doing crunches before bed, putting one of those, those things that you hang in your doorway and then you do, leg ups with, put one of those in your bedroom. And when the shower's getting, when you turn the shower on, get on that for 2 minutes. That's an improvement to what you're doing now, right? And when you see results, you'll be shocked. Now, I don't think if you are fat, if you are a fat person, if you are overweight, I wouldn't go to the weights direction. I would try and get some of that weight off, because it becomes kind of hard to enjoy what you're doing if you're big, because you're not going to, for instance, if you're 300 pounds and you do, I'm going to add 50 crunches every day. After a month, you're not going to see much results. And so you might peter out because of that, right? However, if you put that effort instead into walking, into eating healthy, well, then what you'll see is the weight start coming off, and then you can, when the weight's off, then you go and you start doing the strength training. But certainly not, I wouldn't do it if you're somebody who's fat, I would worry about, let's get the weight off first. We all know that weight isn't healthy. We all know there's a reason we don't see 300-pound 95-year-olds. Clearly, there's a reason why people that are elderly or old, over 100, are all in normal shape, right? And I'm also on the other side, too. I also think there's a reason we don't see sprinters and runners at 105 years old. I think that you can overdo it. We don't see bodybuilders live that long. I have a weird way of looking at the body. I think our body has so many regeneration tokens to use, right? Whatever you want to call it. Meaning that you can repair yourself from damage, sure. But you only have so much you can go to. And at a certain age, it starts to fall down. Let me explain it like this, too. That usually things that you need, you know that you need them today because but there's different levels of that, right? So if you need water, let's start with air. How long could you go without air? Well, not very long. So real quickly, you realize that air is a requirement in your life because if you don't have it, that means you're going to die. So then you add water to that list. How long can you go without water? Well, maybe a couple days. Right. And then you'll realize real quickly that water is a requirement in your life. And then you look at food. How long could you go? Well, you could probably go a week or 2 weeks or even longer. Right. But then eventually you'll realize why food is a requirement in your life. Okay, great. So as we go through that list of things that we realize, well, at the very end of that list is working out. Because it is kind of the same thing, that except for if you don't do it, right? So let's say you don't eat and then you eat. Okay, good. Now you eat. Now you can live through that. Okay, great. And you don't drink, you don't get any air, and then all of a sudden you get air. Okay, good. I got through it. And you don't drink water, and then 3 days, and then you drink water. Okay, good. I almost died. Well, the problem with working out is it's such a long process that you don't realize it. You will end up being 80 years old, and you won't be able to move. You won't be able to stretch. You won't be able to do things. And you're going to go back and go, oh, shit, it was a requirement the whole time. I just didn't notice. Right? So it'd be like the other things, except for those tell you right away, hello, I need air. Hello, I need water. Hello, I need food. Well, your body's also telling you it needs exercise. It needs physical conditioning. It needs upkeep. But the problem with it is it's such a delayed notification that it tells you, hey, you messed up, that you never notice it. You don't notice it in time. So even if you don't think you need it, be doing something to improve your mobility, your dexterity, that kind of thing. Okay. So that's your number 6 is your working out, lifting weights, doing that kind of thing. Okay. This is for men. In my opinion, number 7 is learn self-defense. Okay. And that's just needed for many reasons, but, it's like me, I got into this habit of like threatening people or saying, oh, we want to fight. I'll fight you. And then it hit me like, okay, wait, a lot of guys now are MMA fighters. And I don't want to fight any MMA fighter. Like that's what I was talking about the other day. I was like, I'll challenge you. And it's like, but not Eddie Bravo. Eddie Bravo, you get a pass. But just be prepared that, other men know how to do that. And at least learn self-defense so that in a situation where you may need that, I think it's good to learn it. Okay. Whatever self-defense method you want to use, if it's, I don't know, a karate of some type, or even if it's just boxing or hitting a heavy bag, or at least be able to defend yourself, defend your body, your person, your family. That is a huge important thing that I don't think men really put up there as important anymore. Okay. Wait. I thought I already did that one. Oh, I just added it to my list of 3. Okay. So I was going to say, getting the right amount of sleep. Now that's different for every person. Some people say 8 hours. Like to me, if I slept 8 hours, it would actually wreck my next day. So I'm certainly less than that, but some people do need that. And sleep is hugely important to the replenishing of the things that you need when you sleep. It refreshes the body. But again, I think there's a line that you've gone too far. Okay, there. If you sleep too much, I wouldn't do that. Okay. And yes, self-defense we have, keep sleep good. Okay, number 9. This is important, I think, for the physical, your physical look, is to take care of your skin, take care of your body, your grooming, things like that. Now, I'll tell you what I do, and you don't have to do this. Again, this is more for the conspiracy crowd, but it's just in my opinion. I have a problem with all the things that they try and get you to take, and that they all have terrible chemicals in them, right? So, did you know that you can get away from all that stuff? You do not need to use deodorant. Believe it or not, you don't need it. You don't need soap. You don't need shampoo. You really don't. Now, if you get real dirty and things like that, there's a chance that you need that, and I'm sure you could find the right products to get. But you don't really need those things. You can do everything naturally. You can make your own toothpaste out of baking soda, and you need coconut oil, baking soda. You need some sort of a oil, essential oil, whether it's peppermint, something like that. You can also use, there's charcoal toothpaste if you want to use that. So that's just my opinion, that I think you should get away from aluminum in your deodorant. If you don't know, if you're a man and you use deodorant, like whatever that might be, I don't even remember the names of them now. Gillette, one of those. I was going to say Braun. I don't think that's one. Anyway, Old Spice, that kind of stuff. If you look at the ingredients of those, they are metals. There's metals in there. You are wiping that onto your armpits, which have pores that are open, which is why you smell. So by wiping that, what you're doing is you're clogging the pores with little beads of scented, whatever that is, paste. You're masking your smell. Again, if you smell bad, there's probably a reason. You're probably not eating well. In fact, that's a fact. Because when I went from eating junk food to, if people don't know, in 2020 when my son was born, he had a lot of allergies. And so we don't have gluten in the house. We don't have wheat in the house. We don't have dairy in the house. And when that happened, because my wife and I kind of had to just suck it up, we're like, we're going to have to eat his diet now. Wow. Talk about feeling 100 times better. Now, I'm not saying you need to quit those things, because you might like those things, okay? And I like those things. And if I go out somewhere and somebody's got a pizza, I'm going to eat it. I'm going to say, I haven't had pizza in a long time because I don't eat cheese right now, or I don't eat pepperoni right now, or whatever it is. So I do think that you can smell because of the food that you're eating, right? It's not what you think. Many men may think like, oh, I smell because I work so hard in the garage, or I smell. No, you smell because you work hard in the garage and you eat bad food. You are a product of whatever you eat. You are what you eat. Is true. So be careful about the things that you put in your system. Reducing what you're eating as far as the amount of times, I think is hugely important. I don't think there's anybody who could say that we need 3 meals a day. I think that is an absolute ticket to being overweight. I think it's a ticket to being lethargic, to being fat, to being unhealthy. If you're talking about like I eat eggs and bacon and for breakfast, and then I eat a turkey sandwich and chips and this for lunch, and then I eat a steak, okay, whatever you're eating, I think that's too much. That's just me. Maybe you're different, but I weigh almost 200 pounds, and I don't need that much food to maintain. Now, if you're also working out, obviously you need to increase your protein. That should go without saying. I think it's about, you should probably eat 1 gram of protein for every pound that you weigh if you're working out and trying to build muscle. So remember that. If you're not, protein isn't as important. You still need to get your daily value, but you can erase those smells from your body. And then you know what? You'd be shocked. When I did that, and this is years ago, but as I stopped using deodorant, stopped doing so explain to me why, when I would go somewhere and meet people or something, I'd have women come up to me and say like, oh, you smell great. What are you wearing? Oh, you smell really good. What is that? And I'd be like, I don't wear anything. I don't even use soap. I don't use shampoo. I don't use deodorant. And yet people are saying you smell good. Now, maybe that's just a weird thing. Maybe there was a scent in the air that they were smelling. I don't know. You'll have to ask them. But I do think it's because there are natural pheromones inside of us that we erase, we block, we mask. So you're supposed to smell a certain way. It's attractive. It's primal, whatever you want to call it. And people have gotten away from that by masking themselves with cologne. If I smell a woman wearing perfume or a guy wearing cologne, I think it's disgusting. Whereas I used to be like, oh, you smell good. Now it's gross to me. It's like I don't know when I think about it. Anytime I smell anything like that, it's gross to me. It's so artificial, it's gross. Okay. So I think that you can take steps towards eliminating those things, you spend a lot less money, right? Make your own toothpaste, great. The distilled water, which is on the list as well, is, in my opinion, very important. If you don't know what's going on right now around the world or around the country, they are many people pulling fluoride from the water. Okay. Now, the science crowd is not going to want to hear this because they want to believe that science would never lie to you, but there is a problem in that they've been fluoridating water with the byproduct of nuclear waste. That's where the fluoride that's in your water comes from. If you don't believe me, go look it up. You just can't look in your regular spots. You might see that you've been wrong about that. Now, many people are taking this to their city councils and getting it removed from water. Does it help your teeth? I don't know. Don't know if it does or doesn't, but there certainly is problems when you're just blanket medicating people, right? There's no, you didn't get any consent. Are you consenting to having medication in your water? I never consented to that. If I want fluoride, then I'll go talk to my dentist and put fluoride in my mouth. But I don't want it to be added to my water supply simply because you have nuclear waste that you're trying to get rid of, which is kind of the case in the ways that, because it's not the natural fluoride. A lot of people say, well, fluoride exists naturally everywhere. It's a different fluoride. Pay attention. Do some investigations. In fact, if you look up on Google, just search for studies on fluoride, you will see that they've done studies and it reduces IQ. That's not a question anymore. It's a scientific fact. But what you have to recognize is when the government has done something, okay, the government in this case decided years ago to put fluoride in the water. If the government does something, do you recognize that they cannot then admit 25 years later, 35 years later, 50 years later, oops, it's lowering IQ. So that's on you. You have to be able to go and look at the studies and see that and go, oh, I shouldn't drink tap water anymore. Now, I don't think a lot of people do. I don't think a lot of people drink tap water, but you do shower in it, right? And it does get through your skin that way. So just know that. And if you can limit that amount, great. Also, I wouldn't drink water out of plastic bottles. They've done studies. I worked at CVS as a store manager. My truck would come in. It would bring pallets of Crystal Geyser water, pallets of whatever kind of water, Alhambra, whatever you name. They would sit out on the back dock for the entire day, and it was 110 every day. It would sit out on the back dock, 110 degrees, and then we'd bring it in and get it ready to go to the shelves. That's what happens everywhere. If you think places like grocery stores or liquor stores care about what happens to the water before it hits the shelf, you're wrong. They do not care. Okay? If you think even that a store cares about milk sitting out too long in the back room, you're wrong. Be very careful. Okay? Those people have a job to do. They're doing other things. They forget about it. Okay, put it on the shelf. It'll get cold again. Okay. But when they've done studies on opening bottles of water and testing them, they all have leached plastic in them. Okay? So maybe you're okay with that. I'm not. I don't want plastic in my system because I chose to drink a bottle of water out of a plastic bottle. Now, again, I'm not saying you can outlaw it completely. If I'm on the road and I'm thirsty, I'll pull over and grab a bottle of Aquafina. But I wouldn't grab a bottle of Dasani. Why is that? Well, because Aquafina has no fluoride, Dasani has fluoride. So I know those things. And so though I'm cognizant about what things I would buy in a pressing situation. But I don't spend money on water. Why? Because I distill my own water. Now, when you say that, most people start thinking, wait, you mean the distilled water at the store in the plastic jug? Nope, not that kind at all. You can go to Amazon if you want, and there is, I'll show you one, and I don't make any money off this, so don't think that that's why I'm doing it. I'll just show you which one I have. It is awesome because it will cost you very little and probably change your life. Let me bring this up over here. It's called Mega Homes At-Home Water Distiller. And I'll bring it up here for you to see. Okay, so this is the Mega Homes. I think a lot of people have it. The one I have is this one right here. Okay, $289. It is not cheap, but if you buy bottles of water, this will fix that. You will make your money back in probably half a year. Okay, so this item here, what you do is you basically just fill it with tap water. Okay, fill it with tap water, and then what it does is it boils the water, and then in these coils, only the steam makes it into this jug. And so this jug creates a gallon of water that is, if you take a measuring, what do they call it? Water tester? I don't know. It gives you the ppm, the parts per million of the water. And if this thing is clean and you run a whole gallon through here, it'll come out 0 or 1. If you go and test your water on your faucet right now, it will come out anywhere between 80 and 500. And actually, some people will find more than 500, which is actually against the law. If you find more than 500, you need to go talk to your city because it shouldn't be that high. But a lot of cities do actually have that high of a ppm. But anyway, you can get your ppms down to 1 or 0. Now, if you do that and you don't do anything else, you are going to have a problem. You're going to lose the minerals that exist in the water that you do need. So mind you, don't just go to distilled water and then say, now I'm set, because you're now going to be losing things that are in regular water that you still need. So the best thing to do for that is to get on something that's either supplement those minerals, or what I do is use what's called cachava. Okay. And this is something I found a year ago, and this is what helped me lose all the weight. This is what my wife lives and dies by. This is why we don't drink any caffeine. This is why she doesn't need coffee, is because cachava is a all-in-one daily supplement. You'll see here. And actually, there is a $15 coupon in my description, but that's the only way I make money. I don't make money by telling you about it. But you go to cachava here. I want to show you what's in this so you can see what you get with it. Because this will take care of all of those things that you're missing from drinking the distilled water. So now you're getting good water, clean water, and you are supplementing. And this is a meal replacement. So you don't have to do what we do here at our house. We have the same breakfast every day, which is eggs and avocado every day. And then around 1, 2 o'clock, we drink 1 cachava. And then for dinner, I just have steak or maybe it's chicken, something like that, some sort of protein. And that's it. And that's enough. If I'm working out heavily, I might go a little higher on the protein, a little more eggs in the morning. But let me show you if we find the, let's see, products. Where's the list of benefits? Okay. So this is just listing the benefits as far as immune system, energy, mind, digestion, muscle, weight, heart, joints, and bones. But when you look at the list of ingredients, this is like all your health that you need in one thing. Okay. No GMO, non-gluten, no dairy, no soy, no stevia, no preservatives, no artificial flavors, no sweeteners. That's what you want. You don't want any of that. Okay. You want to eliminate that, and then you want to see what is actually in it. So all these things are in each and every cachava that you have. Okay. They're all superfoods, what would considered a superfruit or a superfood. Some people don't necessarily believe in that. It's good. You don't want to go against it. So this is just telling you, go to this site. It's called kachava.com. And basically you end up paying about $3 per milkshake. So you're actually saving money. I've had somebody wrote me back, like, you didn't tell me that's $60. $60 a bag. I said, yeah, look at the amount of servings in it. You're only paying $3 per serving, and it's a meal replacement. Tell me where you're going to get lunch for $3. You're not. So you're actually saving money. And let's look at here. So that's got all these, organic sancha protein, yellow pea protein, brown rice protein, organic amaranth, coconut milk, oat milk, organic, and you can just keep going. Organic ginger, organic blueberry, organic blackberry, organic raspberry, chowberry, organic makai berry, and just keep going through these. Look at the super vegetable foods. You're getting this every day. Organic kale, organic moringa, how about that? Chlorella, organic beetroot, organic carrot, organic tomato, barley grass, organic spinach in every single day. So imagine the benefits that you're getting out of that. So I recommend it highly. I think that it has changed my life and would change yours, because you're not getting this out of a meal. No matter what meal you're eating, you're not getting this much benefit from it. What meal are you eating that you're getting vitamin A, vitamin C, vitamin D, vitamin E, vitamin B1, vitamin B2, vitamin B6, vitamin B12, so on and so forth. Other ingredients, they've got cocoa if you're eating the chocolate one. If you ask me personally, I only like the chocolate. I've tried everything else. My wife likes the this one, whatever, I forgot what it's called, the Kai. I don't like it personally, but the chocolate tastes like a chocolate milkshake. And you can do things to improve the flavor if you don't really like it. It's definitely good, but I'm trying to think of what you could do. Maybe you could buy a little bit of ice cream, and you could just put like 1 spoonful of some kind of ice cream in there. Would really make it like a milkshake, would make it identical to a milkshake. So that's basically it. Just wanted to point that out. It will help you lose weight because it is a meal replacement. It is not, and you feel full. So if you want something that you feel full on, trust me, I wouldn't be telling you this knowing that you'd just go and be like, don't feel full at all. I drink it and I'm ready to eat lunch. Then I wouldn't be telling you this because it would be obvious. You'd get it and you would be like, Jaren's lying. Okay. That's not the case. If you get, it says right here, what makes Kachava shake so filling? I don't know what it is, but it must be the ingredients I just listed. There's a ton of it. So for some reason, if you drink one full glass, as tall as a normal glass, I don't know what that is, 16 ounces or whatever, you don't need it. You don't need lunch. That's how great it is. And it's just one glass. So what does it say here? We specifically formulated Kachava to keep you full without excessive calories. And we do this by optimizing levels of protein, 25 grams, fiber 6 grams, and fats 6 grams. 3 key nutrients that help you control hunger. Kachava also contains a variety of micronutrients that play a role in managing hunger. For example, a serving contains 50% of your recommended daily intake of magnesium, a mineral that can help keep blood sugar levels and thus cravings in check. So yeah, you're also getting a high amount of your percentage of daily value of all those things that come in there. So it is probably one of the only things I would recommend food-wise because I've done it. It's helped me lose weight and I feel better and I no longer worry about my vitamins and minerals because I'm drinking it every day. So I'm getting plenty of whatever I need. There's nothing in my mind that I would be short on. And maybe I should go get it. I had my 40-year checkup, but now I'm 45. Maybe I should go back and get everything tested and see. And again, I was non-diabetic, non-pre-diabetic, all that stuff. So I have no doubt that I've remained there. Okay. But that's, I want to see what I was going to say. Nutrition facts. So this kind of, if you just want to look at this is a amount of these various things here. So that's not a lot of fat, not a lot of saturated fat. Okay, no cholesterol. We've got 20% of your sodium, not bad. There's your carbs, not too bad. Okay, total sugars is not bad, 7 grams. 4 grams added sugar, not too bad. It's a whole meal replacement. You're fine. Protein, 25 grams is pretty good. Again, remember you should be eating as much protein as your body weight if you are working out. If not, you need much less than that. You could probably get away with 70 grams of protein. Iron, 20%, potassium, 10%, 80% of your vitamin A, 35% of your vitamin C, and you'll see down here, the vitamins are pretty good high percentages where if you just eat 1 or 2 other meals, you're pretty much hitting everything. Okay. 15% of phosphorus, iodine. This is another big one. A lot of people have a low iodine because they don't eat table salt anymore. Just letting you know that you get 50% right inside there. 100% of chromium. You get 10% chloride. Okay, so there's all your... what does it say? Oh, contains tree nuts, yes. All right, so that's basically it. So that's Kachava. And if you want a $15 off coupon, I think it's in my description. I hope. Maybe it's not there. Maybe not this video, but the one before it. All right, let's get back to here. So that will help you lose weight. When you lose weight, you'll feel like working out. All these things are like little steps, little baby steps towards bettering yourself. Okay? They will all contribute to the overall satisfaction of your life and to the people around you, which is, again, quite important. Okay, so did we finish list 2 or no? Then we did the... See, there was not one that was called that. That's why I just added that Kachava thing. Where was I at? We did that one. We did that one. Oh, we were just talking about cutting things out from your diet. Okay. Drinking water is where we were, and that's how we got on that subject. But again, if you don't like the idea of a distilled water, then just make sure you're getting at least, I don't think you need 8 glasses of water, whatever they said. You want to stay hydrated, though. I don't know. Have you heard 2 liters of water about? I would say that's probably a good starting point. About 2 liters of water. The more you drink water, the better you feel. The more that you start to urinate, the more that you get toxins out. Everything comes with more water. Okay. Okay. Next I have, and this is something that, again, science would tell you probably they don't even know about it or something. But it is something that either mentally or physically does help. I think that you should spend at least 15 minutes every day grounding. And that's just a personal recommendation. What we do, we go for a walk in the morning. We get back from walking. We go out in the backyard. We turn on the sprinkler, wet the grass, and we just go stand there with Mavi for about 10, 15 minutes. We talk about the peach trees. We talk about our day. And that's our grounding. Again, take your shoes off. Get on the wet grass. Because if you don't know, your body can gain all of these extra positive charges, and you need the negative ground to balance, to ground. Now, many people haven't grounded in years. And that might sound crazy, but if you wear shoes every time you leave the house, and then you're home and you walk around the foundation of your house is not grounded. Well, it's grounded, but it's not going to travel through the concrete. So a lot of people don't ground at all. Don't ground at all. And haven't grounded in years. So if you're one of those people, would it hurt you? By the way, you know who I told this to, who said right away, dude, I've been doing that and it feels so much better, is FTFE. When FTFE told me that he was going to lose his leg, I said, well, don't let him take your leg. And he's like, nah, it's too late. It's over. No, my leg's gone. I'm like, dude, you can do stuff. I said, have you ever grounded? He's like, no. I'm like, dude, go outside every day, wet the grass, stand in the grass for 15 minutes on your bare feet. Just do it. It can't hurt, right? It's not going to hurt you. A week later, he's like, dude, remember you told me to ground? I've been doing it every day and my leg feels better. So I'm just saying that just because you don't hear it from somebody else doesn't mean like, oh, I'm going to try that. Is it going to hurt you if you do what I said? Probably not. Not going to hurt. You're not going to get hurt by standing in the grass. Okay. But there's some things that we just don't hear from other people. And that's one of them. So I would say definitely you want to ground every day. Okay. The other thing, and this might be like, oh, I don't want to do that, is to take cold showers as often as you can. Okay. I think that it helps to do every other. I also think that I'm not somebody who says take all cold showers. I think there's benefits to cold showers. And I think there's benefits to a hot shower. So it just kind of depends the mood that you're in, but I would incorporate both. Okay. I don't think if you take hot showers every time that that's a bad thing, or if you take cold showers every time, it's a bad thing. But I think there's benefits to both. So you should either alternate or once a week say, I'm going to take a cold shower. There are both mental and physical benefits to that. And you can look that up. It's not just me saying that. Look it up. Look up if cold showers have health benefits. They do. Okay. So we talked about sleep. We talked about getting more water. We talked about defending yourself, lifting weights. Good. I talked about stretching, or if I didn't mention that, it's part of the working out. If you can, because I don't know if you've seen this, there's a couple guys on YouTube that I've watched. They're like, in their 70s or 80s, and they can move, they can bend over, they have flexibility. Why is that? Every one of them says the same thing. I do this for 5 minutes every morning. That's all they do. So you might think it's silly, but again, find one of these guys on YouTube that does the stretching and just do what they do. There's this guy who said, if you want to live to be 100, then do this one exercise. And my wife and I, it's so funny. We walk on our walk every morning, and then we get to the church, which is down the street here a little bit, and we stop there and we do what we call Chinamans. Now, the reason we call them that is because the guy that told us is a Chinaman. But anyway, it's funny because we swing Mabby's stroller around and he faces us and he just laughs at us the whole time. We kind of make a game of it, but we're doing this one stretch that he does every day, and it helps you. All of a sudden, you don't have backaches anymore when you wake up. So some things I think people, if you have a backache, you probably don't want to stretch, right? I don't want to stretch. My back hurts. But you have to realize that's why your back hurts. So it's kind of you have to sometimes feel the pain to get to the growth. So if you do have a backache or you do have something like that, incorporate stretching into your morning routine, even if it hurts you a little bit, and see where you're at a month from now. I bet you that you'd be better off. If you have a backache every morning, then get up when you're in the morning and do 15, bend over and touch your toe, your opposite toes, something like that, and check where you're at in a month. A lot of people just don't want to get started. They don't want to get their foot in the right direction. They go, oh, look what happens when I stretch every morning. Now all of a sudden my back hurts less, so on and so forth. Okay. So we talked about eating healthy. That's good. All right, great. We're good. We're moving on. Now we are past physical, and we're going into masculinity, really. I guess is that what you would call it? Or leadership, or like I guess masculinity is the best word for it. Okay. So there's things that I think men used to do that they don't do anymore. And we're going to fix those. We're going to try and get rid of some of those. So one of those things is to be prepared. Okay. So I don't know how many people are prepared, but you should be prepared for anything. But it's a masculine thing if you are prepared in every way, meaning that if something happens to your wife in the car, you want to be able to say, go to the back of the car, go to this corner of the trunk. In there is a flare. In there is a lighter, right? Whatever it is. But to be unprepared is not very masculine, and it's not very attractive. To be like, oh man, my car went dead, and now your wife's calling you like, hey, oh man, there's no spare tire in there. All right, well, everything's like that. And that's not impressive. So think ahead of time about what could go wrong. What can I get prepared for? What can I do to prepare myself for something that goes wrong in this case or in that case? Or do you have water in the garage in case something happens? Do you have a emergency bucket of some type? Do you have emergency food stored? Well, you might think that those things are silly if you don't think that there's something like that in the future. Well, that's fine. You can think that they're silly, but if something happens, you're going to be sad that you weren't prepared. Being prepared is not a bad thing. Mentally, physically, how about financially, right? You should be financially prepared for something that happens in the emergency that it does. Okay, so that's just something that I find to be a masculine trait, whereas I wouldn't expect my wife to do those things. I wouldn't call her and be like, hey, my truck just broke down. Do you know where the jack is for the truck? Right? I wouldn't expect her to know that, but she expects me to know. And trust me, guys, your wife or your girlfriend expects you to know those things. So just be prepared for any of those questions. Okay. How about this one, which is, I think it's masculine, but obviously many of the flat earthers think it's shill behavior. Own your mistakes. Admit when you're wrong. It's a very appropriate response. It's a reminder of how you can change going forward. When you make a mistake, it's the best thing you can do. It's the manly thing to do. It's the right thing to do, to say, you know what, I was wrong. And I realize that now. And I'm going to, change the way that I think about that thing, or the way there's no problem with that. Now, there's many people, other people who say, oh, if I ever, tell you that the earth's a ball again, then I've been compromised. Well, that's somebody who is going to have a hard time owning up to his mistake if he realizes he's wrong. In fact, it will block him from being able to realize it, right? So you want to admit you were wrong. It's actually okay in relationships to do that. A lot of people get in relationships and they're like, I'm never going to admit I'm wrong to my husband or wife. Okay, well, that's not very smart, because it actually shows the other person that you care, that you are making steps to make sure that whatever happened that caused whatever fight doesn't happen again, and own it. It's okay. If you are wrong about something, you're now closer to the truth or closer to being right. Acknowledging that you're wrong is the best step forward. So that's one that I think is very masculine, and I don't see it happen ever. I don't see men apologize. I don't see men, and it's just something I do. I don't understand why you wouldn't. If you wrong somebody, you did something wrong, you just say, hey, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to do that. I'll remember that in the future. I won't do it again. Men can't do that. For whatever reason, they've got a misplaced idea of what masculinity is. They think not owning up to your mistakes is masculine. To just saying, I didn't do that wrong. Do you think that I look at Flatzoid as a masculine man? The guy lies repeatedly, covers up his lies with other lies. He's a joke. He's a joke. And if he just owned up to his mistakes and lies, or owned up to his being incorrect, oh, you're right, I shouldn't have done that. My bad. Oh, you're right, I didn't get that right. I will, but he can't do that because he's not very masculine. It's a very weird trait to be somebody who thinks the idea of masculinity is never being wrong. Nobody's that good. Nobody watches anybody and says, that guy's never wrong. Wow, did you guys notice that Flatzoid's never been wrong before? Every time somebody has ever said that he's wrong, but he's right. So he's actually never been wrong. He's actually basically Jesus here on earth. He never gets in, and they just keep vilifying him, and he just keeps nailing him with truth. No, none of us think that way. We think of him as a joke. There's a reason for that. Okay, there's a reason for that. So, next one is to lead by example, of course, which is kind of almost the same thing. But anything that you want to see from other people, make sure you're doing it yourself. Okay, if you want people to be kind to each other, try to be kind to each other. Whatever it is that you want to see in the world, you have to be that change. You have to be basically the model of that behavior, right? And if anytime you're not, nobody's ever saying that everybody will do this at all times. No, you're going to make mistakes. You're going to display behavior that you resent, or that display behavior that you disagree with. So what do you do about that? Constantly be trying to remind yourself, when you're acting a certain way, do you want to see others act that way? And if the answer is no, then you probably shouldn't be acting that way. That's all. It's that simple. And if you want to see people acting a certain way, if you ever say, like, why don't people do this? Why don't people act like this? Well, then look at yourself and say, wait, am I acting like that? And if you are, congratulations. If you are not, or in the past you did not, then make changes to make it in the future. It's really that easy. It's just a matter of looking at what you're wanting from others and realizing that you are the first step in that. Demanding other people do things that you don't do is never going to go very far. Might do something, but it also is looked at as kind of funny. So just be who you want to be. Do what you want other people to do, and that's basically just the right way to do things. So that was 4. Number 5 in this one is going to be to command a presence. Okay, be unshakable, be unflappable. If you are wrong, you still admit you're wrong. I certainly don't mean be unflappable, and then when somebody accuses you of being wrong and you look into it and you were wrong and you say, I'm still unflappable. No. Being unflappable means that you are you. Be you. But just we're trying to improve that you. Right? So you're still being you. You're just trying to improve it. Okay, oops, what's going on here? Sorry, just things started flashing. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to have it on the screen all the time. So just change that person, but be that person. So, of course, if you're a shitty person today, maybe I would put this one last on your list so that you're not that shitty person every day. What I mean is when you start being the you that you want to be proud of it. Be you. Command presence. Command attention. It's important. Whether you see it or not, it is important. It shows. I can just tell the difference in a guy that does that and one that doesn't. One that is impressive to me versus one who isn't. And the person who's impressive is always very sure of themselves. They're always standing very proud, very upright, the posture is great. And that's because I can tell that person is being themselves and commanding a presence. Okay. So, did we finish the entire third list? Yes, we did. Okay. Oh, no, we just finished that one. Okay, great. So we're still on the masculinity. So, that includes, I want to see if that includes it. Yeah, it includes standing up for yourself. Okay. So that is also being unflappable, is when somebody attacks you in some way, you need to stand up for yourself. I think that too many people don't do that. And if you let people walk on you, they will walk on you. If you let people command you, they will command you. It's just like me, for example, that it's very easy for me right now to say, okay, I was wrong about the shape of the earth. So I'm probably wrong about everything. So I should just believe whatever I'm told and just believe. But that's not standing up for myself. I have personal beliefs. Was I wrong about one of them? Yes. Was I way wrong? Absolutely. So what does that change about me? Well, it changes my opinion of how I look at different things. So I do need to revisit things. I know that. And look at them with new eyes. But I still am not going to stop being me. The second I do that is the second that people walk over me. The second when I stop owning myself and my behaviors and my beliefs is the second that you'll be taken for granted. Not granted, but you'll be taken for a loop. You'll be taken into somebody else's belief system. And you'll no longer be autonomous. You'll no longer operate on your own accord. And that's not who you should be. You should operate on your own accord, but operate correctly, right? You should stand up for yourself because you're making the right decisions and the right beliefs and things like that. So yes, that's something I'm working on. Obviously, once you realize you're wrong about something, admit you were wrong, acknowledge why, and then still stand up for yourself. The next time somebody comes, you don't want to just be like, oh, I was wrong about that, so you're right. Whatever you say, sir, I'll do whatever you say. No, it's not the way. I don't think you should be that way. I really don't. I don't think there's any benefit of that to you. In fact, anything that you're going to declare as true or that you believe should be because you've looked into it to the point that you believe it. Not because some guys on YouTube in the chat said, Jaron, do you realize now that every belief you ever had was wrong? Oh yeah, you're right, guys. I'll just believe whatever you say. That is how you lay down. That's not impressive to me. If I saw anybody do that, I would be like, no, own yourself, own your mistake, and then own the reason you made the mistake, and now change your outlook on different things based on what you've learned. That basically that simple. And oh yes, we did lead by example. We talked about that one. This is the one that probably is going to piss people off, and I'm going to add it to my list, and we're going to make a change on it too. So you'll get to see this in action now. You'll get to test whether I am living by my own words, okay? One of these things is be punctual, okay? We have to be respectful of other people's time, and that's something I struggle with a lot. I tend to put my needs, my wants my requirements or whatever in front of my audience. So if my wife and I need to go do something, say, I'll be later for the show. It's all right. People will be fine. They'll still watch me. So I'm going to add this to my daily affirmation list. And starting next week, you will see that every show will start on Friday at 3 o'clock. That's the way it goes. Okay. So expect that and hold me to it and hold me accountable. I'll hold myself accountable and you watch it come to fruition, because when it's something that I want to get done, it will get done. Okay. So it's no longer I will be, or I hope that I am. It is, I am on time for every show on Fridays. And that's something I'll say every day for the next 7 days, 3 times a day or 2 times a day. Sometimes I'll brush my teeth 3 times. But you watch. The next show will start at 3 o'clock, and I'll make a prediction, because this is what happened last time, is that there'll be nobody in the chat. And the show will start quietly because nobody will be here. And that's my own fault. I get that. But maybe it'll build up after that. But just to show you that I'm not just talking out my ass for the sake of it. That these things can be put into practice and they can happen, and they do show intention, and they show a desire to impress, while at the same time a desire to be better at things that you're failing at. One thing I'm bad at is being on time. So let's fix it. Okay, so there's one that you can hold me to. You've heard it here first, that that show will start at 3 next Friday and every Friday going forward, because I do care about being punctual. And I do think it's a sign of masculinity. It's a sign of being who you are, standing up for yourself, saying, I'm going to be here. I'm going to be on time. I'm going to be who the audience needs me to be. And I'm going to put their time as important to me. Okay. I'm also going to make the show shorter, because I know that's a problem I have as well. So we did all those. We did command of presence. We did, yes, we did that. We did that. Okay, good. Moving along. Let's go to the next 5. Okay. This one is, a combination of wealth and success. Okay, I think both are things that I struggle with hugely. I've told people this for a long time, that I have a problem with making money for many reasons. I'm not a scammer. I'm not going to cheat people out of their money, and I don't feel comfortable in charging a lot for something that I don't think is the price that somebody should pay or that I'm worth. And that's a problem, because I go online, I look at crypto consultations. They're like, $440 an hour, or, whatever it is. And I'm like, holy shit. Like, I couldn't even, I feel bad about charging 100. And then it's only 100 if they buy 1 hour. You buy 2 and it goes less, and you buy 3 and it goes way less. And so I struggle because I try and give people value, and I don't think that's the way to make money. Okay. So, but I think there's other ways that I need to learn to jump on those. So one of those things would be, like we talked about, saving and investing, delayed gratification. Let's put money away today for tomorrow. Let's not do everything we can for now, because then we'll always be worried about quick, what do you want to call them? Dopamine hits. I need a new car. I need a new couch. I need a new TV. I need new clothes, whatever it is. Okay. I don't think that's a smart thing. I think you want to invest, though. So it's not just delayed gratification, but investing is letting your money work for you. So I don't know if you need to talk to an advisor or what you need to do as far as figuring out. I don't want to recommend crypto coins or anything like that for somebody who doesn't know what they're doing, or for anybody for that matter. But if you go back and you watch my videos from, I guess this would be around 2023 or maybe even late 2022, somewhere in there, every show I was telling people I would really recommend getting 1/4 Bitcoin, okay, which is 0.25 Bitcoin, which at the time, Bitcoin was like $14,000. So 1/4 Bitcoin would have cost you about 3,000 or 4,000. Okay. And I was telling people the reason for that is if you own 1/4 Bitcoin, which is 0.25 Bitcoin, you own more than 99% of the world forever. Now there's one contingency on that, and that is that the population does not drop. Okay. If the population goes down to 1 billion, then clearly you owning 0.25 is going to be a little bit different number. But if the population only grows from here on, if you own 0.25, which today will cost you $20,000 or maybe $22,000, but you will own more Bitcoin than forever. And I'm telling you, that is a safe gamble as far as a 10-year outlook. Do not buy Bitcoin thinking, okay, I'm going to buy one today, and then in a year, oh man, it went down, I'm going to sell it now. I wouldn't do that. I'm talking about investing for the future. The value of something is heavily depends on the quantity attainable, supply and demand, right? It's the age-old supply and demand. a Bitcoin is not a tulip, if you know about the tulip bubbles or whatever they called in the past, where basically they found, tulips were all of a sudden crazy prices. The difference between Bitcoin and that is that Bitcoin has a value and it's only got a set amount, and it's 21 million. And that 21 million won't be out until 2140. We will all be dead. I can still say that for a little bit longer. So everybody will be dead when the last Bitcoin comes out. So 21 million. Imagine if in the United States back in 1913, they said, we're going to have $21 million and that's it. That's it, 21 million. So they start handing out, everybody gets a couple dollars, whatever it would be. And then you would see that if that was the case, how much would a dollar be worth today? Okay, because money would get lost, money would get stolen or misplaced, whatever would happen, but you would only gain value on that because of the scarcity of it. So there's only 21 million Bitcoin, and that's in the world, and that's forever. Okay, so there'll never be more, and that number is said to be more like, I think that there's been about 19 million come out so far, maybe about that. And about 3 million are considered lost forever. Either they're in Satoshi's original wallet or they are in wallets that haven't been touched in since the beginning of Bitcoin. There's basically a prediction that it's about 4 million of lost coins. So really, there's only about 14 million right now. And that means at the end of the whole rope, there will only be about 16 million rather than 21 million. Okay, so that's a very low number. Did you know that if every millionaire in the world wanted one Bitcoin, there's not enough? Okay, so there's more millionaires in the world than there is available Bitcoins forever. That's crazy. Now, let's look at things that might have scarcity and think how much they are. So do you know how many houses there are in the United States? So we're just talking a normal house, 1, 2, 3 bedroom, whatever it is. In the United States, I think that number is around 150 million. Okay, so that's how many homes there are in the United States. And a home is worth what? Median price, 330, 350, something like that, let's say. 400 even. But that number is that price. The reason things are so expensive because land costs money, right? But there's even more land. So there can be more houses built. There can be more land acquired. There's tons of hills. And maybe have you ever driven across the western half of the United States from Utah and all? It's just empty, as far as you can see. So there will be increased purchases, increased buildings of houses. Okay, great. But those still maintain a pretty good price. So Bitcoin should be even better than that. Okay, there is no creating new Bitcoin. There is no... Now, you could say, well, Jaron, they made all these other coins. Yeah, they made shit coins, which actually takes money away from Bitcoin and puts it into crap that then gets stolen by scammers. So that's up to you. I would stick to Bitcoin and Ethereum, really, to be honest with you. But if you want to see the math on the 0.25, people probably want to see that math because they don't know where I'm getting that from. So I'm basing that off of the 21 million coins. Okay, so just follow my math in the head. 21 million coins, and let's just look at that 0.25 would mean if everybody had 0.25 of that 21 million, it was separated equally out, you would have what? 84 million segments of 0.25. Okay, so as long as 84 million is exactly 1% of 8 billion, what do you have? You've got, if you own 0.25, you're in that 1%. And it doesn't matter if one other person owns the entirety of the other Bitcoin. You still reside in the 1%, owning more than 99% of the world. Again, we were talking about 150 million homes in the United States. There is 21 million Bitcoins in the world forever. So you might think crypto is a scam. You might not understand it. Let me just explain something to you. You will never wake up ever in your life and cryptocurrency not be a thing. Because it's not a come fly by the, fly in the pan. It's just here for, no, it is a technology that's been discovered, that's been revealed. And that is that computers can deal with large numbers in ways that we cannot. So you can tell a computer, hey, pick a random number, 1 to a quintillion, zillion, billion, trillion. And that's a 1 with 75 zeros after, whatever. That's actually 14 quintillion. But computers can randomly select a number in that set, and no computer needs to hold all that information. That's incredible. We've never had anything like that. For instance, when you get a bank account, there is a computer that holds the bank account number, and then you operate in that bank account number, and you make withdrawals, and you make deposits, and so on and so forth. Can you imagine if there was no computer that held that bank account number? Well, how does that work? who can keep what? That's what crypto is. Crypto is a set of numbers extremely large, and each number can actually, through hashing and through cryptographic math, come to a private key based off of, come to a address based off of a private key. That private key is a string of numbers that nobody will ever guess. Let me tell you something about crypto, and people are shocked whenever I tell them this. It's kind of funny. Did you know that when you open up a Bitcoin account on your computer, or you go to Coinbase, or you go to Exodus on your computer, or whatever wallet you use, when it generates a address for you, did you know this? It doesn't check if somebody else has it. You heard that right. It doesn't even check if somebody else already has that wallet. That's how many Bitcoin wallets there are, that in all of the future, it'll never accidentally pick another number that's already been picked. That's how many possibilities there are. That's why Bitcoin has never been hacked, and it never will be hacked, because there's too many possibilities. Okay? And I've done a couple videos on that to show how crazy that is. And you can keep going. It's like if you had a certain type of graphics card that did 4 billion hashes every second. And then you say, okay, I have one card that does 4 billion hashes every second. And then you say, okay, well, let's say you've got 4 billion of those cards that do one. Okay. And now you've got 4 billion computers that can each run 4 billion cards that each run 4 billion hashes per second. Okay. And then you have 4 billion Earths full of sand, and every grain of sand, you could keep going, and you get to the galaxy. If you had 4 billion galaxies of 4 billion Earths, of 4 billion grains of sand, of 4 billion, so on and so forth. And it gets outrageous. Okay. But that's what Satoshi came up with. It's just a technology that'll never go away, because no matter what happens to crypto, somebody can just start it again. All it is a set of numbers that the computer uses hashing to get to a new number, which is your address. And that address always reports back to that main address. So you can have an infinite number of numbers available for computers to choose from, but they don't exist anywhere. Okay. And I think I've shown people this before. This is crazy. You want to believe, this is how you'll believe me. If you don't believe in crypto, isn't post-quantum, so I don't even believe in that. So all current addresses are vulnerable unless in some specific post-quantum token. What? Are vulnerable unless it's some specific post-quantum. I don't know about that. I mean, I don't think that that'll ever exist. That's just me. You can believe what the science says about it. I don't think there's quantum computers that can do an infinite number of operations at one time. There will be a limit. Isn't there a limit? But okay, maybe you're right, but I think that you could still increase the amount of possibility. So if you go to keys.ll, oh, you're not looking at the screen, keys.lol, and I bet you a bunch of people do this tonight. It's always funny to see people do it. Say, this website has, mind you, this is going to be hilarious. You're not going to believe me. This website has every single Bitcoin address and private key available to you right now. Jaron, don't you need a private key and you can steal anybody's money? Absolutely. So what you do, you can go to random page if you want. Just click random page to get past this ad. And this thing's going to bring up a sheet of, come on, I don't see any bridges. There. Where? Is that a bridge? Oh, this one. Thank you. I'm in. Yes, I'm human. All right. So this is going to bring up a page. Okay, right here. Just pulled up a random page. Look up here at the top of the screen. This is page number this out of this. Okay. Now you'll notice I can scroll down here and you see where this says 0 BTC and it's got a red line here. That means that currently in those wallets is 0 Bitcoin. These are all private keys. If one of these said right now 5 Bitcoin, I'd be able to steal it at this exact second. I would steal the Bitcoin. Now, what the hell does that sound? Sorry, I don't know why the site's talking. Okay, and then it's got the public key and it's got the private key. Now you might be shocked at this because you might be saying, well, Jaron, does this computer program hold every one? No, of course not. If you wanted to have every Bitcoin address stored, it would take you more memory than every computer, every storage device, and everything that exists on Earth today. So you couldn't possibly do it. But since it's a computer algorithm, since it's the computer generating the keys, when I pull up a page, it's just generating it in real time. Okay? But if you go through every one of these numbers and you click forward here, or you can click the dice if you want it to be random, you will never, repeat, never find a Bitcoin wallet with anything in it. Why is that? It's because even if there was 4 billion of me and we were doing it for 4 billion years and we did it every hour of every day, not one of us would ever find one wallet. These are all empty. Look at 0, 0, 0, 0. Now, the only way you can actually find real wallets on here is if you go to the page 1. And the only reason that you're going to find wallets here that have been used is because people have gone here and they've gone to page 1 and they've said, oh, let me go play with these. Look at this one had 4 transactions, 2 transactions, 4 transactions, 6 transactions. Right. That's the very first page of Bitcoin addresses. But you'll notice that they don't have any money in them because nobody's that stupid. If you kept money in here, it would be gone tomorrow. Okay. That's why they all say 0 Bitcoin. But they're also yellow, which means they've been used. Now, if we go to page 2, it's going to reduce a little bit. Now you'll see there's a couple. This one's got 2. By page 3 or 4, we're going to realize that there's no more transactions on those keys. And then you can just hit random, go to any random page. Again, if you found a Bitcoin right now, we could be looking, we could find a Bitcoin in here. We could make $80,000 right now. All we need to do is get lucky enough when we hit this random digit number. Here we go. We went random. There's the page out of these pages. But let me explain why this is impossible for you to ever fathom. This is the same thing as the size of the universe and all that stuff. We can't fathom this. Okay. And there's way more Bitcoin addresses than there is stars in the universe. Trust me, way more. Not even close. Okay. So think of how long it would take us to generate 87 pages and look through them. Not very long, right? We'd probably be able to do that in an hour, maybe even a half hour. Okay. How about 870 pages? How long would that take us? Well, it's going to take us a little bit longer. It's going to take us maybe a couple hours, right, to get through that many pages. We could have a lot of computers doing it at the same time, though. It would be even quicker, right? What about 8730 pages? Now you're talking about, it's going to be a little, how about 87,000 pages? That would take a little bit of time. How about 873,000? How about 8,730,000? How about 87 million? How about 870 million pages? How about 8.7 billion pages? How about 87 billion pages? So on and so forth. Now you get it. Look at all these numbers. You're never going to find a Bitcoin in here. Ever, 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 ever. You can hit random every time, and you can hope. And usually it takes people doing this for about 3 hours, and then they go, fuck, I get it. Right. No matter how many times you hit that random number, you will never find a Bitcoin. And that's why Bitcoin is safe. That's why it is a good investment, because nobody's ever going to hack it. Now, this guy who's in the chat thinks that it'll be quantum computers that will somehow have enough. I don't know what they even think quantum computers can do. Have an infinite amount of things that it can do in a minute or something. I don't get it. But I don't think it exists because we've heard about it for a long time, but there's really nothing like that coming out, or all coins would be gone. Somebody could figure out a quantum computer, this would be all wiped in a day. So you could keep hitting this random button if you want. You could hit a random button and say, I'm going to hit forward now instead. But just mind you, if somebody could generate a computer program today to do what I'm doing for every day, every hour of every year, and they wouldn't find one coin. That's because we just went through the idea. This is a big numbers we can't fathom. I know in our head we're like, wait, but couldn't you just check every day? Couldn't everybody on Earth check every day? Couldn't we eventually have computer? That's how many Bitcoin numbers are. So anyway, just pointing out that I think it's a good investment. 0.25 Bitcoin gives us the 84 million segments of 0.25. Take the 8 billion people in the world, divide by 84 million, and you get 1%. Okay. So as long as you are one of those 84 million, you are in the 1%. Okay. If you have less than 84 million, if you're not one of those 84 million segments, you will own less than that. But I would rather own more than 99% of the world at all times. Now, who knows where Bitcoin will be in a year? Who knows where it'll be in 10 years? Who knows where it'll be in 50 years? But this is delayed gratification. Doesn't it make more sense to put $100 a month into Bitcoin than it does to put $100 a month into a vacation package that you go on once every year and you go to Hawaii or something, whatever. To me, I want the delayed gratification and hope that something comes to fruition. But again, if you would have listened to me in 2022 or 23, wherever it was, where I was telling you that, it would have cost you $4,000 and today you'd have $80,000. Now, here's the other thing about that. By no means do I mean that if you would have bought it at $4,000 and now it's worth $80,000, that you should sell it. I don't believe that. It's delayed gratification. Okay. Now, maybe you take a little bit off the top if you want so you don't get screwed, but let me just explain real quick how rich people operate. Rich people, they can invest today and they know they're not going to touch it for 25 years. So if you or I bought a piece of property across the street and it was $30,000, I'm going to buy that piece of property. Okay, great. If in 2 years it's worth $60,000, a majority of people are going to sell because they see that as a double up of your money. I had $30,000, now I have $60,000. The problem with that is it will never change your life. There's no life-changing event that happens because you doubled your money, ever. You're not going to live in a better house. You're not going to have a better life. Nothing. You're just going to actually cash out too early. What rich people can do, because they already live a good life, and they can use delayed gratification in a way that we cannot, is they would buy that property and they would shelve it for 25 years. Buy the property, shelve it, not touching it. 25 years doesn't matter because I already have enough money to live. And what happens to those properties? Land starts to develop. A hotel comes in. Now Hilton wants to buy that property and they buy that property for $4 or $5 million. Whereas you paid $30,000. That's how the rich get rich, and that's how they keep getting richer, and why we don't catch up, because we can't do what they can do. So just a reminder, I know it's not very helpful because it doesn't, like, I can go buy a property for $30,000, but I know at least I have the mindset of, if you want to read a great book, Rich Dad Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki is excellent. It does teach you, although I will tell you the story about how it screwed me. It's a great book, but it screwed me. Is because with Bitcoin, I did the wrong thing. I used to write for a Bitcoin magazine, and I had 50 Bitcoin at one time. This is about 2012, 13, 14, somewhere in there. And then as it started to go up in price, so it went from $400 to $600, and $600 to $800, $800 to $1,200. And every chance I would, see that, I would, cash out a couple. And that's how I lived when I started YouTube, really. Because you don't make money when you start YouTube. I didn't make money till 2017, and that was about the only year I made decent money anyway. But in 2014, 15, 16, I was just living off of Bitcoin. Basically, it would go up and I would be like, oh, this is great. I used to make, you're going to laugh at this. I used to get paid 0.7 Bitcoin per article. No, I'm sorry, 0.3 Bitcoin per article. And that is now the equivalent of about $30,000. That's how much I used to make per article. It would take me 3 or 4 hours to write the article and, do the references and all that. But again, here's the problem. Is that this is why nobody's rich off Bitcoin in a way that we might think like, oh, this person bought Bitcoin when it was $1 and now it's worth 84. No, people sell along the way. Okay. So when that happened to me, and basically we ran out of our last Bitcoin around 2017, I guess. The highest price I got one for was like $1,800. So when it was $1,800, sold the last one. Okay, great. We lived for 3 years off it. Fantastic. But I told my wife after I read that book, and I kind of understood, like, look, we should have just held a couple. We should have just held on to it. And I think about it, how better off I'd be if I worked at Taco Bell. If I would have worked at Taco Bell from 2014 and just kept the 50 Bitcoin in the safe and worked at Taco Bell the whole time, I would today be retired and have 4 or 5 million in the bank. Okay. Or more. Now, again, that's a high price to pay when you're thinking in your head, because I realized that if Bitcoin would have got to $10,000, I would have sold it. If it would have got to $20,000, I would have sold it. So it's kind of, you can't really, hindsight's 20/20, right? You can't just look back and be like, I would have done this, I would have done that. But I had a new mindset. So when we were investing in coins, we bought a coin called Pirate Chain. I don't remember when this was, somewhere around 2022, somewhere in there. And I had about 10,000 coins. Okay. All of a sudden, that price starts going up. Starts going up a lot. It got to $16. Okay, that meant I had $160,000. My wife came to me and said, babe, can we get a car? Can we sell out some? And I said, no. We've done that before. We're now thinking like rich people. We're not thinking like poor people anymore. We're holding it. That's what you do to get rich. And then you wake up one morning and you see that it went down to $4. And you're like, wait, what? Where's my 160,000? But you're like, okay, 40,000. Don't panic. My wife's like, should we sell? I'm like, no, it's going back up. It's got to. The next day, 20,000. Should we sell? No. It's definitely got to go back up. The next day, 15,000, 10,000. And now today, what is Pirate Chain at? I don't even know. I don't probably want to know. I still have it. Never sold it. So I'm not out of the woods yet, but I don't think it'll ever see again. So I had both ends of the spectrum. I had the side that I said, I'm going to sell these. And then I looked back and said, damn it, why did I sell them? And then I had we have it, we're not going to sell. Oh shit, why didn't I sell? So you have to find a kind of middle. Now it's worth 11 cents. Okay. Which is not good. Not very good. So I liked when it was $16 a lot better. And if you look at the high price of this, where's the high price? Total supply FOV. Here's your all-time high, 16. And when was that? 2021, 4 years ago. So when this was 1690, I had 10,000 coins. And like a douchebag, I held on to it. And you think my wife's ever going to let me live that one down? Remember when we had that 100? Shut up. Okay, shut up. We don't want to hear about it, okay? We know what we had. We don't want to talk about it. But we could have just pulled out like 30,000 and got a car. I know what we could have done. Thank you. Okay, I admit my mistake. I stand firm in my position. No, obviously, I now believe there's a happy medium between those two. The best thing to do would have done when it got to that price Hey, you look at what you invested. You want to make, like we needed a car. Okay, so you cash out $30,000. It's not the end of the world. Now all of a sudden we have a car and we only have $130,000 worth. But guess what? When it drops in price, then it's not the end of the world, and your wife doesn't look at you like a jerk every time. Okay, so let's move on here. That's a long time to talk about one of these numbers. Sorry. We're going to do another ridiculous show, aren't we? I'll move a little faster, I promise. Let me get my list back out. But that was planned for tomorrow. Save money. I don't believe in frivolous spending. I just don't. I don't believe in even like tickets to, like, okay, let's say the Giants games, right? So I was a big baseball fan. Then I became a truther and kind of got away from it a little bit. Now I enjoy the games. They're kind of a good, mental break for me. But it's very expensive to go to the games. So years ago, we were taking Mavi when he didn't cost anything when he was under 2. So we went to 5 or 6 games a year, and I would always find some cheap tickets online or something. But then we found out that on Black Friday for the last 3 years, they've had some deal where it's like this year was $7 tickets, and they're great seats. So we spend like nothing. I think it was like $200 this year for like 8 games, 4 seats per game. And they're great seats. Are at the back row of the bleachers. We love it. And it's our getaway, and it's where we like to go, and it's where we like to bring Mavi, and he loves it at the games. But anyway, even though I love to do that, I am very cognizant about the money I spend on it, right? So to be able to go to 8 games a year for basically $200, which has already been spent, that is how you want to look at things. So try and find deals, try and find ways to save money, but still do the things you want to do. I certainly don't tell you, I'm not saying sit at home and do nothing. Okay. There's just ways to be smarter about our money too. There's things like BidRL is a place where we shop a lot. If we need something, I go to this auction place. It's called BidRL. You may not have one close to you, but we have them here there's one in our city. So if I go BidRL, just want to show you where you can find things that have great prices at auctions, things like that. I mean, I've always sold things at auctions. It's kind of where I've made a lot of my money. So you just go here. These are all the places that they have. It may not be a place near you. If there is, you might want to check out the site. So if I go to MERCED, my town, and then you go down here, they have different auctions throughout these are just auctions for either overstock from different places. You can kind of see here. Here's an electric bike for adults. Here's what are these? These are usually is this the auction numbers? Right, yeah. So this one's like a high-end auction, April 6th. What is today? The 4th. So if you want to go in here, just kind of place to look around. So you can go through these places, and you might see things. Oh, maybe we need luggage, right? These things are going to sell for much less than you would ever buy. Now, again, if you can wait to get something, then look on here. You can search too. Let's say I need a vacuum. Just search for vacuum. VACUUM. It's just better than I'm going to go right to Target and spend $300 on a vacuum. Or I could come here and say, all right, here's some vacuums, and these are Sacramento. You might have to check. Oh, I should have done. And search MERCED so I can show you. So if you find the place that you live, let's go to MERCED and search vacuum. All right, so these are vacuums in MERCED that I can pay. This one's missing a charger. Here's a cordless vacuum, but $370 value. It ends in a day for $16. It'll go higher than that. Don't think it will sell for that price, but you certainly will save more than 50% on. And these are just vacuums in my town, where I can go get them when I buy it. Okay, so this one here, $715 retail value for $80. And you just want to make sure you read the description. I got screwed on that one time. I bought like a bunch of TV monitors, and inside, once you opened it, it said cracked screen. I didn't know that. Spent like, I don't know, $80 on a computer monitor that's like $1,500. I was like, sweet, I could sell this for like $300. No, you can't. It's cracked. I think I ended up selling it for $50, but still, I lost money on it, and that's never something you want to do. So anything that you're thinking of, that's just a way to save money. Think positively or think proactively, and not just reactionary. Oh, we need a vacuum? Let's go to Target, spend $350. Let's go to here. Okay. Or we can actually just be like, oh, we're going to need a vacuum soon, or we're going to need whatever it is that you need. Couch, just a place to check out. It's bidrl.com. But you can find lots of things in your town. Just search your town name and auctions, surplus auctions. One of the best buys we ever made, at least for us, was I was looking through one of these auctions, and there was a box of extension cords. Not extension cords, what are they called? Strips. Can't think of the name. Extension strips. Basically, you plug in the wall, and then there's like 6 receptacles. I don't know what they're called. Power strip. And we found one of these auctions, and it was like, I forgot how many it was, like 1,000 total, because it was like a pallet of these strips, and the price was like ridiculous. I was like doing the math. I was like, babe, don't you think we should buy these? I think that the price comes up to like 32 cents a piece. Like, that's ridiculous. These actually sell for more. So we ended up buying it. We had to go down to Temecula to buy it. But we made so much money off that. I mean, I want to say that I think I had them priced on eBay for like 1 for $10, 2 for $15, 3 for $18, whatever it was, and then free shipping. And man, we were busy my wife was doing shipping every day. We were just the plug sellers, man. We were just moving right through them, and we made good money at that. So anyway, you can find deals like that. You can actually make money that way if you wait and find the right ones. All right, let's move on past that. That's just a way to protect your money. You want to have multiple streams of income, kind of same idea. If you just have all your eggs in one basket, wouldn't do that, right? And you want to, I was going to say, but that's for myself, is don't depend on one way. Like, you need to be ready in case something happens, that you're ready to do something else, or that you have another stream of income. I'm not the best to get advice for as far as that goes, because once I made my change, obviously all my avenues kind of dried up. So I obviously, even if you have 4 avenues, or if you're diversifying, well, when something like that happens, it's not going to help you when all your areas are in one kind of belief, if you will. But yeah, I think that's it. What else do I have on this list? Hold on, I wanted to see if that was it. Oh, part of that is cutting unnecessary spending. Just really try and reduce payments when you can. I think it's an attractive thing. If I was ever to see somebody who did that, I think that's an attractive quality, is to not just frivolously spend on everything. And I've seen it. I've seen people just go to a baseball game and buying beers. I'm like, what are you doing? They're like $13 a beer. That to me, that'll hurt my soul. Like, I don't drink, so that's part of the reason. But I still, when we go to the games, we pack our cooler, our soft-sided cooler. We bring all Mavi stuff. I bring my sunflower seeds. Everything is in the cooler. So we go there, we don't spend a penny. And I don't think anybody else does that. I don't know anybody. We took my sister, because we get 4 seats, even though there's only 3 of us, but we can take my sister. Sometimes she lives in Oakland, so we meet her up there. But, my sister will go to the game, and she's just buying hot dogs and buying this and buying this. And I see her spend like $100. And that's crazy to me, because I bought seats for 8 games for twice that price. Right. So again, there's just a difference between people who see money as, differently than other people. And that's all. So you can make money last a lot longer if you don't spend frivolously. I think that's a good thing for men to do, and it will help everybody in your family, especially. Okay. So again, these are all kind of on the same thing. I was going to say, be careful with credit. I believe that that's all meant to damage you financially. Think about this. There's a reason they don't tell you about credit cards when you're in college, or before if you go to a college opening, what are they called? Orientation day, that outside of the college will be tons of tables set up from Capital One, from Bank of America. They're all tables set up and telling college kids, hey, 0 interest. Look at these credit cards. And then these kids get into the credit card. Then they're at college. So of course they spend frivolously. Of course they put on, and then they come out of college with not only a debt to the college, but they owe $30,000 to the credit card company. And that locks you in to an impossible task of repaying something that's an $800 minimum payment, and then you pay $800, and then the next month your balance went up. Like, wait, what? How is that going to work? So really, credit cards are the devil. I think any interest payment is the devil. I think you need to pay for things you can afford, and that's it. If you can't afford it, don't buy it. If you're paying with your credit card, unless you're one of these people who says, I pay with my credit card and I pay it off in full, I'm not talking about you. You're very obviously organized and very professional, or not professional, but you're very, you can be trusted with the credit card. But a lot of people cannot do that. And they may think they want to do that, and then they don't, and then they get in trouble, and then they go to that for their answer. I think that you should be cognizant of trying to get your credit card debt to 0. And then it's hard for a lot of people because they don't know how to live like that. They're like, what do you mean I can't buy things that I want when I want them? Well, if you don't have the money to buy them, then no, you shouldn't. You should wait until you have enough money to buy that. Save money if you need a car, whatever. There's no better feeling than having cars that you own, by the way. It just feels great. They're not the greatest cars. I mean, it's like we have a 2017 Jeep and a 2003 Mazda truck, but They're both paid for, and you don't have to worry about them. And so they're safe. And I wouldn't think about buying another one unless, for quite a few more years. Anyway, we don't drive a lot, so that's probably why they don't gain much mileage. All right, so that's everything from masculinity, if you will, that. Okay, so the next one is discipline, which kind of encompasses everything we've been talking about. But let's go through them all. I think that lists are important. If you can make a list daily, I think you can be disciplined and productive. I work a lot off lists. There's a great app called Things 3, I think it is, on the iPhone. Very easy to hit the plus button. I add what I need to do. Boom, it makes a list for me. And I just go through and hammer out the list every day. I call it the never-ending work list because I'll never get through all of it. But it allows you to kind of move things around. If you say, I can do that next week, and move it to next week very easily. And that's just a great productivity app. But even just on a piece of paper, if every night or every morning you wake up and you write down, and here's a tip for that too, that I learned a while ago. Write down things that are automatic, meaning that you're going to do them. Because if you do that, it actually makes you feel like you're accomplishing something, right? So if you write on your list the 3 things, but they're big projects for the day, it's very easy to do other things and kind of miss the 3 things that you're supposed to do. But if you have a list and it's like, number 1, eat breakfast. Number 2, something you have to do on every Thursday is you have to go to your son's baseball game, whatever, write that on the list. Because that act of checking things off, they've done studies. And it actually is, those people are more productive. Okay, even if you've already got, you're going to do it, but you check it off and it feels like you're getting some of the list done. And you'd be surprised, get 2 or 3 things done from the list. And that's it, you're good. You did 2 or 3 things beyond what you expected to do. And then you just move the next ones on to the next day. And you kind of keep a never-ending work list like that. And I think you'd be surprised at the productions that come like that. Limiting distractions, very important. And this is something that I do, and many people might recognize it or realize it. For instance, on Friday before my show, you will not get a hold of me on Telegram. Okay? It'd be very rare. Why? Because I put my phone away and I plan for the show and I'm working on the show, and that's what I want to do. If I allowed myself to be distracted constantly, you're just not going to get things done. Okay? So that's why, when everybody's talking, when I got here and looked at the chat and everybody's like, oh, this Flatzoid video about this and Dave McKeegan, I didn't know any of that because I had limited my distractions before the show. Okay? So I think that that's an important thing to do. If you don't do that, you will always be distracted and you will be very, you won't get things done when you should or in time, in a timely fashion. Okay. So another thing that I think is very important is to keep yourself or your area clean. Okay. So my desk is usually very clean. My office is usually very clean. The bedroom's usually very clean. It just makes for a better work environment. I think it's masculine. I think that if I think a lot of people might think masculine is messy, everything's all over the place, everything's a mess. I think that's a nightmare. It's something I even taught my wife, because when we got together, it was something that she wasn't very good at. She would put, the scissors wherever. And she noticed that I would get very frustrated as when I went to the drawer the scissors were supposed to be in and the scissors aren't there. And she didn't really get why I was getting so frustrated. And I kind of explained to her, I said, look, just hang with me on this one and try to do this where we put things back where they go. I said, you'll be shocked at how much, and she says now she would never put anything where it doesn't go because she realizes how great it is that everything's always in its place. If you need a screwdriver, I'll go show you where my screwdriver is. If you want to know where my drill is, it's in the same place it always is. The scissors are in the same place. Everything that we have in the house is in its place, and you don't need to ever fret about it. I think that's a good thing, and I think it will help you and something you can start doing that will fix your day. Okay. Obviously, I was going to say, it goes with managing your time, but just be careful with social media. I think it's a deadly thing. I think that picking a day that you don't touch it is a very good step. Okay, so whatever that day is, just come with your wife or anybody, say, hey, let's start doing a day where we don't look at social media. Mondays, let's not look at social media. Okay, and so that was our day for a long time. Ever since, I guess, TFE, it's been a little bit different, but Mondays was my day off. And I told everybody, don't try and reach me on Mondays. That's my day that I'm taking for myself. So I think it's important to have one of those. Okay. And really just mastering the idea of self-discipline. Impress yourself. Do what needs to be done, no matter how you feel. And this is something that I saw long ago when, have you ever noticed that, let's say you wake up and you're in bed, you're like, I don't feel good. Well, if you lay in bed and cry to yourself, I don't feel good, you'll be sick all day, right? But I don't feel good. But you get up, you get in the shower, you get dressed, and you're like, oh, I feel fine. That's being disciplined and not just falling for your own, like, I don't feel like this. And as a store manager of a drugstore, I didn't have an option to call in sick. There was nobody to call in sick to. So that's when I learned it, is when you realize, like, wait, is it really that I'm not? Why, as an assistant manager, was I sick for work 3 times a year, 4 times a year? But as a store manager, I'm no longer. Well, it's because I had to be. So that tells you that it's kind of mind over matter. It kind of is. You may feel a little sick, but you're like, no, just get up, get your body moving, get your blood going. Bam. Before you know it, it's 8 a.m. You feel fine. You feel like you did every other day. So it wasn't what you thought it was. So just it's kind of mastering your own self-discipline, if you will. Okay. We talked about writing a list. Good. Limiting distractions. We did that. Okay. Be punctual. That's my number 1 on my list. And you'll notice that starting next Friday. Okay. So we got that. And again, my positive statement will be, I am on time for every Friday show. Okay. And we did, yes, leadership, masculinity. Okay. Lead by example. Just making sure I covered all these. Yes, we did that one. Okay. Oh, I guess I didn't hit this last one. Okay, so be decisive, right? That means that you need to stop hesitating. The way I describe this, and I know this is going to be crazy to a science crowd, but it's the way I've always thought about it, is that if you're going to manifest, if you're going to make things happen, I believe you have to do it without doubting yourself, that you need to just do it. And that is truly what I would believe, like the idea of God creating would be, right? If God's making a creation, he wouldn't just be, I don't know if wishy-washy, like it would be just the act of creation. Is there any hesitation in creation? No, it's just, that word is just creating. So think that way. Doesn't mean you have to believe that, but you have to think that, be decisive, be punctual, as far as, that's the wrong word. Be forceful. Just, if it needs to be done, do it. And don't worry so much about it. Just do it. And I think that's simple. Simply put, if you worry too much about it, if you procrastinate, it's just never going to be as good as when it's just done. Just do it. Get it out of the way. I need to do this. I'm done. Oh, we have to do this. Done. It just makes you feel a lot better. I don't like when I have something pending to do. Let's say I've got to do something in the backyard and I just think about it every day. It'll bog you down. It'll bog you down. You're like, oh, I got to fertilize those trees in the backyard. And every day you think, oh, God damn, do the No, what's a better thing to do? What's a manly thing to do is when you think about it, go, fuck it, I'm doing it now. Doing it now. We're going out there. We're going to get it done. May take an hour, may not be what I wanted to do right this second, but guess what? When you're done at that hour, you're like, oh, that wasn't that bad. It's done. Okay, it's done. Okay, next we've got, we did that one. All right. Relationships I want to leave for last. I think that that's important, obviously, but I think that's why I'll leave it for last. So we'll come back to that one. And that's basically everything included in that. That's relationships. That's going to be social skills, if you will. Also attraction is involved in that. Sex in and of itself is because of that, or involved in that. So we'll do that. That is the last 10. So we've got about 5 more to get there. Okay. I guess I would call this stoicism or being tough, which is a man trait that I think has gone away from us a lot. Okay. But okay. Number 1. I want to say stop caring what people think, but it's more about, when I say that, you want to be the kind of person that if people are saying things about it, they're wrong. What I mean by that is, I don't want to say don't care about what others think, because if you're doing something wrong and other people see that and say that, well, that it doesn't do you any good to not think about it. You should take other people's advice whenever it's good. One thing I've said before, and this is where I would put things in with like Flatzoid. We'll use him as an example. If there's somebody out there that you would never ask advice from, then it does not matter what their critique of you is. So would I ever ask Flatzoid for advice on anything in life? And the answer is no. And therefore, he is now somebody who I will never care what his critique of me is. And you could even say, well, Jeremy, what if he has a correct technique or critique? I don't care. So I'm certainly not saying to use that line of thinking to everybody, because then if you are doing something wrong, you're not going to take note of it. But when I would take note of it is when there's people that I respect and who I would ask advice from. Those are the people telling me that I'm doing something wrong. And recently I thought about this one and it hit me that there's nobody in the flat earth that I would ask advice from. And that should tell me something. That should have told me something. That what it meant was I wouldn't even take any critique from any flat earthers, because I wouldn't ask for them for advice. So again, I should have taken some notes from that or realized what that meant, and I didn't. Okay, so that's my own bad. Also, I believe in taking risks. Okay, so when I was offered the trip to Antarctica, I knew that I wanted to go, and I knew that there was an easy way out. Could have just said no, could have made up an excuse, could have said something to get me out of it. But I knew that being a man is just going. Now, granted, many people might say to me, well, Jaron, you said you wouldn't go without Austin, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, because I looked at it and I said, is that the right move? At the time, again, you have to remember, I didn't think of the Globers as I do now. I didn't think of MC Toon or any of these guys the way I do now. But I was a little bit worried that, am I doing the right thing for my family by just going by myself? For instance, if I went down there and let's say I really did have a heart attack, but nobody was down there with me and it was just a bunch of Globers and they came back and said I had a heart attack, think of the problems that would cause and the worry that would put on my wife's, everything about that scared me. But I said, if one other person goes, then I feel better, right? Then they're not going to do anything to me. And even if I did have a heart attack, at least there'd be another person to come back and be like, oh, I was with him, right? So whatever it is, I just didn't think it was a smart move to leave my family at home and to go on a trip where I'd never been before in what I considered to be very harsh conditions with people I didn't think liked me, right? There's a lot of things that go into that. So, but I still think you want to take risks when they're necessary or when you see the importance or the benefits of it. You want to take those risks, even if they are kind of risky. I wouldn't risk your family, things like that. But I'm just talking about other risks that are, what do you call it, mitigatable? I don't know if that's the right word. But I would do that. I think that that's important. That's a very manly thing. If you take risks, it also, fear will keep you weak. So one of the things, that's why coming back from Antarctica, I knew the Earth was a sphere. And I said, okay, so if I would have feared everything that would happen to me, all the stuff that's happened, I wouldn't have done what I did. So you have to get rid of that. You have to say, no, what's important? What's important is being honest. What's important is being truthful. And anything that happens because of that, I can live with, right? So all these things that are happening to me, I can live with them because it's happening because I was honest. So that in no time do I look back and say, oh, I should have lied. I couldn't even think that way. So isn't that better than not doing those things? And then when you look back, you do have regrets. For instance, if you could always say, oh, I could have done this or I could have done that. But if you just operate in truth and put that first, then you never have the regrets, because the regret would be, I should have lied, which is just, that's not the case. So what it does is it tells you, well, you did what you could. And that's a better way to live. I can go forward now every day. And no matter what comes at me, no matter what, I'll say, you know what? I did the right thing. And I don't want to get crazy about things that could happen, but let's say something crazy happens, okay? I still won't look back and say, oh, I should have lied. If something crazy happens, and I don't even want to put energy into what that might be, I'm just saying you can think in your mind of something crazy that could happen, I will still own it because I did what's right. So that's what men should do. I think men too often don't think that way. They don't put the importance of honesty first. They don't put integrity first. They don't put they put complacency first. They put, like, it'd be very easy for me to have not gone to Antarctica and just said, well, we'll see what happens, and I get to keep doing my shows and I'll keep making enough money to live and everything's right. I could have done that. Many people did that. All those people that you heard that got offered trips who didn't go, they all did that. They all took complacency and the ease of life that they're currently in over something jarring, something life-changing, something mind-shifting. And I think that is a huge problem in today's world. It's very easy because life is so easy. Think about it. Like, life is really easy compared to what it was 150 years ago. Where if 150 years ago, you didn't have an option to just sit around and do shit. You had to do something. You had to make money. You had to do the farm. You had to go get this. You had to go sell chicken. You had to do things. Whereas today, you could be Nathan Oakley. And you could sit there and say, you know what? I make enough money to live. If I sit here and I say science doesn't, or science proves things, but then don't ever give an example of things that it proves, then you're fine. What will knock him off his perch? So what does he hate more than anything? He hates when I call him a scammer. That's the thing that bothers him the most. And he says to me, Jaren's calling me a scammer and I'm not going to be able to feed my daughters. Right. But I call you a scammer for that exact reason. Because you're not there to be a debate. You're there to be there. And you want to be there a year from now and you want to be there 5 years from now. And that to me is not a masculine quality at all. Quite the opposite. Okay. Embracing failure. Okay. Just like I did. If I knew going down there that, hey, if all these things come to fruition, yeah, I'm going to be wrong. It's going to be a failure for 10 years. But you know what? You got to do it. There's just no question there. And there wasn't really ever a question. As soon as it was offered to me, I pretty much knew that I would work around whatever I needed to work around. I needed to go down and see what I've been saying for years. And it shocks me that nobody else really was like that. And I have to give credit to Austin because at least he acted in the same way. At least for my looks, that's the way it looked to me. Is that when this was brought up to him, he didn't cower away. He didn't say like, no, I don't want to do that. I want to just keep doing what I'm doing. He saw the importance of it. Now, again, that's why I'm saying I'm waiting for him, because I do think it might just take more time. But we'll hold hope up. We'll hold hope for that. Okay. The other thing is, and this is something I think we all need to work on, but I certainly do, is that you also need to learn to say no. You need to protect your time. You need to protect your energy. You need to protect your priorities, your family. And so I think sometimes men get too much into this. Okay, I'll do this for you. I'll do this for you. And it's problems I've had in the past. I want to help people, and I often end up being in crazy positions, and then you don't get anything for it. For instance, let me give an example. That David Weiss, every time he ever asked me, hey, can we do an update of the app on your show? Sure, we can do that. If he ever needed anything for his, I need this, I need that, I need that. Because I'm a nice guy, because I want to be helpful, I would just say yes all the time. And then eventually I got to the point where I was like, hey, you think you could ever pay me for any of this? You've now done 8 updates on my, my channel. We're using my channel for your app updates. And he's like, yeah. As soon as I'm making enough money, as soon as I'm going to be paying you, I'm going to be paying you this much per month. And I never saw a penny. Okay. Now, I won't say that Dave Weiss didn't do generous things for me. He bought me my first water distiller. I believe one time he gave me $500 because he said somebody gave it to him and he didn't need it right then. So he gave it to me because he knew I needed it. So I'm certainly not saying he's a cheapskate who's never given me a penny. But I am saying that all the times that I helped with the app, I did kind of have in my mind, okay, well, eventually he's going to pay me for this. And now we're here today. And I realized, like, why didn't I say no? So many times it butted into things I needed to get done, or shows I wanted to do, but I was being a nice guy. But look where that got me, right? So, and look where I turned out finding out what he is. And look what I found out the app is. So even though it was inside me to say no a lot, I didn't because I was being a nice guy. So I'm certainly not here telling you that one of the 50 things you should do is be a nice guy always. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you need to learn to say no, especially if you feel like saying no. Because I felt like saying no a lot and I didn't. And now look what I got. Obviously something inside me was trying to tell me, say no. Okay. The other one, and many people have heard me say this all the time, it says it in my intro song there, is keep moving forward, keep progressing. And I think even Flat Earth is a hiccup in my self-knowledge of that. And I think I felt it. And maybe I didn't act on it as I should have. But really, keep moving forward. If you're a flat earther, you would realize, if I would have had this mindset, that we were just running on a hamster wheel and then getting off and being like, oh man, I did a lot of work. Do you see how far I got? And people would be like, you're where you started. Huh? Oh, the hamster wheel's right there. All right, let me get back on it. And I would keep running on, run. 2 more years would go by. I get off, be like, you see what we did? You didn't move, sir. Oh. So don't be that guy. You want to actually move forward, keep improving. Is your house improving? Is your relationship improving? Is your relationship with your children improving? Everything. Improve, 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 improve. Keep moving forward. Sometimes you have a setback, keep moving forward. Doesn't matter. Okay? I want to say this, and this is going to be hard because it's like something I should have done, but we need to cut toxic people from our lives. It's a manly thing to do. If somebody is bogging you down, if somebody's causing you problems, cut them from your life. You'll be much better off. Again, I always look at the future. Something my dad taught me a long time ago, as he would say, what good can come of it? Okay. And he kind of used to say, I'm like, what is he talking about? But then I realized, when I was a father and my son was, 4 or 5, he would come out and I'd be mowing the lawn. He'd be in the garage. And then all of a sudden I'd see him throwing a screwdriver up into the air. And you have to immediately think, like, what good can come of that? Nothing good will ever come from throwing a screwdriver in the air. It's never going to land in a ignition of a car and start it, or, it's just going to hurt somebody or cause property damage or whatever. That's an obviously easy example of those, but there's other ones that we need to think about. What good can come of this? So if somebody's being toxic and they're always toxic and every time they're causing problems and you're being a nice guy, you just need to think to yourself, like, what good can come from continuing to keep this person in my life? And the answer is usually nothing. Right? If only bad things will come from whatever situation you're in or whatever relationship you're in, start taking steps to get out. Start taking steps to get out. Okay. And that's the 5 from there. Yes. Okay. So we're almost at the good final 10. The next one is what I would call your legacy, your future, your name, your recognition. Okay. So if you need to leave something behind, leave it behind. The flat earth, I can leave behind. It's a part of my life, a big part of my life. It always will be, and it will probably always be on my resume, right? I'm never going to be able to get away with it, but I can leave it behind. If you stay attached to it, if you stay with it, if you're like, well, I've been, and I think a lot of flat earthers are like that, because you'll see them say, what? You've been a flat earther for 10 years. What they're saying is, you've put so much into this, you can't leave it behind. And this is where I find myself much different than other men, is that I don't look at it that way. I look at it as, no, I want, well, obviously they think it's true, but I'm saying I want to move away from it and really detach myself from it, because that's where growth will happen. If you are holding on to it, how can you grow holding on? That's why I say I want to move on. I want to get past this. And it's hard because I still have a connection to the people that I feel like I put in there. But I truly believe that that's what you got to do. You got to move past it. Leave it behind. Especially relationships. If you're ever in a relationship that has ended, move on. Put it behind you. Because that's the only place growth is. Growth is never where you're at if you are stagnant, if you are struggling. Staying there will only result in the same thing. So move on. Okay? I talk about the difference between doers and watchers. And I believe that most men today are watchers. And they watch other men play sports, and they watch other men race cars, and they watch other men play poker, and they watch other men fuck, and they watch other men stream, and they watch other men play video games, and they watch other men do this, and they watch other men. And they're watching. They're all just watching. Be a doer. Be a doer. Be somebody doing something. Contribute to whatever's going on. Add to whatever's happening. Be part of whatever's happening. Don't just be a spectator. If you are just a spectator, you're really kind of worthless. You're kind of just, I'm just here. I'm just a set of eyes. So do something. Okay. And the next one is something that I have probably the most trouble with, and I don't know how to get around it. I have to think about this one even more. I just know I need to do it. We cannot waste time on drama. And this is not the job to do it, being on YouTube. Because on YouTube, people have learned that drama equals views. And as much as the audience will sit there and say, we don't like drama, we hate drama, if drama happens, the audience goes up. Okay? The numbers go up. People watch. It's just a human nature. It's just like when there's traffic on the road and then you drive by, like, what happened over here? And then there's an accident on the other side of the road. Why is that? Well, that's because humans like drama. Doesn't matter to them. They're on this side of the road, but they're going to slow down and look at the accident on the other side of the road. It's just human nature. It's the same system going on, same things. Okay? But don't waste your time on drama. I have a problem with that because I have a real problem with liars. I have a real problem with being lied about. I hate when somebody tells an untruth about me. I feel like I have to go out of my way to show myself to be honest. And here's the reason why I do that is because I've seen, and other people who you've spent years, let's say somebody's with me for years. Let's say, okay, Dr. Bass Ackwards. I can't remember him not being in my chat every show. So you're probably talking 7-8 years. So when you see them in some other show saying Jaron advertises his OnlyFans, I immediately get so frustrated because 7 years of being who I am has been wrecked by somebody saying that to him at some point. Or he heard somebody say it from a flat earther, and because right now he doesn't like me because now I'm a glober, so he's going to buy into whatever. So see how 7 years of good behavior and perfect behavior can turn into nothing because one person listens to somebody else. So that's the most frustrating thing to me about how you can so easily lose. But you know what? You still have to look at yourself and say, look, I did the right thing the whole time, right? There's nothing else I could have done better than what I've done. I didn't advertise an OnlyFans. I don't even have an OnlyFans. I don't think I was talking about. But so there's nothing I could have done different. Again, I can look back and say, well, should I have lied? No. Did I tell the honest truth about what I saw? Yes. Was I honest the whole time? Yes. Okay. So does it matter what he says? Well, no, I wouldn't ask him for advice. Yeah, it's not true. And yeah, on YouTube, everyone's going to believe it by him saying it. Think about if you were watching that show, if you're a flat earther and you watched that Karen show and you saw that roll by in the chat. And then Karen says, what, are you kidding? And he says, no, I'm serious. And yeah, he does. I know it. So like everybody watching that now believes that or is probably believing it. You know, the chances that somebody reads that and goes, nah, I don't believe this guy. It's just not normal behavior. Most people will see that and go, oh, I didn't know that Jaron has an OnlyFans. And that's what I've noticed in my time in YouTube that I can't stand, because down the road in a couple of weeks, somebody will say, yes, you do have an OnlyFans. I've seen it. And it becomes this thing that doesn't even exist, that blows up out of nowhere because just people are weird. And that's what bothers me the most. And that's why, like, whenever there's drama, I always have to go to it and highlight it and point it out and call it out. And I'm not sure that's really best either. You know, in fact, I know it's not, because it's wasting time and it doesn't really get anywhere. If I did a show and I said, look at what Dr. Bass Ackwards, and I spent all the time in the show, what good can come of it? You know, most people who watch it are going to be like, why do you do a show about this? Why is he worried about drama? Why? So I really need to take my own advice and look at that and just say, you know what? Leave it behind. Move past it. I think that's the best way to do. And the other thing I would say about being a role model, you should be, see if this makes sense, you should be who you needed as a younger person. If that makes any sense. Okay. My dad was a good guy. He paid for everything in the family. He was an electrician, did well, owned his own business for a little while, was a foreman and everything. But he paid for the family. So he paid for, I never went without. Okay. Were we rich? Did we go on vacations? Did we go camping? No, none of that. And did he teach me much? Besides, what good can come of it? And the Dodgers suck balls? No, not much. That was about it. But I still give him credit for being a provider. But he wasn't really who I needed as a young man, because he had some mistakes in his life and did some things that were not good for a 16-year-old to see and things like that. So I want to be who my younger self needed. Who would I need to be today that would help me at 16 to look up to me? I know it sounds crazy, but it's just the way I look at it. That's who I want to try and be. I want to be somebody I can be proud of as a 16-year-old, and then also knowing that I've got 2 children that very much need a father that they can look at and say, I'm proud of. And so even as a flat earther, I thought, okay, I'm doing things that my son can be proud of. Not anymore do I feel that way, but I'm going to be that person now, right? You see what I'm saying? Where I need them to see that, yes, I believe this. Yes, I was wrong. Yes, I came out and said it. And yes, I changed my way of thinking and took the steps I needed to make up for it. Okay. So that's what I mean. You got to be that person so that your children never grow up. And I don't want my children to ever get to an age and be thinking about me the way I think about my dad. Like, yeah, he was there. He's whatever. I would rather them look like, yeah, my dad really showed me how to do this and showed me what this is about. And it's like this. Okay. All right. Let's get I know I'm moving a little quicker. We got the final 10. Okay. And they are covering and I'm not going to talk a lot on them. I will tell you that if you ever have any questions in this arena, you should reach out. You should ask me. if I think I know something, it's about this arena. And you can, even on my website, there's a option to pay for it's $3 for a 15-minute consultation. But really what that's meant to do is not let me be free, or else people would do it and then not show up. But it's really about you sitting down with me for 15 minutes and being able to say, hey, here's my situation, and just getting advice from me real quickly. And maybe you'll look at that and say, oh, he kind of knows what he's talking about. Let's move forward with this. Or maybe it won't. And you just go, okay, I'll just pay the $3 for 15 minutes. Thank you for your bullshit fucking advice. Either way. But I do think that I want to make amends for things I've done in the past. And one of those things is by helping people. And I think I can help you. So it just depends on whether or not you want to admit that you need help. Most men don't. I wish I could have you talk to some people. I'm working with 2 people right now that would be just fantastic to get up and say what I've done. But they can't, and I understand why. Because most of the stuff that we're going to be dealing with is a little bit personal, and it's just not a place that men feel okay standing up and admitting. But I've also thought about, should I let them write something, anonymous? But the answer is no, because I don't trust those things when I go to somebody's website, or I would never trust an anonymous review, because I know that the person could have wrote it. So I don't want to put on my website, like, here's a review from this random guy, because nobody's going to believe that. And I wouldn't believe it. So I'm going to wait until somebody has the cojones to stand up and say, no, I'm okay with admitting that I need help. I'm okay with admitting that you helped me. So again, that's not going to happen probably anytime soon, unless somebody is okay with doing that. And I get it. I get being a man and admitting that you needed help or asked another man for help is just not something men want to do. Okay. So let's talk about the combination of relationships, social skills, attraction, sexual attraction, keeping people happy. Okay. So one thing that you want to do first is you want to listen. Listen at all times to your girlfriend, to a girl that you're talking to a girl at dinner, to women in general. You will learn so much if you just listen to them. Hear them out. What do they want? What do they need? Because here's the thing. Men and women are different. They're so different. So different. So if you don't listen, you're going to have a different opinion of them. You're going to have a different opinion of what they want, what they need, what they feel like, what they're going through. So just listen. Listen. And I know, I don't want to say it sucks to listen, but it's, you can think of it like as a chore sometimes. Because it's just men and women are different, right? Do we ever just listen to each other? Men just talk about their lives and what their, joys, and no, we don't. We're not used to that. But you will be surprised at the benefits to your understanding of women if you just listen. So I know it sounds easy, but it actually is hard, and it actually is hard to put aside what you might think in your head what they want versus what is true. And I think that's one of the main issues, is that men have a certain opinion of women and women have a certain opinion of men, of what they expect, and the other doesn't know that, and the other thinks vastly different of it. And I think that's a problem. So I think that what people will have in their minds about what women want, and I've had this happen in couples where the couples are, and one thing that I've done before, I don't know if people know this, but people have asked to have my wife involved. And so what we do is my wife will do an hour with the woman and I'll do an hour with the man. And then my wife and I will talk, and we will very quickly figure out what the hell the problem is. Whereas I'm not even sure if we did that together that we would get to the same level of understanding. And it's because women, when they talk, and men, when they talk, is much, much different. So hopefully I'm kind of trying to explain that if I had both people in front of me and it was just me and a man and a woman, I don't think I would get the same information out as when I take the man on the side and my wife takes the woman, and then my wife and I get together and we talk about what we both heard, and then we quickly can see the problem. And the reason for that is because my wife is listening to that girl and I'm listening to the guy. But I don't know if most men do that. I don't know if most men can. And it's, again, I know you're like, well, Jaron, you're not listening to the woman. Yeah, but I'm saying that if I did, even if I did both separately, okay, I'm going to go over here and listen to her and listen to him, that I would have more understanding than if I just listened to them both. And I think that's because they're afraid of saying things in front. These are married couples who are afraid of saying things in front of the other person. And I think that is a sign of self-doubt or Because it can't be a sign of like, well, this person wants to just hold it in and never say it because they go and say it to my wife, and this guy will say it to me, but they won't say it in front of each other. So maybe I should do a better job of exploring exactly what that is, because it's like, why would you? It's almost like they don't want to admit it in front of somebody, or maybe, but again, they don't even know it between each other. It's news to them. So it is kind of a weird conundrum or phenomenon that seems to happen with everyone. So I think that one of the answers is, as a guy, listen, because you can learn a lot, and don't just assume or expect. And the other thing is, I mean, on that same note, be clear, be blunt, be divisive. Like I said, you need to be exactly who you are. You need to say exactly what you mean. Anytime you're hiding something, how can that be good for a relationship? Like if you're hiding the fact that you're not happy and you don't like doing this anymore and you don't like hanging out anymore and you don't like, well, that, okay, the longer you let that go, the more you're going to be in trouble. So really the best thing that you can do is always be blunt. And when you are, you know what you'll eliminate? You'll eliminate disagreements. You'll eliminate arguments. You really eliminate a lot, because the other person learns to accept you for you. Right. So I know the things my wife doesn't like. She knows the things I don't like. I know the things that she's okay with. She knows the things I'm okay with, because we're honest and we're blunt and we're upfront. Right. And does it also make you go like, whoa, geez, that was kind of, yeah, sometimes things can be harsh, but you know what? It's better than, like, I don't like the idea at all of finding out that if she tells me, oh, you know, for the last 10 years, I haven't liked you being on YouTube. Be like, what? And I think that happens a lot in couples. I would be livid, because it means like, wait, what have you been doing for, right? There's like lies involved there. There's things that she's pushing down. There's feelings that she's not. So we know that that's a bad thing. We know right from the start that if you do that, you are basically sabotaging your relationship. So don't sabotage your own relationship. It's better to be upfront, because if that's the way you are, if you do a certain thing a certain way, and that's just going to be you, because again, I don't even think you can really change people much. Right? Like you can't expect somebody to change. Like you're in a relationship and now you're going to change. You're not wearing that. I remember my wife's brother was like told that he can't wear 49er stuff or have any 49er gear in his house. And he's like, okay, because his wife is a Seattle Seahawks fan. I told my wife, I said, are you fucking kidding me? Like that is insane to me. Like there is no way that I won't get into that one. I don't want to talk about family. Let me just give a hypothetical. So if you have a guy and a girl, and the girl says to the guy, I don't like your jeans. I don't like when you wear this particular color shirt or whatever. And the guy just is like, okay. Like that is, she will not respect you for that. If you think that like, oh, she doesn't want me to wear blue, now she's going to love me because I don't wear blue. No, she thinks you're a fucking pussy. She might not say it. She might not know it. She might not feel it. But that is the truth. So you need to not let those things. And again, you could spread that out as far as you want. That you cannot be somebody who just is like, okay, I'm going to. No, you want to be who you are. Be like, what? I'm a Niner fan. I'm not. Oh, sorry. We go back in the wrong situation again. That you just want to be, I don't know, unapologetically you. There's some things you have to make compromises on. That's different. That's different. Somebody telling you can't do this, you can't do that. That's not a compromise. That's a directive. And I just don't think any woman has ever respected a man who did that. It wouldn't even make sense to me why you would even say that to somebody, because you just shouldn't be trying to change people like that. Nobody's ever going to change for you and be exactly who you want and be happy with that person that you want them to be. It's just not going to happen. So look more for people that are in line with what you like, or in line with what you feel, and do the things that you like. Now, again, there may be things that I do that I don't really want to. There may be things my wife does that she doesn't really want to. But it's more of a, if you're doing it because for the other person, but you want to, if that makes any sense. Don't ever do something that you don't want to do. I mean, you could do it once, sure. I mean, if my wife asked me, hey, can you come in here and rebuild the closet or something? I don't want to do that, but okay. I want to do what she wants me to do. Great. That's different than what I'm talking about as far as like changing people. She's just making me go into do the closet, build the closet for a day or a week. That's different. right, let's move on. We're never going to get done with the show. You want to also find the attractiveness in every woman. So what I mean by that is that women are fantastic in pretty much every way. Are they a little bit difficult sometimes? Are they a little bit different than men, obviously? Are they a lot more emotional and all that? Yeah, sure. But I think people, at least that I've spoken to, they sometimes lose attraction, but it's because they are thinking of attraction as one way, right? Whereas there's a lot of things you can be attracted to. So learn to be attracted to all those things. They're all attractive. And you should be able to find anybody and say something that's about them that attracts you. Maybe not everybody. It's just some people I'm sure that you're not attracted to at all. But I also think that we have too narrow of an idea of what attraction is. There's a lot of things that are attractive to me. A lot. And things that you grow, you change as an adult, right? Being a mother, very attractive to me. Somebody who's not a mother, not that attractive to me anymore. So there's just, you kind of go through phases, but you should find lots of things attractive if like, I know I'm trying to say, like, if you see somebody that's not physically attractive or something, there's something about her that probably is. And I think too many people erase the idea because they're just taking that initial glance. Whereas if you get to know people, listen to them, there's always something there. I don't want to say always. I'm sure there's people that are not attractive at all. And that's just the way they are. And you have to deal with that and realize that and move on. But I'm saying give people an opportunity, give people a chance. And then also, whoever you're with, learn to be attracted to many things. Let's say you're with somebody and you think they have great legs, but that's it. Well, that's a problem, because when that starts to change, now there's nothing else. So it's important to try and find attraction in many things, so that there's never going to be a moment when that person's no longer attractive to you. And I think that's important to do. I think a lot of people that break up with somebody is because they got in love with one thing, one aspect. I love how she acts here, or I love how she looks when she wears this, or and that's great for the time being, but there'll come a time in 10, 20 years where those things are no longer there. And then you have a hard time continuing the relationship because you've trained yourself that that's what's attractive about that person. We are products of our own self-training. We do train ourselves for whatever it is that we become. So this is one thing I've always pointed out to people, that what makes people great at anything? It's practice. You can be anything you want to be. You can do anything you want to do if you practice. There's a reason for that. We train ourselves, and this is why you see men that do crazy things. You see women that do crazy things. They're like, how's that person jumping through hoops of fire? How is that person able to flip 15 times on a motorcycle on a jump? I would fall off the motorcycle, not even being able to get up the ramp. But this person's jumping off the ramp and doing 15 spins. That's because they practice. Really, that's the difference between people who are excellent at things and people who aren't. Sure, there's your genetic makeup, your strength training, things like that. But people who are great baseball players, practiced. The best piano players in the world, practice. You name what it is, the answer is always practice. You're not going to ever be, even if you have a natural gift, you're not going to be as great as other people if you don't practice. And that involves everything relationship-wise and sex-wise and everything. If you're just going through the motions, you will regress. If you're just getting done the minimum that needs to get done, you will fall backwards. Other people in the world will excel. Other people will be moving past you while you move backwards. So you need to be always improving, and at least in your mind, you don't think about people passing you. There's areas of life that I think nobody will ever pass me, because you put that effort forth, and you're like, how could somebody catch me? Have they been doing this as long as I have? No. So I can just keep pushing forward, and I can leave everybody else behind me. And that needs to be your mindset, but through many things. And that's kind of what you want to do. Always grow, always be moving forward, always be getting better, improving. It's okay to ask people, especially your partner, of, can I do this any better? I think men think that is not a masculine thing to do. And they might be right in a way. If you ask that and you never are in control, then it's not masculine at all. If you are the kind of the dominant person, and at times you take that time out to say, hey, would you like, that is extremely attractive. What you're doing then is you are improving while also being in charge, but you also got direction. Women love that. They love that. They want you to be in charge. And yes, women, I mean, this isn't for women, this is for men. But what women need to do more of is also informing men when they aren't hitting the right buttons, when they're not doing things right. And I think sometimes they don't want to do that because they also don't want to, demasculate or to make the man think. But men need to be okay with getting direction and actually acting on it. There's lots of examples of that. I'm not going to go into this because I'll talk too long on that. So learn to be mysterious, I guess is the way I would say. Be surprising. Okay. If you always do the same thing, that's not impressive. Even if you're impressive in what you do, it will become quickly not that impressive because you are always delivering the same thing. So if you instead always kind of be surprising, come up with something that you can do with your significant other just randomly, and you would be shocked at the response you'll get to that. If it's just a Valentine's Day and every Valentine's Day you guys do nothing, you don't buy each other gifts, you just kind of hang out, it's Valentine's Day, happy Valentine's. This year, do something different. Or next year, whatever. Say, okay, I'm going to get a hotel, I'm going to get this, I'm going to get a hotel with a tub in the middle of it, and I'm going to, right. That's the kind of thing where the payments on that, the dividends of that will be insane. They will be so valuable. Because what you're doing is you're actually making yourself somebody new in their eyes. Maybe not a new person. That's not what I mean, of course. But anytime you can, imagine if your wife came in right now, guys, if you were sitting wherever you're sitting, and your wife came in and did something she's never done before, handed you some gift out of nowhere, was wearing basically nothing and came and sat on your lap. Anything that you've never had happen before, think of what that does. Think of how you would immediately be shocked and be like, what the hell? That little thing, whatever it is that she does, is going to reignite things. Why did that happen? Because everybody likes something new. Everybody likes surprises. So why don't we incorporate that? Why every couple I've ever talked to has the same boring sex life, has the same, they go through the motions, they go do this, whereas there's nothing new, there's nothing exciting. So just, that is a recipe for exactly that. You're going to regress. The way you feel about each other is going backwards. You're going to not think as much as you think of that person, because even though you love them and everything, it's still not that extra, that push that you got. Again, this is why I always, my number, I'm going to give away my secret to helping couples right now. I've figured out that all you need to do to work with couples is get them back to when they first met. Find out whatever that situation was and then try to get them to go back to that idea. Whatever they were doing, that's what you got to do. That's how you, and why is that? It's because the beginning of the relationship was exciting. There was flirting. There was sexting. There was texting. There was little mentions, little comments, little compliments. There was surprises. There was a great gift for Christmas. There was a great gift for Valentine's Day. And then as time went on, you kind of realize, okay, we're together. We're married now. We don't need to do that so much. And I agree with that. Nobody's saying buy this person a gift for every Valentine's Day that's worth $3,000. Nobody's saying that. In fact, don't do that, but rather be somebody exciting, be somebody fresh, change it up a little bit. And you'd be surprised, do that once a year. The chances that you do something like that and the person that you're doing that to doesn't respond in a way that you expect is not going to happen. Just be different, be exciting, be somebody fresh. And that's the best way to do that. All right. So the next one is to never chase, but be the attractant, be the chased, right? So if you chase somebody, that person is never going to see you really as equal to them. See if this makes any sense. Because it's probably the worst way to go at somebody. Again, it may be cute. She might think, oh, I'll let this guy, But again, you don't want to be that guy. You want to be the one who is chaste. You want to be the one that is attractive. You want to be the one that she comes to. That and again, you can still put yourself in her area or whatever you need to do. But I'm just saying, it's not very attractive to go around and chase that person. Okay, they might see it as cute or whatever, but it's just not going to last. Usually, that what I've seen. Okay, so that one is to be the one who is attractive. Be the one. If you're not attractive, take steps to fix that. Take steps to get better. Fix your situation. Maybe if you are single and you're not getting a lot of women coming, okay, well, what steps can you take? Need to make more money. Need to be whatever it is, and start thinking about working there, or find a way to be approachable. Again, if you're at home every day and you don't go out and you don't do well, you're never going to get approached because there's nowhere to approach you. So you have to think about that as well. Okay. The next one is important. I'm sure people know this. And again, maybe people disagree. I'm telling you, every single woman that I've ever been with wants you to be dominant. There's not a one who wants you to be a pussy. There's not a one who wants you to go through the motions. There's not a one who wants you to do the same thing every night. There's not a one who's ever been satisfied with the average. So take responsibility for that and take control of it. Take the reins. You can still ask questions. You can still be attentive. You can still be a listener. But you need to be the one who wears the pants. I don't know how else to put it. Anybody telling you anything different is lying. I'm telling you that. There is no relationship out there where the woman wears the pants and she's attracted to her man. It's just not. You may hear that there is. There may be people in the chat right now saying, "What? I wear the pants and my husband loves me and I'm attracted to him." Okay, it won't last. There is a clear pecking order as far as that goes in the bedroom. Okay, that's what women want. And so they want you to be the man. They're the woman. They know that. They need a man. And if you're not that man, I'm not saying your relationship will end. I'm not saying it won't work out. But those are the couples that, again, the guys that you see at 70 years old that aren't dancing together, that aren't even acknowledging each other, because you lost that spark, that extra something. I mean, I almost think she should be a little afraid of you. Not in a bad way. You're not going to hit her or something, but I'm just saying there needs to be that little edge in that department. And just like, because for instance, let me give an example. I don't want anything to do with the decorations of my house. Nothing. I don't want that. That's my wife's job. Okay. So if every time she came to me and said, "Well, what color pillows do you want on the couch?" I don't give a fuck. Color pillows. I don't even look at them. I don't even know they're there. So the difference is that I have a clear, I want my wife to be, if we need new pillows, get fucking new pillows. If we need a carpet, cleaned, tell me we need, just like, and she does that. She's great at that. But I'm just saying, you can kind of see where it would be that if you're the guy, and the opposite is true. My wife doesn't want to decide what we do here, and be decisive, be the man, take control. Take her out to a certain restaurant. Be pushy as far as this is what we're doing. Now, again, you'll learn quickly by listening to them and looking at them and seeing how they respond if it was a smart move or not. But it doesn't matter. Own it. Because what happens to men is, let's say I'm going to take her to this dinner, and you go there and she has a miserable time, and then you're like, all right, that's it. I'm not doing that anymore. Well, no, you just got it wrong. It doesn't mean to stop. Because then when you stop and now she's got to pick the restaurant every time, and then you're just asking, "Where do you want to do this? And what should we cook for dinner?" And then all of a sudden you become her little bitch. And the woman might even like it, right? Think about that. The woman might even enjoy what's happening because she's like, "Oh yeah, I get to decide where we're going to eat. And I get to decide," but guess what? You're just a few years away from her thinking you are a pussy. And not being attracted anymore. And not being attracted to because that's not who she was originally with. That's not who she fell in love with. She didn't fall in love with the pussy that asks her every time, "Where do you want to go eat? Do you mind this restaurant?" She didn't fall in love with that guy. She fell in love with the other guy. So you have to maintain that same person, even if you make mistakes and she didn't like what you chose. Oh, well, do it better next time. Apologize, live up for your mistakes, and say, okay, sorry I didn't like that. We're going to do it better next time. Okay, I talked about being unpredictable. It's the same thing. Mysterious. We have to be inventive. Always do something fresh and new and exciting. And that's tough. I'll admit that it's tough when you have a baby, when you have multiple children. It becomes a little bit more difficult, but it actually is even more important, right? Because a woman goes through now she's breastfeeding, the same old thing every day, feeding with a bottle, the baby. So if that's the time you're like, you know what, now I'm just going to let it be. That's the most mundane time. That is the time that you do need that extra. Because when everything's fine and you're single and that things comes naturally. But when you are a family and you've got children, all of a sudden now things get very predictable. And if that's your excuse for leaving things predictable, what do you think's going to happen? And then what's the scary part about that is something comes along from the outside, and it's that attractive thing again. It's that man being a man. It's that the guy being, very authoritative. And the woman is immediately attracted to it. Turns around and she will forget you because you've been relegated to her bitch. Telling you, this happens so many times, more than you'll ever believe. This is why a majority of relationships go bad. This is why, marriages end. Is usually it comes, and the guy. Here's the thing: when I talk to the guys, they actually were doing it in love, or maybe they were like doing it for the woman. Like, no, I wanted her to be happy, so I let. Okay, but do you see what happened? So I hate to say, I don't want to. People will go, "Oh, you're a sexist," everything else. You need to be the man. You need to make decisions. And I guess think of it this way, that like sometimes you know better than her. Say, hey, sue me. Sometimes you know better. And if you let the person that you say that about take over, even though they might think that they are, okay, I'm doing this. And because I've had that happen. I've had women say that like they wear the pants now and they're like, but I realize that it's my fault, but it's too late. They didn't like a decision the guy made. They didn't like the way he did something. So they interjected. I don't like you raising the kids this way. Let me do this way. And I don't like the way that you're doing this. So they're doing that. And if you don't fight back, then that becomes what they think is right. They're like, oh yeah, now I'm getting what I want. Right. Now the woman's getting what she wants and you're doing what she wants. Great. It quickly will return her not being attracted to you. Just what happens. If you don't believe me, then stay doing that and you'll see. I'm just saying. That is, if you notice that already happening in your life, take back control, take over. And I don't mean every time. It's not like you can't let them pick dinner every once in a while. I'm just saying in general, if you notice that's becoming a trend, I've never seen that go well. Just never seen it go well. It always ends in either a loveless or a sexless marriage. And here, let me give you an example why I feel like I am in a place to talk about this stuff. I never saw my parents kiss. Not one time. And they didn't break up till I was like 17. And so at that age, when I very first started with women, the one thing that was important to me is affection, is appreciation, is compliments, is flirting, is kissing. All these things that I never saw because I could see what happened. I saw that my dad was miserable. I saw that my mom was miserable. And they were married, but I didn't know that anything was wrong because I was a kid. So I didn't know that, I don't want to say let's just say my dad did extracurricular activities when I was very young with people in my family, believe it or not. And I didn't know that. They held that from us until after they broke up. And so when you find that out, you're like, what are you doing? And they're like, oh, we stayed together for the kids. That's another thing. Do not ever do that. Do not stay together for the kids. It is the worst thing you can do. I get so mad because my mom only lived to 66. She dropped dead, very healthy, dropped dead of a heart attack. And I only got to see a few years of her not with my dad. I mean, obviously not a few, like 20. But what made me sad is that I had to watch the entire 16 years before that of her being miserable. So don't tell your children that, hey, we're miserable for the last 15 years because of you. Because that's not the case. Even if you think you're staying together for the kids, you're really just afraid of leaving each other or admitting that there's no love there. And I'm not sure that's the best method. I hated hearing that because it makes me think that I'm responsible, my sister's responsible for my parents having such terrible years together, which isn't the case. It's their own fault. It's not our fault. Right. And that's okay. As an adult, I can look at that and say, okay, they didn't like each other eventually. My dad did something he shouldn't have. And there was no love thereafter. And so that's why I didn't get a good look at the things that I now think are important, because my dad was very, I don't want to say subservient, just very, whatever you want, Becky, you know, whatever you want, whatever, very just not very masculine. Now I see why. And my mom was also like a nag, and I see why. So that's something I knew to never become. I didn't want to be a nag. I didn't want to be complacent. I didn't want to be subservient. So by noticing those things, I was able to step into certain roles and excel in them, because that was what was important to me. If other things were important, then I would have had other, other reasons for being involved, whatever. But my thing was always like, no, I want effect. I want to keep the relationship happy and friendly and sexy, and so it's just a weird way to be brought up, and it does change you. I mean, this is how people become who they are. Is what you saw changes what your focus is, and that helped me to see. I wanted to learn women. How do I keep her interest? Since I didn't get to see those things, I didn't get to see a relationship work well. So, all right, we said stop watching porn. That is one of the most important things you can do. Okay, if you are somebody who let's say you are, I don't know, you can tell your wife too, like say, hey, I would love to, have time with you 3 times a week. Okay, maybe I'm aiming too high for you. I don't know where you want to be at there. I think you should set some sort of rules. That's me, because otherwise it will always fall backwards and you'll never get it back. I haven't talked to very many couples. Maybe I can think of one that was able to get back on that horse, meaning that you're somebody who used to have sex every day, then it was every other day, then it was once a week, then it was once a month, and then you're like, now we're going back to, it's very difficult. So stay high level. Again, how do you become great at something? Practice. I would say, even if it's scheduled, it's better than not doing it. A lot of people, I don't think, believe that. I think people believe that like scheduling it is not, because you don't need to schedule like what happens. You just need to schedule that we're going to happen, right? So that's a good way to do it. Whether it's you pick a couple days a week, we have our days here, and it's fun. You're excited, you are anticipating it, and maybe you switch off each time as who's in charge of deciding what's being done, and that it creates a new atmosphere. It creates a new anticipation. Whereas if you don't do that, and I'm still a believer in spur of the moment and sporadic and all that stuff, but if you don't do that, then you're going to go backwards. And if you're okay with that, that's fine. I'm sure there'll be some point in the future of my life that I will start expecting to go backwards, but I'm not nearly there. And there's a reason for that. It's because I'm always moving forward, always want to get better, always want to improve, always want to impress. And when that's your attitude, then you don't want to lay back, you don't want to digress, you don't want to go backwards. So that's I have more to say about that, but it's hard to get into. I don't want to get into too much of that. Okay, so where was that here? Let's see, we got this one. Okay. Oh yeah, we did the porn. Okay. There's 2 more left. We're almost done. See, we're almost there. Does it feel good? So, I think I already kind of commented, but you have to learn. It's listening, but it's learn what women want, what they need. I've heard guys on all ends of the spectrum. I've heard guys actually say, oh, women only want to have sex for 3 minutes. If you go longer than that, the woman gets bored. It's like, okay, that's not true. But what you just admitted is that you are boring, and that, yeah, she's over you in 3 minutes. That does not mean that that's what she wants. And it doesn't mean because that's what you do and she's like, yeah, I'm happy. Oh yeah, that's what she wants. No. Not at all. That's not what's wanted. So that may be what she's okay with as far as maybe the frequency that you wanted or something. And she's like, okay, I'm going to do a 3 minute. No, learn what turns her on, what gets her excited. And that, you know what that is? It's time. It's spending time. I think men, because they watch porn, think of sex as a physical act. Purely. Dick in pussy. That's it. That is not the way to look at it. it is all encompassing. Is the room clean? Are you wearing something new and fresh and nice? Is she? Is the candles lit? Is there music on? That is what gets a woman going. I don't mean just that. I mean the ambiance. You can learn that. Every woman's not the same. But every woman does have that answer. So you can figure out what that is for each one. What is it that keeps her totally engulfed, totally enthralled by what's going on? Mostly what I've learned is it's time. It's, that's why they talk about foreplay being so important. And it's not just foreplay. It's that togetherness time. That's why I say pick a day. Pick a day a week if you want to do once a week. Pick 2 days a week where it's already known. There's no questions. And it may start out with watching a movie. It may start out on the couch and anything can go. But it's the time that they want. And too many men think that sex is like, we're going to bed, I'm going to roll over on top of you, thrust 5 times, I'm out of here going to sleep. And I'll tell you right now, no woman really wants that. So if she's going through with those motions, she is now beginning to go through the motions. She knows what you want. That's what you want. You want to just get off and go. That's not going to ever result in a great relationship. It'll never grow. It'll never result in you being better at the relationship or better at sex. You just won't. You'll go backwards because you're not improving. You are actually going through the motions. That's not what sex is for. By the way, if you don't know, sex has so many positive returns medically, health-wise, lowers blood pressure, lowers your chance of prostate cancer. I mean, I could go through a list and it never ends. So we've been given something, a gift, that perpetuates the society, perpetuates the race, that is hugely beneficial in huge ways. And yet people don't want to talk about it. People let it go away from them. They don't put it as important anymore. They act like it's not important. And yet it's talked about in circles. Guys talk about it between each other. Girls talk about it between each other. But there's this weird stigma. You're not allowed to bring things up. You're not allowed to talk about needing help or not knowing what you're doing. That's ridiculous to me. And I think a lot of it has to do with porn. That people watch porn and they use that as their example. And that sex is horrendous. Horrendous. It's not worth watching. That's what guys become. They become who they think the porn star is when that's a movie. That's a act. That's like fake. But you become that. Like you think that's the order we go in. I go in, you give me head, you do this, I do that, and we're done. No. It's so much different than that. And so I think that porn has been put there. I mean, there's a reason when things are free. You have to ask yourself, what the hell's going on here? Why would something that could easily be paid for, why is it so free? Well, it's because of the damage it does. And it really helps those who would rather see men not excel in this world and who would rather see relationships struggle. And that's one of the ways that they do, because if that's so readily available, then you are learning to put your thoughts and your mental prowess. I mean, think of how strong your brain is, your mind is, and you're putting that into a stranger or a runaway on a screen who you'll never meet. That's where you're putting your thoughts, you're putting your energy, that's where you're putting your sexual energy. And then you think, I got off, okay, I came, I'm good, I'm done. And you are training yourself, like I said earlier, that you are becoming that. That is becoming what turns you on. So guys that are married out there, think to yourself, do you jerk off more or are you with your wife more? If the answer is the former, fix it. That's a problem. You have now trained yourself to be more turned on in that moment than you are in the other. How can that be good? How will that ever result in anything positive for your relationship? It won't. Okay, so you got to make sure that you are trying to eliminate that and to make it up in time with your wife. You could just lay there and talk and diddle each other, whatever, and it's going to be much better than you. And I think, because I think guys, here's the problem, is that a lot of guys think of masturbation as practice for sex. It's not. It's completely, totally different. Again, sex is completely different than masturbation. You are training yourself to get off quickly with your own hand. They're not going to help you. That is making you a worse lover every single time you do it. So don't do it. And if you are, do it with her so that you're training yourself to be attracted to your wife. And when she's near you, that's when you get hard. See what I'm saying? That's the person that you should be looking at when you are doing that. Okay. We talked about that. We talked about being dominant. Inside that is to make eye contact. A lot of eye contact. I've heard it a million times. If you are quiet in bed, if you are closing your eyes in bed, those are not connective traits. So remember, you're building a connection. That's what sex is. It's a connection. It's two people coming together as one. So eye contact, talking, being vocal, very important. Do not fall for the trap of like, we don't talk and we don't look at each other and we just close our eyes. And okay, that's only going to go backwards. Okay. So we're almost there. One more thing. Okay. Last is, let me see where we're at here. I didn't cover that one either. I did. I already covered that enough. Okay. So as far as things that you can do today, it's anything on that list that we've just list of 50 that you can go through. You can start to make a list tomorrow of things you want to change. And it can be these things I just talked about. Be dominant. I'm dominant in bed. We have sex twice a week. I spend 30 minutes giving my wife a massage on these days. I've said these things before and they've infuriated men. I've had a guy walk out of a consultation, pissed off as could be, because I told him to give his wife 30 minutes before, and he was like, "What? I don't have this kind of time." But I've never seen an instant unattraction like I saw then. So I have both these people on the other side. They're on Zoom. I'm talking about things because she's saying basically, oh, he comes home, he doesn't do much after work, but he always wants to roll over on top of me before he goes to sleep. Have sex and go to bed. So of course she's growing to not be into that much anymore, and he doesn't really realize that. So I'm just trying to inform her that, okay, she wants time. Don't do that. Give her 30 minutes, and he like flips out. But as soon as he walked off, I could see it in her eyes. It was done. It was like, you couldn't do a more unattractive thing in that moment than to get pissed off because somebody's telling you to spend time with your wife. So make sure you don't ever do that in front of her. I'm just saying, when I say 30 minutes, okay, make it 10. It doesn't matter. The point is, you shouldn't ever be at that point where you're just like, I'm just going to roll over on my wife and have sex with her. She doesn't want that. She doesn't want that. And I get it. You want to get off? Okay. But that's not what makes women happy. That's not what turns them on. So you have to think about that. And if it is, you just need to get off or whatever. Well, okay, maybe save it till the next night and take some time to actually put more time into it. Or else you're just doing damage. And I know what guys think. I know they're thinking like, oh no, she's happy. She's okay. Just be careful, because when some guy comes along down the road and starts talking to her at a bar or wherever she's at a friend's house, if he can all of a sudden make her think that like men are differently than that, then you're in trouble. Even though you better hope that you have a lot of money, you better hope that she's very happy, she's got everything she needs, she's got a nice car, she's got a nice house, and you better hope all that stuff. Because if not, there's a door, and she'll take it. Okay? So the most important thing is to be cognizant or aware of the other person constantly, and what you need to do and what they want and what they need. And kind of it's a working system. It's always moving. It's a liquid system. Because if you get stagnant, then it's just like water. You're going to grow moldy. Keep it churning, keep it moving, keep it stirring. Something new, something fresh. Go on a vacation, go on a trip, different room of the house, you name it. Lots of different ways to do that. But these are things I think that men need to do, because I don't think men are dominant anymore like they used to be. In fact, they are the opposite, because they now, like I said, are watchers. And if you watch men do this, and you watch men play poker, and you watch this, and you watch that, and you watch porn, then you're not a doer. And guess who your woman needs you to do? Guess what your woman wants you to do? They need you to do her. And they need you to be a doer. And if you are too much of a watcher, then that's what you're training yourself to become. Practice makes perfect. Practicing watching, you're going to become a good watcher. That's what you're going to be good at. And there's no woman that's looking for that. No woman's looking around like, where's the guy that watches sports and watches poker and watches race car driving and watches men play video games online? Where's he? There's nobody out there like that. And yet, a majority of men are exactly that. And I get it. Society has put us in a place that we don't feel comfortable being the guy I'm telling you to be. And you know what? Who cares? Society has obviously gotten a lot of things wrong. You can just look at the family structure and what we had in the 80s or 90s versus now. And you can see that something's gone wrong. So what things are here that weren't here years ago? Porn. It's one of them, right? Think about where we were in the 80s or 90s. I remember if I wanted to watch a porn, I had to go to a video store, go behind a black curtain. I'm fucking doing that. I lived in a town where everybody knew me. Nowadays, do you need to do that? I mean, I don't know if I would have gotten through school if I had an iPhone. I'm not sure I would have done it. So I'm very happy that I at least, and I think, by the way, my generation, I think I give a lot of props to people 79 to 82, maybe 78 to 82. If you were born in there, you are like me. We are a strange generation because we grew up with both ends. We grew up with no computers. We grew up with no internet. And just like overnight, boom, there it is in your lap. And most people don't have that. Most people had to live there most of their life, and then they hit the internet at the end, or they lived their whole life with the internet. And that kind of weird sector there is when we were the people that went through high school without it. And then like, boom, here you go. And now we're able to talk to anybody around the world. And that's a big thing. And you're able to, you see, if you're a guy today, you could see more naked women in a afternoon than men saw in their entire life 100 years ago. You could see more naked women in 10 minutes than men saw in their entire lifetime. And if you don't think that changes you mentally and everything, it does. So we have to operate differently. We have to recognize what that is. And I'm just thank God, I don't know how kids today even have a chance. I don't know. They're going to be in trouble because that is a very, and I don't even mind like people, if you talk to those women that you're looking at, whatever you need to do about that, do not ever become a screen. Oh, just look at this person on the screen. Look how great they are on the screen. That's a scary thing. You're then that's what you're teaching yourself to like. I like this girl, and most of them are AI. Most of them are not even real. So find attractiveness in real people. What is sexy is real. That's what's sexy. That's why I like mothers. Because that's sexy. That's real. Right? The people on, the TikTok are not, they're like fake. They're just that they're putting on a show, they're putting on an act. And it shouldn't be about that. All right, I think we got enough of those. I think I'm looking at this list. I think we got them all. I could type it up, at least if anybody wants a list of 50, because I didn't really put it on the screen or anything. But I don't see any other. I'm just going through this. Did I talk? Yeah, I talked about that. Yeah, talked about that. Okay, I think that's everything. Peter say, yep. All right, we're good. So that's the top 50. I'll get a list for you if you want a list. And now I'm going to check back over here. Oh, God, did I have that? I'm sorry. I thought I was on the screen all the time. Did you enjoy the vacuum cleaners for the last hour? My bad. All right, I'm going to check Super Chats, and then we're getting out of here. It's 10:30. That's way too late. But I do promise this is another thing. I'm going to add this to my list. My shows will be short and to the point. As long as Flatzoid ceases to exist and all members of the Flat Earth community. Then we got it. All right, that's good. That is the goal. I'm laughing at myself. All right, let's play a song real quick. I got to get a drink since this one's gone. And which one do I like? I did like that. Wait for it one. Where's that? Wait for it is not on there. Great. Check over here. We've got it in the A drive. And I feel like I've lost my voice. MP3. Wait, what? Where'd it go? I keep losing all my sound files. TUVW. Oh, I know where it's at. Okay, that makes sense. Now I get it. It's in the sound show. Friday show. And show. And wait for it. There we go. Be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. This is Jeranism, Friday Unplugged, Season 2, Episode 1.
20 on the shot clock. Hold on, don't start. Snack stash deep, hit the fridge, hit the cart. Popcorn popping, microwave sound singing. Phone buzz loud, group chat still pinging. Wait for it. 2 minutes just a flash. Grab a drink, text your boo, make it fast. Blowing O's. Chill vibes as they flow. Spread the word, share the show, let them know. Skip the ads, let it breathe, let it marinate. Time's quick, no trick, don't overcomplicate. Couch dip low like sitting in quicksand. Showtime soon, countdown in hand. Clock ticks, you can almost taste the beat. Feet up, zoned out, time sheet delete. Living in the pause, it's the in-between. Scene setter, making moves with the routine. Wait for it, 2 minutes just a flash. Grab a drink, text your boo, make it fast. Blowing O's, chill vibes as they flow. Spread the word, share the show, let them know. Break's almost done, clock reels us back. Snacks in hand, energy intact. Hit the playlist, seat warm like a throne. Show locked in, it's yours all alone. Wait for it, 2 minutes just a flash. Grab a drink, text your boo, make it fast. Blowing O's, chill vibes as they flow. Spread the word, share the show, let them know. Wait for it. Wait for it. Get hype, get up, time to learn something new. Always honest, sometimes right. Ooh, you feel that energy rising. The truth is calling, but we'll need some analyzing. Open your mind, let's take a ride. Jaren's almost here, time to toss the lights to the side. Lights down low, crowd tuned in. Truth unlocked, let the show begin. Red pill taker, no faker, no shill. Jaren's in the house, he always keeping it real. Always honest, sometimes right, he claims. He's seen the lies, he broke the chains. Now he's here to level up the game. Crypto truth, let's talk growth. Mind unlocked, yo, he does both. He's been around, he's seen it all. 10 years of flat, now we back on that ball. No more fakes, no more scams, no apps to track. Jaren's here to save the day from these lying maniacs. Oh, open up your eyes. The world ain't what it seems, no disguise. Take a step, take a breath, it's time to rise. No regrets, no regrets. Was flat, but that was whack. It was fake, out the gate, globe's a fact. So I went back, now I gotta shake the hate. Bad research, bad humans, bad intentions, built with lies. You can tell the shape of the ground, just look up in the sky. He's a man who admits when he's wrong, when he makes a mistake. Them other little boys will never give up, since they said TFB was fake. We are waiting on the man, the myth, the legend, and host of the show. The show is about to start, 5 ever, 1, 2, 1, go, 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 go.
So obviously this is a very popular topic. I've never seen such low numbers in my entire life. Guess I should learn what people want to hear and what they don't. That is pretty embarrassing. I don't think I've ever had that few of people watching. How about that? All right, we'll stop that. And we will go to Super Chats, although I wouldn't be surprised if there's none because there's nobody here. Let me go to fan funding. 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, we're good. We're back. All right, let's go to where we ended up. Okay, we are. Let me bring you on the screen. Sorry. So I know what topics not to cover. Now it's down to 130. Keep going. Let's lose some more. Take it down to 120. I think if I said one time if I ever had under 100, I would know not to stream anymore. So get it down to under 100 so I know my exit is needed. Let's see here. Where are we at here? That is okay. Good. Now we got this. Let's go to the chat screen, and we'll be ready to go. Okay, we're good. We're here. Ready, Freddy? We're good. We got that. All right, let's go. Oops, I want to turn off that. It'll be in the way. Good. Got it. 131. We gained one. All right, let's look on here. We've got. Oops. Hold on. What happened here? Why is the URL different? What? Hold on. It's not showing the chat on the screen for some reason. It says. What is going on here? Okay. Thought I was offline or something. All right. Let me put this in under the chat. Chat, where you at? Look at chat. YouTube single out chat. Why did the URL change for the chat? Doesn't make any sense. All right. Let's go back to it. Let's see the other one. Does this work? Okay. Now we're good. Sorry. I don't know why that changed. All right. We're back. We got to go here. You unplugged this one. Nope. Unplugged chat. There we go. All right. Now we're back. Okay, we read that one. We did that one. This one is called 20 to play Bad Moon on the Rise. Oh, we did that one already. Sorry. Feed Your Mind says, my last 3 videos on my channel proves Jaren wrong. That makes a lot of sense. I can really answer that. The last 3 videos proves me wrong about what? I have to just look because I don't know what the hell you're talking about. And it bothers me when people say dumb shit. Just remember, if you watched last night, some guy came on and tried to, Jaren did this and Jaren did that, and Jaren made fun of Jake when his dog died, and then I went and disproved him on every single thing. Okay? That's how goofy people look when they come in crying like little girls, and then they realize how wrong they are. Your channel is Feed Your Mind. Okay, what did the last 3 videos on my channel prove Jaren wrong? About what? Hilarious. Feed Your Mind says. Yeah, no, we are. All right. The real reason they saw a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, probably dumb. Oh, wait. Videos. Not live streams. You don't have any live streams? All right. The last 3 videos. The 24-hour sun in Antarctica finally explained with no globe. Yeah, right. The sun X moon is projected from the magnetic. I'm not watching this garbage. What do you mean? You're not showing any evidence of these things. You're just going to talk. Which one do you want me to watch? I'll watch the 24. Which one is the shortest? 23 minutes, 16, 12. I want to hear this one here. He said the 24-hour sun in Antarctica finally explained with no globe. Everybody watch this failure of an attempt here. But let's see. Let's give him a chance. I don't want to say that. Ahead of time, we don't want to go in with an unbiased mind. We're going unbiased. Let's see.
So it turns out Will Duffy was completely wrong about the 24-hour sun.
Okay, well, that makes no sense. What do you mean he's completely wrong about it? Let me bring this up on the screen for people to watch. We'll watch it together. Already up. Might as well go later. Let's see what he's got to say.
Flat Earth, and so was Jeranism and Patricia Steer and anyone that decided to turn to a globe earther like Robbie Davidson and even MC Toon and them. They're all wrong about the 24-hour sun. But the thing is, this information I'm about to share with you would even prove the people that thought the 24-hour sun was faked wrong as well, because it turns out that for the flat earth model to work properly and with the toroidal field and everything to work properly, you're going to have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So here's the information I'm about to share with you. So I came across this information 8 months ago, but I never clicked on the video. It looked like a lot to go through, and I had other things I was working on. So I finally got to this video. So this was created way before the final experiment, about 6 months before the final experiment. And the individual in the video,
oh boy, is this Lindsay
is
stuff?
An expert on this information, and
he's not an expert. He's a kook. There's not one person that has ever been able to explain anything that he's saying. That's not how truth works. We don't have one person who gets it and everybody else can't even explain what he's saying. If you understand something, you can explain it.
He is challenging anyone to prove him wrong. So
There's no way to prove wrong when the guy's like, oh, out and in and down and out. I already know what this guy says. He doesn't make any sense.
if anyone wants to take him up on the offer,
No, that's not how we do things. We don't say that people need to prove him wrong.
I'm going to leave a link in the comment section and description box and go.
Well, I think that the sun is a magical satanic being that goes wherever he's needed and shows up wherever he's wanted. And that's why there's a 24-hour sun in the south. So prove me wrong, bitch.
Go ahead and have an interview with them and try to debunk them. So that goes out to Will Duffy, Jeranism, or even Wits to get
No,
to
you don't understand how it works. His job is to explain it to us. Do you understand that? If somebody tells me they have a yellow elephant, it's not my job to go and disprove him, debunk him. How would I do that? I'd have to find every single elephant in the world. Does that make sense? Or does it make more sense that he just needs to show me the fucking yellow elephant?
For anyone who wants to interview this guy, I say that
I interviewed him twice on my channel. I gave him a total of 4 hours. And the number of people, do I need to ask Alex Jones? Alex, tell him how many people understood what he said after 4 hours of being on my channel. How many?
0, 0,
Thank you.
0, 0, 0, 0, 0.
It's a lot of zeros. It's a lot of zeros. Too many zeros, okay? Too many. Continue.
that everyone should get all the information out of this guy.
I'll tell you right now, the problem is, and this is why I just shouldn't even watch this any further. I'll humor you for a second, but you're exactly what I'm talking about. You don't understand what he's saying, yet you're going around saying, you guys got to disprove him. If I asked you right now, explain what this guy, you wouldn't have a clue. You don't have a clue.
Because it's very important.
Very important. Yeah, because he sounds like he knows what he's talking about, right?
Yeah, so when I finally got to this video, I put it on and I was thinking, okay, I'll check it out and see what it's talking about. But I wasn't expecting much. You know, kind of like with the Joe Hanvey model is something that is starting to make sense, but there's a lot of work to do to complete the hypothesis. So with this information I'm about to share with you, it's not Joe Hanvey. It's actually a channel called, well, it doesn't
Tomb
seem
of
to be very
Illumination.
well known. It's called Tomb of Illumination.
Right.
And the individual on this channel says he can prove the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So
Right, of course you can.
look, I'm going to leave a link for it in the comment section and description box. But before you check that out, make sure you watch this video first, because I'm going to break it down in a simpler way to understand.
Oh, are you?
Because it's a pretty complicated video. You're going to have to watch it probably twice at least to fully understand the information. But I'm going to break it down for you. So basically, with the sun, he's saying basically the sun is in the center and it does a small circle in the center at all times. And he's actually suggesting that this sun is the North Polaris star. He's saying that's actually the sun in the center of the earth and it's running in a small circle.
Do you know that we have telescopes and you can zoom in on the sun and it's a big circle of sphere. It's got sunspots on it and everything. And then you can zoom into Polaris and see that that's not that thing.
Go in that center. And so what it does is it reflects. So the sun that we're seeing in the sky on any given day is actually an apparent sun.
It's a physical item.
That is an image of the actual sun in the center. But that's not all. You see, so why would the 24-hour sun rotate in the opposite direction as in the north? Well, that's very easily explainable.
Why?
Because according to this research, the toroidal field is broken into two halves. You see, this is the key to understanding this information. And this also explains why the southern stars rotate in a different direction as well, because with the toroidal field, he's basically saying the center plate and the inner circle is moving in a direction opposite as the outer ring. So the outer ring rotates in the opposite direction. And this creates that toroidal energy. And that's the key to understanding this information. So if you're in...
I can't go on with it. I mean, you have to be able to explain it better than that. Because you're just saying words. So where's the substance? So for instance, if that was the case, then you still have a problem with why is it displaying for each person, no matter where they're at on the outer edge, Why is it circling all of their heads? Because what you're basically saying then is that everybody is getting a reflection of the original sun, but nobody can see any other reflection but their own. Is that what you're saying? So it's a personal reflection, but we know that the sun gives a reflection, right? Leaves a reflection in water. But you're saying then that the sun itself in the sky is a reflection that's for each person. But yet, if you're in certain places, like in the north during the December, you don't get one. So what about being in the north in December or in the south in June would make you be in a place that you don't get one when it's not even needed? Here's my problem with this is I do believe in some order of creation to the point where if something just doesn't make sense, like it doesn't seem like it needs to be done. If one sun works, why have multiple suns reflecting off of domes and things? Really, right? You could have an AE map and one sun go around it and it covers all the land and it covers everywhere and you're fine. The North Pole doesn't get it for some of the year. The South Pole doesn't get it for some of the year. Okay, or the South doesn't. Great, it still works. But what you're saying is no, it appears like that, but really what it is a sun in the center doing a toroidal circle that's reflecting. I mean, that's insanity. And how does that fix anything about space? So what does that tell us about the stars? What does that tell us about the planets? What does that tell us about being on a sphere? Like, is it being flat so important that you are willing to say that you'd rather believe in a center toroidal off the dome reflection that is randomly choosing, or not randomly, in 6 months it chooses these people to show it. But like we're all, so like in this picture behind you here, we're all there. We're all seeing the sun. So is there, we're just all looking at the same reflection or a different one? I don't get it. And then if you say if you're too far away, so how can somebody, for instance, how can somebody in the north, let's say me, in the United States, how come I could see the sun when it was down in Antarctica? How did I still see it? How did people in the United States see it? Because you're saying that's just a reflection, so it does depend on where you're at as far as you can see. So the rising and setting and all that is just the reflection. Shoot, I don't get that at all. Listen to the second one.
That's about it. Let's get those likes up.
Welcome to the Tomb of Illumination.
Yes.
Where everything's concerning the physics of our flat Earth. Okay? The only site in the world that explains the whole phenomenon.
I will agree that he is the only site in the world that talks about this. He came on my channel and just didn't do a good job of teaching anything. And he got to a couple of points where I said, well, what about this? And he couldn't answer. He's like, oh, I never even thought about that. So he was going to put a bunch of suns going around a bunch of places in the outside. Let me just hear him a little bit.
Of the workings of the flat Earth system. Now, the site's shadow banned, so it's up to you guys to get the information out, because I've explained how the sun works over our flat Earth, how we get the 24-hour sun each year, twice in the Antarctic and the Arctic. The 24 hours does not go below the horizon, and there's a lot of chatter online at the moment. Something that's called the final experiment, because it's just a big joke. I've explained the whole system, and they're just ignoring me.
Come on, Leslie.
It's just the way it is. They shadow ban all my information. They know I've got the truth, so they don't want anyone.
I don't know you have the truth, and nobody else does, because nobody else can explain it at all. So I'm giving you a chance here. You should learn to get like right to where's the selling point. Like, I know you guys think the Earth's 24-hour sun does this, but actually look at my model. This is the reason. Like, you'll never get there. You just keep saying words.
To see it. So it's up to you people to get out and share.
We already heard you say that.
So I'm going to go over it with a bit more detail today. How and why the flat Earth gets a sun 24 hours around the Antarctic.
Show us.
And the Arctic.
Show it.
Okay. So this is one pole. And this is the other pole in there. No, sorry. That is one pole. It's the same pole that's in there.
Oh boy.
The opposite pole is here. They are both the South Poles. Capricorn and Cancer. That's North Pole, and this is North Pole. We'll get into that. The mirrored effect, okay? In the north, the sun moves around the black hole center. Right in the center above the arc, the sun, the actual pure plasma sun that we do not see up in here,
We don't see
outside
it?
of our realm, turns a small circle around the black hole center of the gurgler, the vortex, just as we see Polaris doing at night. Because
Okay, I'll give it. There's one. Remember, I said earlier, like this. It moves. So at least he acknowledges that and says that it's moving, and that's the circle that it does. All right, I'm listening.
Polaris is the sun. It's the nighttime rear image of the sun. The sun projects its rays this way. We see the sun, Polaris, rotating up above, only at night. And the sun's facing the other direction. So in the north, the sun moves around the black hole. This is mirrored in the south. Everything is mirrored from the northern hemisphere out to the south. We're going to get into that. Therefore, the sun is on the opposite side of the hole at all times.
Okay, I'm done. But I've already told Lindsay that if he's going to say that the southern stars are the opposite of the north stars, then that should be able to be shown. They're mapped. So grab a planisphere and show me how when you flip and invert and mirror the southern stars, they should match the north. Right? And I tried to do that myself because I thought of this a long time ago and thought maybe that's a possibility, but I pulled up Stellarium and I took screenshots of all these different stars and then went and tried to overlay them and mirror them onto the other, and they don't match at all. They just don't match. Like, for instance, we know that there's the Southern Cross. Okay? So that's kind of easy because a mirrored cross is what? A cross. So where's that constellation in the north? And should they be less bright, more bright? I think there's a lot to go here. I don't think that your chat was correct in saying that you disproved what I said. Anyway, we shall continue. Oh, no. Oh, wait, we do have 142. I thought it said 0. All right, we've got... Speaking of energy drinks, where did that go? Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, I don't know what it is. Cyan. There's cyanocobal. Is that fake? Am I gonna type this cyanocobal? Omin. Let's see what that is. It is a synthetic compound of vitamin B12 used to treat vitamin deficiencies. Chemically classified as a chlorinoid, representing a crystalline cobalt complex. The name is derived from including a cyanide group within the molecule. So it's cyanide? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Let me see here. You asked, what did you say? Speaking of energy drinks, do you ever see what is made from? No? Unless you're talking about cyanide. There's cyanide in peaches, peach pits. Don't eat peach pits. It's produced through a synthetic process of the following. Oh. I think I did see this somewhere. It's just shit, right? Certain bacteria, such as Pseudomonas dentrificans and something else, can't read that word either, are cultivated in a controlled environment to produce a mixture of vitamin B12 compounds, including that. Okay. The mixture is then treated with potassium cyanide in the presence of heat and sodium. This reaction converts the other vitamin B12 compounds into that. Resulting is purified and crystallized to obtain a... Okay. Not found in nature. Probably more to look into this. What energy drinks have that? I mean, you shouldn't be drinking energy drinks. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. Is a form of vitamin B12. Yeah, I'll have to look into it more. I don't see anything that says exactly what it's made from. Although I've heard this that something with sewage, right? Well, this says no. It's not a synthetic form of vitamin. It is typically produced through. Okay, I read that already. Some sources claim that it is derived from sewage sludge, but that is incorrect. Sewage sludge may contain traces of vitamin B12, but it is not the primary source of. Man, see, I hate when they say things like that. This is like Snopes, when Snopes does a debunk and they're like, hey, this guy says that, vaccines are bad or something. And then they're like, no, that's not true at all. He just said they're kind of bad. Right now they're like, it says, is it produced from, it says, no, it is not derived from sewage. Then it says down here, it may contain trace elements of B12, but it is not the primary source. So what does that mean? It's a secondary source? Why, if you're saying no, then it would be no. No's mean no. They don't mean, well, it's not fully it. It's some of it. Okay, well, can you help us out here? Is the product contained? Here's this one. It's a Google patent. Let me see if we get it in here. Let me move this over here. I can't read over there. It's too far away. All right, this is a Google patent for process of preparing B12 active product from sewage sludge. Patented 1953. The process of preparing vitamin Biz A, C, whatever. Invention relates to a product having high B12 activity and to a process of preparing the product. At the present time, there is a large commercial market for prepared feeds for poultry and other non-ruminant animals such as hogs. Such feeds as now commercially sold compressively. Animals raised on the feed. However, fish meal, meat scraps, and other animal proteins represent substantial item costs. So far, in accordance with one embodiment of this invention, a product having a high vitamin B activity is one which comprises of a water-soluble fraction of a sludge. Yeah, I'm going to look further into this because I think that you might be right. Maybe it's not the main ingredient, but part of it is just crap. Sedimented digested sewage sludge is prepared by passing screened raw municipal sewage through settled tanks and withdrawing the settled sold material to the closed tanks, wherein it's allowed to undergo an anaerobic. Thank you. Anaerobic digestion. The solid material remaining after the digestion is separated and dried. Water extracted has been specifically disclosed in the foregoing for the preparation of the concentrates, but it is clear that other solvents capable of leaching the water-soluble vitamin B12 factor from the sludge, such as alcohol, water-saturated alcohol, acetone. Okay, while a dried or heat-dried sludge derived from the microbiological treatment of sewage is the preferred substance for which the concentrate of this invention is prepared, it is also within the scope of this invention to prepare it by solvent extraction. So they're going to do it the cheaper way, which is the first way. Preparing the product having high vitamin B12 potency, which comprise. Yeah, that's crazy. Don't like it. A process of. I mean, I just wish that people had to disclose how, you should have to run. If you're going to use shit to make your energy drink, it should say on the can, use shit. You shouldn't be able to say natural flavors. Oh, what do you mean by natural? Oh, I mean, there's beetle bodies in there. Okay, well, can we just put beetle bodies? Because you're clearly lying to people on purpose. You're clearly being deceptive. And you know that if you put derived from shit, that people wouldn't want it. See, this one says B12. A no vitamin B12 in Celsius energy drink is not made from sludge, found at human sewage treatments. According to Verify. Let's hear what this lady's going to say. Again, I don't trust all these people. We got a lot to look into.
When you're out in the neighborhood, you can capture the moment and edit your shots later with Adobe Lightroom. Use our improved generative remove to clean up anything. A stranger, a messy distraction, a passing car. Poof, they're all gone. You won't believe how easy it is. Don't forget to add the Lightroom app to your phone for better photos on the fly every time.
Today's Verify is for people who drink Celsius energy drinks, which contains a version of vitamin B12 called cyanocobalamin. Here's a video from TikTok showing 10 times health system founder Gary Brecka.
You ever heard of a Celsius energy drink? Celsius energy drink has 4 times the amount of daily cyanide that a human being's meant to ingest. These facilities that actually compound this B12, they don't even pay for the hydrogen cyanide. You know where they get it? Human sewage treatment plants.
So today we're verifying 2 things. Is there an unsafe amount of cyanide in Celsius? And
okay, so let's just do this. Let's just read a quote from this guy. And he said, Gary Brecka, the guy that made that video, says this was a misquote and is not accurate. These videos have been subsequently taken down voluntarily as a result of the statement not being accurate. While they may still be in the public media, I have removed all of them from any social media and my website under my control and have asked that others do the same as the videos are properly protected. So just so you know, he no longer stands by that. So I'm not going to take it as truth, or else he wouldn't say that. If it was true, then he would stand up and say it's true. We look at the claim that vitamin B12 in Celsius is made from sludge. Explanation. Oh, so it is talking about the patent we just read. The 1953 patent protects the process of preparing B12 from sewage sludge, but the Case Western Reserve University professor Matt Bertlin explained to us that in the patent that I have read, it's intended for animal feed, not human consumption. Brecca also told us this is not verified with regard to Celsius. Again, a reason for the voluntary removal of these videos, and they should no longer be accessible online or on social media. The Celsius website directly addresses Brecklin's claim, saying cyanocobalamin, whatever, is not made from hydrogen cyanide or anything else unsavory, and that it is made using the same bacteria that makes vitamin B12 in animals. Answer, so we can verify that B12 in Celsius energy drinks is not made from sludge at human sewage treatment plants. All right, that's what we got. We'll take it to that. We'll believe that. All right, let's go with 66. What's this guy's name? Oops, sorry, I'm on the wrong screen. Can't see that now. It's probing time. 666 Nathan Oakley's daddy. Wow. Welcome to the Jeranism Club. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being a member. All right, we got this one. Would love a cordial discussion between you and Whitsett. He's up for it, and would be great to see you both your positions tested. How do you know he's up for it? What do you mean? New Zealand, $5. Thank you very much for your New Zealand dollars. Appreciate it much. We got Addicted to Gaming's back. He says, my last super chat tonight, frivolous spending and all. If you're on time next week, I'll give you a $100 super chat for Friday. Haha, Addicted to Gaming. I'm going to remember that. We'll put it on my note card and we'll be here. The show will start at exactly 3 o'clock. All right, we've got, thank you very much for the frivolous spending. I'm going to need that $5. I mean, need that 100. Who else? I hope everybody says that after now. Bro, we got here late. Did you see the video from the Fram 2? Crazy. They used a Red Raptor camera, 8K video, and 180 VR. I didn't see a VR. I'll check that out. I only saw the other one. But the other one was beautiful. It was like the guy was zooming in. Did you see? I don't know. He was zooming in, showing there was like ice under the water, which didn't make a lot of sense. But I'll look into that. Oh, they came back? I didn't know they're back.
System on board, and then deploy those drogue parachutes, which we just see on your screen right now. I can't get over these views today. Dragon and 200.
Copy, 200 meters.
Inside of that Dragon capsule are the 4
Okay. Very nice. I didn't see him come back.
Down here in just a few seconds.
Wait, what the hell was that?
Daytime views. I love that we got the opportunity to do this. To see Dragon and.
You want to see what I'm looking at? Sorry.
Copy, 200 meters and brace.
It just looked like they were frozen in the air.
Dragon capsule are the 4 crew members about to splash down here in just a few.
Oh, it is frozen. Okay, the screen was frozen.
Welcome home from 2. We have confirmation of splashdown of the Dragon spacecraft. Dragon has returned home with the Prom 2. We have.
What was in the water? Weird.
Welcome home from 2. We have confirmation of splashdown of the Dragon spacecraft. Dragon has returned home with the Prom 2 crew. SpaceX recovery ship and team have been waiting for Dragon splashdown, and they will now start making their way to the splashdown location. Our teams have been ready and waiting for this return about 3 nautical miles away. So it's going to take them about 30 minutes to make their way to Dragon.
What? Why would it take 30 minutes if they're 3 nautical miles away? What are they, swimming? Must be swimming.
Copy, Stable 1.
30 minutes? 3 miles? 3 nautical miles? 30 minutes? Very fast boat.
We do that to make sure that this main parachute, once the capsule is safely back in the water, don't pick up any wind or drag the capsule.
So many questions. It's like, who's filming this? Who did get there in time? Did they fly a drone out there? Or what? Maybe it's a drone. Don't call them a fast boat. And the 3 fast boats are going to be there in about 30 minutes. They're only 3 statute miles away. So that means they go 6 nautical miles an hour? Or 6 knots? It's kind of slow. I don't see any boats in the anywhere. Hey, keep that camera going. Keep the camera going.
Welcome back. We're actually not done with the research experiments. They do have one more coming up, which will be exiting the Dragon capsule unassisted.
Wait, what?
Now, we have done this before, just not in Dragon. So this will be a great experiment to have for ending their 4-day mission in space.
Okay, well, you did say, you said 30 minutes and then it took like no time. Oh, they're not there yet. I thought that was a boat. You better show me the boats come. Come on.
Our team was locking in on the precise GPS coordinates of Dragon on landing to communicate that to those recovery teams in Dragon. That was Dragon. Stable 1. Copy Stable 1.
I just have always higher hopes for that.
It's rinse, review, and reuse. System on board, and then deploy those drogue parachutes, which we just see on your screen right now. I can't get over these views today. And of course, right now, 2 healthy drogues.
I gotta watch this after. I think this is just horrendous footage. Like, this is definitely filmed by a person. I don't think a drone is filming this. It's a person, and so the person is, where's the person at that they're filming that? Super zoom?
We are expecting the main parachutes to deploy here in under a minute or so.
This could be a drone. The other view looked like it was a person. But, you know. I don't want to make any judgment. I want to look into it. But that seems weird.
We have confirmation of splashdown of the Dragon spacecraft. Great comfort.
What is with the open door thing? I guess I don't really, I've never looked into this craft, but it's got an open door on the side of it.
Capsule is safely back in the water. Don't pick up any wind or drag the capsule. As we have our 3 recovery vessels, the main cannon.
I wonder what that door is for, because wouldn't it get filled with water?
Safety verifications are in progress. We'll report back when recovery personnel are en route.
Yeah, the water's going in there. I don't know, it just seems like a bad, I don't know what the design would that be. I will look into it. And why, let me give NASA a little advice. NASA, get faster ships, please. Faster boats. There's boats that go faster than 6 knots. Anyway, thank you for that. We got, yeah, we talked about the Witsit one. We talked about that one. We got this one. Jaren, welcome to Globe Earth. Love your new content. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Very kind of you, Derek T. $5. All right, that looks good. We are clear, I believe. Oops, this button is going back. Yes. All right, guys, it's been fun. I am tired. I do want to watch a little bit of this, and I told my wife I'd be in there before now, so not good. All right, I believe that we are done. So funny. I'm looking at Sov's got a video going right now that's called "Globetards are Psychopathic Violent Stalkers." But I'm guessing it's because he was sitting right next to them when they felt like talking shit about Lisbeth. And then today's like, I never said that about her. I said that it's like that, but that she wouldn't know and she would never go along with. Oh boy, what a masculine man that guy is, huh? Very, very masculine. All right, let's close it out. What can I say to everyone on his way out of here? Let me think. So I had to kind of rush through a little bit tonight, more than I wanted to, because we did so much time on the nonsense of flirfs, flat earthers, if you will. But I do promise that we're going to put that on my list of 3. We'll be on time next week, Friday, 3 o'clock, and then you can see the $100 donation come right in after that. And then I'm going to try and keep those shows to 2 to 3 hours, and that is it. We won't go over 3 hours. I'm going to add that on my list as well, so that I don't, again, I'm not being very kind of your time if I'm saying, hey, you want to watch me for 7 hours? Who the hell wants to do that? The answer, nobody. I remind you guys, please do your own research. When you do, you'll never again believe that you can't tell the shape of the ground by looking at the lights in the sky. You can. Tell David Weiss to stop lying and to take that bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken and shove it straight up his candy ass. Till next time, this has been Jeranism. Peace. Oh, that didn't work. Again. Unbelievable again. I wonder where these things keep going. My files are not where they're supposed to be. How about, it's not a good exit song, but we'll do it anyway. Till next time. Peace.
Late night, grab a snack, hit the fridge, what's next? Phone light blowing, got a text on deck. Crunch, sip, lean back, taking my time. Friday, unplug, let it ease your mind. Jared, be right back, don't stress, don't trip. F you to the drama, let your worries slip. I'll be right here, keeping it divine. Just chill, don't worry on your little mind. More Jared on the way, just scratch that itch. You see the best or the greatest, I can't choose which. Settle back in, kick your feet up and relax. Jared is almost back, and you know he got those facts. Check the time, let the vibe just flow. No rush, no fuss, we'll take it slow. Friday night groove, let the bass lines hit. No drama, no stress, we just vibing a bit. Mic down, kick back, let the world fade. Next round coming, but the mood won't change. Grab a sack, sip something, let the moment ride. Jared shall return, and you know we do it live. Jared be right back, don't stress, don't trip. F you to the drama, let your worries slip. I'll be right here, keeping it divine. Just chill, don't worry on your little mind. Lights dim, beat low, let the groove unwind. 2 minutes gone, now it's back to the grind. Let me introduce who you already know. Here's Jared Unplugged now and back to the show.